Ladies and gentlemen, council members, please be standing for the mail party.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Please be seated. Can I remind members to put their mobile phones on silent, please? Can members of the public present please also ensure that their phones are on silent, and if they are filming or recording the meeting, they do so in a way that does not disrupt our council business. Thank you. The first item on the agenda is members' declarations of interest. Will members declaring an interest please identify themselves and their interest clearly and complete the usual yellow form before the end of the meeting? Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I declare another interest in Agenda 11.2, the early release motion that's coming to full council as a serving West Yorkshire and North Yorkshire magistrate? I've been advised I can retain in the council chamber and take part, but just to declare an interest for transparency.
Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Mayor. Interest is that I'm a non-executive board member on Vico Homes, and I'll be leaving the chamber and won't be taking part in the vote for motions 6 and 9.
Thank you. Did anybody else have the... Councillor Hemingway?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, to declare another interest in agenda item 10, one of the written questions on notice relates to my employer, so the leaders agreed to respond to that question in my stead. Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, are there any disclosable pecuniary interests to be declared? Are there any other interests to be declared? Thank you. There are no exempt items before us today, so we will move straight on to agenda item 3, which is to receive and confirm the minutes of the full council meeting in September. Are these minutes moved? Thank you. Agenda item 5 is to deal with such communications I may decide to lay before council. Colleagues, due to the commencement of building works in County Hall, all members will have been furnished with copies of fire evacuation procedure plans, along with their agenda packs, which detail slight changes to the fire evacuation arrangements. For any members of the public attending today, you should have been handed copies on your arrival, but spare copies are also available in the public gallery. I ask that you take time to consider these and note that there is no planned fire drill today. Should there be a fire alarm, please follow the instructions of staff and security. Our assembly point is at the cenotaph. Visitors have also been provided with visitor badges with a summary of information on the back. This information is also available in the public gallery. Please can you hand badges back to the officers when leaving the building. David McCulloch, Head of Legal Services, will assist me today in helping the meeting run smoothly in Gillian's absence. This is David. I have also invited the Chief Executive to assist me in noting who wishes to speak on which item. Thank you, Tony. At the last meeting, the leader announced an update on the sale of Woolly Hall, the former Pontefract swimming bath site, and Queen Elizabeth House in Eastmoor. She has since sent a short note of correction to all councillors, and in the interest of giving the same information to those present or watching, I can confirm that her understanding was that contracts had recently been exchanged for the Forget-Me-Not Children's Hospice, the public event for World Mental Health Day 2025 at WX, the Unsung Heroes Awards evening, last night of the proms, Silver Sunday in the Ridings, the annual Kite Festival and numerous productions. It is clear to see the wealth of support, inspiration and talent on display in our district. The Mayor's annual sponsored charity app sale has so far raised in excess of £3,000, and my thanks go to each and every individual who overcame their fears and volunteered to take part. Thank you also to those who donated. My carol service will be taking place on Wednesday. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6, members will see that there is a deputation before council today regarding council support for veterans with hearing loss. 2 members of a deputation may address the council for a maximum of 5 minutes in total. The deputation is not for debate. Members cannot speak to say whether they agree or disagree with it, but may seek clarification on the matters raised if any is needed. Please could the speakers for this item come forward and present their deputation. Is it Neil? Right. Good afternoon, Neil. If you would like to present your deputation. Yeah.
Is that better? Cool. I'm sure that just a few weeks ago, many turned out to pay respects to veteran members of the armed forces who gave their lives in service, and to veterans who served but didn't necessarily have to pay the ultimate price, but nevertheless, veterans like myself who served wrote a blank cheque to our country to do what the government asked us to do, on the understanding that the government, national and local, also fulfil their obligations to us. I don't want to be actually speaking here today, but I'm having to, because those obligations are not being fulfilled across our nation. And I'm here to highlight that the area of hearing loss. Hearing is involved in literally every single interaction that we have, from making GP appointments, speaking to energy providers, meeting people, going shopping. You know, the list's endless. Helen Keller said that blindness can cut things off, but deafness actually cuts off people. I myself suffer from profound hearing loss, APD and tinnitus, all down to my service in the armed forces and the lack of adequate protection for ears. I'm just going to highlight a few facts that will highlight the situation. More than 300,000 veterans in the UK suffer from hearing loss. Less than 1 in 10 veterans can actually access fully funded hearing support. In some branches of the services, hearing loss is really high, as much as 70% in some branches, such as the Royal Marines. 10% of surveyed veterans stated that their hearing loss or tinnitus severely impacts their quality of life, with almost half indicating a substantial effect. Amongst those suffering from tinnitus, 23% of the veterans describe the condition as very, very distressing, and 40% have disturbances on a daily basis. More than a quarter of respondents believe their hearing issues negatively influence their civilian careers, and veterans are 3.5 times more likely to experience hearing difficulties than their counterparts in the UK civilian population of the same age. Hearing difficulties can significantly impact employment prospects, with working age veterans in the UK twice as likely to be unemployed as their civilian peers. Tinnitus affects 30% of military veterans, which is twice the prevalent rate of the non-veteran population, and it's one of the most common service-connected disability amongst veterans. Many people, especially in the MOD, see this as veterans trying to get financial compensation, but it's not. It's about still retaining the ability to communicate effectively with people around you. For instance, the MOD have still not given over my medical records to my solicitor, and we've been waiting for just over a year. And I'm not alone, there are thousands of us that are waiting. My own issues, like thousands of others, it's the inability for me to hear 12 to 13 sounds in a higher frequency range, which means that I hear noise but don't actually have any clarity with regards to that noise. So how do I communicate on the phone to different companies? What if PTSD rears its ugly head again and I need to be able to hear what medical professionals are telling me so I can receive the correct treatment? Where can I learn BSL? Where can I learn lip reading? Where I live in Lincolnshire, there are 12 places a year for people to learn BSL at college, and private tutors only for lip reading, and I have to pay for both of those. With lip reading, it's an average of 40 to 50% accuracy, 70% normally for someone who's been born deaf. That's over 50% of a conversation that I could be missing out on, which can lead to social situations that can cause harm through misinterpretation. Comments such as, "What did you say? Or are you deaf?" And I've even been offered to have a fight because I wasn't talking to someone that I couldn't actually hear. Job interviews on a panel. Panel members talk across each other, not looking at you. And I don't know what they're saying. This can affect my ability to earn. How do I hear a smoke alarm? You know, how do I communicate with family? This year I've been nearly run over by electric cars 3 times, which can be difficult going out. You know, it's the same for thousands of veterans, and this platform here, because I'm a veteran, I do look out for others. So what about the wider deaf community? Those born deaf, those who've become deaf through accidents at work or just age. It can happen to anybody at any time.
Mr. Robert, sorry to intervene, but you've had over your 5 minutes and that's all you're allowed.
Okay, no worries.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
What's your point of Order, Councillor Sharp.
I think in light of the topic that's being raised, I think we should be able to listen and understand what other people are going through in our community. We don't get to hear about these subjects very often. And the way that you've interrupted a member of the public is absolutely horrific.
Do the Chamber agree that we let Mr Robbard go on? All those in favour? Thank you. Sorry, Mr Robbard.
Thank you very much. So yeah, it can happen to anyone at any time, really. So people ask me, what do you want? I'd like for governments, local and national, and the MOD to recognise the plight of veterans suffering from hearing loss. I'd like for local and national government to make a priority for BSL and lip reading lessons for veterans. I myself personally have set up a group that teaches BSL to veterans, and it's free for people to attend. I'd like greater funding for things like hearing dogs, so more can be made available to people. For companies to provide alternative means of communications like WhatsApp chat, so that we can communicate with people. I'd like grassroots level action, really, and not just signposting, and inclusion to be in the planning of and foundation when we do things, and not just an add-on afterwards. And I'd like the people in power, both locally and nationally, to honour the sacrifices that are made by veterans, like you did at Remembrance just a few short weeks ago, and for them not to be empty words. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any clarification questions? Councillor Laura Jones.
Hi there, hi, I'm Laura. Thanks for that chat. My mum runs a deaf charity called Dex Mainstreamers, and she's been running it for about 30 years. So this is her passion, so I'd like to, if you're willing, to introduce you to my mum, and then you can work together in the future, with the classes that you want to run. So if you can take my details before you go, I'm Laura, that would be great. I'm going to get you in touch, yeah? Yeah, and well done for today. Well done.
Anybody else? Councillor.
Yeah, Neil, many thanks for that, and I really do appreciate it. I'm sure everybody does what you have done or what you do. Just the thing you said about smoke alarms, as regards, I presume that's you can't hear the smoke alarm, but the fire services do a vibrating pad that's linked to your smoke alarm when you're asleep, just to let you know that.
Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure, it's not a question, it's more of an invite. Am I allowed to do that? Yeah, so I, Neil, thank you for your presentation today. I'm Armed Forces Champion for Wakefield Council, and I would like to invite you to join my Armed Forces Covenant Forum. On that forum, we have the NHS, we have employers, and you are very welcome to come and join and give what you've said here today. You will get more than 5 minutes, though. You can have, you can have some more. But just to introduce you to the NHS and what they do for veterans and how we can move forward. But if you would like to be invited to that, my details are on the internet. You can take them, and then I can communicate with you and invite you to that meeting if that's something that you're interested in doing. Thank you. And also, we're setting up a Veterans Coffee Morning in WX. First one's on 15th of January. And you're very welcome to come and join that too and meet other veterans.
Councillor Ahmed.
Thank you for that, Neil. I think all of us would appreciate what the words and sentiments for somebody actually who served in the armed forces. I'm just wondering, I know you've given a comprehensive list of things that we've done in there, but there's obviously as a local councillors, what do you think we should be doing to make representation at government level to make sure that some of the MOD do what the things that you've just said that they should be doing?
Yeah, it would be nice for it to be highlighted more at a national level for the actions to be involved with the planning. You know, so when people, like I said, the inclusion needs to be at a planning level, a real foundational, so it's not just an add-on at the end, which I think's happened very much in the past. But for all, like I said, when it says like for signposting, instead of like action, where I'm over in Lincolnshire, it's been more to do with signposting, which happens a lot nationally. But when you go onto the websites to look, you just get from one signpost to another signpost to another signpost to another signpost, and then very often, sorry, that's been discontinued now, which can be really quite poor, and many get frustrated and just go, do you know something, I'll cope like I always have done, because that's very often a mindset of people who've been in the armed forces and veterans. Don't worry, I'll cope, because they've had to cope with circumstances that can be, you know, really quite trying. So so we do cope, but they shouldn't have to, you know. And if I can set up a group that can teach BSL for veterans for nothing, you know, then I'm sure that with the resources that local councils have, that county councils have, and that government have, they could be doing a lot more to actually reach the grassroots level, so it makes a difference to the individual veterans and the individual people that are on the ground. Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Neil, for coming here today and explaining to us. And I think it's something perhaps that some of us haven't thought about. But the fact that you've come here and so eloquently and explained to us what the situation is and how veterans feel. Veterans are very important to us as Wakefield Council. We just recently re-signed the covenant for gold service to veterans. You've heard our Armed Forces champion, Josie, come forward with some suggestions as how we can help. But I know we don't have responsibility for health, but what we can do across this chamber, we can lobby, and we can lobby our MPs, we can raise awareness, we can do press communications, and we can get it out on social media that there is a real issue here and that it needs to be dealt with. So please take up the offer from Josie to move forward on that. But we will talk as a council and different groups about how we can move forward to do more, to raise awareness and lobby our MPs and see how we can move it. Under our constitution now, I have to refer this to our Chief Executive, who will do you a formal response. But please be assured, Neil, that we've listened today and we're interested in helping. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abad, and safe journey home. Thank you. Agenda item 7 is to consider the leader's report. Once the leader has presented her report, she will respond to any questions or brief comments relating to the report or any other matter relating to her role and responsibilities. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A bit of a change from last time. Now we do a formal report, and I did agree that we would be able to ask questions on any of the matters arising. Just a few things to raise. Of course, what's taken place today, while we were coming here, was the budget. Now that's been subject to more leaks than a sinking ship. And then today, when we find out that it's been leaked again by the OBR, I just wonder really what's going on. The budget, I haven't got any details about what's been said. I understand there are one or two things that may be helpful to the council, but our main role and main decision that we need is what the government are going to do for us when we get the settlement in December, which will determine how we move forward with our strategy and our budget and our council tax proposals. That will all depend on what the government are doing for us locally. And we'll wait to see on that. I'm sure people will have a lot to say about the budget, how it will affect us all individually, but of course, how will it affect us as a council. The other thing I want to report on is quite a disturbing situation has arisen with Vico Homes. I don't know, Michael, whether you're okay. Members will be aware that Vico Homes have announced that they're going to, from next September, discontinue the CareLink service. Now, this is an absolute disgrace, really, and so absolutely awful for the residents across this district. Thousands of people will be affected. Now, Michelle, Cabinet Member, will give you a full briefing on it, but I just felt we had to say something about this today. We were always in partnership with WDH and Vico Homes, and I can remember CareLink being set up when I was Vice Chair of Housing many years ago, and it's a service that all our residents across the district depend on it. Hospital discharges depend on this. I'm sorry to bring it here today like this, but it has to be brought to your attention. I do understand an email has gone out to all members alerting them to it, but I do think it's a very sad reflection. And as a council, we're going to work with them to try and find a solution, or without them, we shall try and find a solution. One of the good things that we've done recently, which has gone down well with business, is the 2 hours free parking. That, again, is to help with businesses. We have also taken a paper which Dan Wilson may mention about antisocial behaviour and dealing with that in our town centres, the public space protection order. We've had, through the veterans mentioned earlier, the Festival of Remembrances have gone down really well across the district, and it's really quite amazing that more and more people attend each year than they did originally, really. And it just shows how important excuse me, veterans are to this district and to people across the country. And on the property disposals, following remarks made at the last meeting about consultation for local members, we have changed the way that members are consulted, so I hope that that is working better so that you know what's going on in your wards a lot more. And then just to say about the Christmas lights on, we've got some more lights on this week at Pontefract and Ossett, but I think all in all the events have gone down very well. So I'll leave it there and answer any questions.
Are there any comments or questions on Councillor Jeffrey's report? Councillor Ahmed.
I think the budget proposals have come through, and I think what's worrying is when somebody says, I think it's worth a comment on here, is when somebody says we're not going to come back to the public and ask for more money, and they do come back. Does that mean that were the commitments made at that time, were they just made up commitments, And how does she feel as a leader of a council here? Because you know that the flack is always given to local councillors, because MPs will sit there for 5 years and hope that everything turns around. And it's local, like we sat here as Tories suffering the consequences of our decisions. You're also going to suffer the consequences of an Uber tax, which people will pay that to get taxis on their tax on thresholds, frozen as well. That's what's coming through. Obviously, there is some state pension increase which we would all welcome, so we have to look at the positive and negative. But a lot of these things were not in the Labour manifesto, and I've asked this a number of times before. Is it, you know, what's the point of manifesto commitments if no party keeps them? And I mean that in the Tories as well as the Labour ones. At the moment, you're in government, and people expect politicians to keep to their commitments and not break them as well. In terms of, I think it's important that Wakefield homes, or whatever they're calling themselves now, I think we should seek now, as ward work in the areas of Kettlethorpe and Portobello, it's one of the biggest areas. People feel that the system isn't being run properly. They're not getting the houses. They're seeing other people get houses, and it's creating a resentment in our communities. And I think we should look legally. I do not agree with the existence of that organisation. I wasn't here when it was organised. I think a lot of us weren't. Can we look at legal steps to see if there's anything that we can do in our position to get back the houses that were given to them, and they can go and do it on their own if they really want to. I just think that, if the whole point of the existence of that was to save the people of Wakefield, they've dropped the Wakefield bit out of it already, so which really says what it needs to. And I don't think that they're fit for purpose. If that's what they're doing now, they're obviously moving towards more commercial settings. You know, that's what they're doing. And I think we need to explore the legal options, whatever it takes, to get all them houses that were given to them back under council control where they should be here, because we're actually we're responsible. Somebody can vote us out next year, the following year. We can't get rid of any of these people in WDH, and if that influence has gone, then I think it's time to explore what we need to do to get them houses back to where they should be in this council chamber, holding you accountable or other people who are under that responsibility of doing that. And I don't know who agrees with it or not, and if somebody disagrees with it, I want to know why they disagree with it, because I think they've lost the plot, and somebody needs to take charge here in this council chamber and ask for them houses back, legally explore all routes available.
Councillor Jeffrey, do you want to come back?
It wasn't really a question, but on the care link, as I say, Michelle's going to make a statement, but we will have to take action about the care link as quickly as we can. But as for, I think obviously there are motions on the agenda about taking back, but it's no good beating about the bush. It would be just unrealistic to think that we could take the ex-council houses back into our ownership. It would cost absolute billions. It's just not feasible. And I think at the time the agreement was that it was a once and for all way forward. So it's no good raising expectations here thinking we could do that, because we just can't.
Councillor
Yeah, thanks for that, Denise. I've got a lot to say about Vico Homes, but I'll save it for Michelle. Obviously, following what you announced in the last council meeting, that Woolley Hall was sold when it wasn't, Pontefract was sold when it wasn't. Is there any building that is off limits that you are not willing to sell? Like, is there anything where you've had a meeting with the chief exec and you've said, this is off limits, you're not touching this? It's just a question that I get asked literally weekly. What are you not willing to sell? What are we willing to keep as assets for the council? Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey?
Yeah, it's a strange question, really. There will be some buildings that, of course, that we couldn't sell, like this building that we're in, that belong to the people of Wakefield. But some buildings will come forward through a process. But local members, as I mentioned earlier, will be consulted on buildings in their area. and there will be, as I say, there will be buildings. I can't think of any particular, apart from the civic buildings. But have you got some building in mind?
I don't have a particular building in mind. I'm a bit confused because through what happened at the last council meeting, we all got a spreadsheet of 1,700 assets. And obviously these range from fields and grass verges to actual buildings. And the comments of what they were doing, out of 1,700 things, if you like, let's just make it simple, we only got an update on 20 out of 1,700 items. And then when I asked for literally a line on all these 1,700 items on what we were doing, that was obviously just too much work and no one was willing to give me that information. Now, I have since contacted officers and they have given me information about my ward, but it would be interesting to know about the facilities that neighbour my ward that my residents use as well. And all of this is hidden behind, oh, need to know. But no offence, but Jack and Matthew can just go in an office and find out what's happening in mine and Charlie and Brendan's ward tomorrow, because it's neighbouring their ward, and I would welcome that. I can't go in and find out anything about theirs. And theirs neighbours my ward, as well as we neighbour them. So there's just no collaboration, no one wants to give any information. We're just left in the dark all the time. And it would just be helpful just to have an ongoing knowledge about things that are happening, because 9 times out of 10, residents come up to me and say, such and such is up for planning, and we literally get the notifications the week after things have been submitted. So there's a disconnect between how we receive the information, how it's put out. Certain residents and residents groups get the information before councillors. It's just frustrating, really. It's just a cycle that needs to be changed.
Well, I mean, obviously, you'll know everything that's going on in your own ward and clarification, and individual members can find out about their own wards. I don't know about too much work. You've not asked me about this before. But if there's anything you'd like to contact me with, let's have a chat.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the whole council here, whole chamber, would be agreeing with the Leader of Council comment on today's budget. It is the most leaked budget, and not just that, it's the most damaging budget we would have ever had in the living memory. And it's a leaking ship, you're right, Denise, there. But however, this Labour government likes tax things. They can tax working people, they tax farmers, they taxing business owners, they taxing everything that they can think of. And also now they're going to tax tourists. And this is something I'd like to know what the leader's point is. Here in Wakefield, we are not York. Our business in this tourism industry in Wakefield is small and need to nurturing. So we do not need to have this tax on the tourists coming to Wakefield and affect investment, affect regeneration. So I just wonder whether the leader will make clear with Tracy Bravian, making sure that here in Wakefield, we do not want to have a tourist tax. We love tourists, we love working people. We want to make sure that we prosper in the future, and we need to make sure that she understands where we stand on this matter.
What's your point of order, Councillor Pritchard?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Should Councillor Harvey declare an interest in the question she's asking, because she does run a tourist business? She runs a travel agency.
Councillor Harvey, I have been instructed that you should have declared that.
Okay, so I would love to declare for certain, but many of you guys here do not need to declare, because under this Labour Council, there's not even one new hotel has built. So in that case, you're quite safe there. So on Vico, I agree 100% with Councillor Ahmed. We need to think about how this Vico is working for our district. They cut the most vulnerable people.
What's your point of order, Councillor Rhodes?
Yep, I'm on. Clarification and point of order. The discussion that's been brought up today by two opposition members is about national tax and revenue budgets, etc. This business here today is for, and as the leader has said, the only point in terms of the budget that she mentioned was waiting to see what the settlement was for Wakefield. I don't believe that we should be at this point here today discussing a budget that's come out, a national budget, until we know our own consequences in Wakefield. And I think it shouldn't be a discussion that goes on any further.
Councillor Rose, the leader did actually mention the national budget in her speech. What was your point of order?
I believe this was questions to the leader, not ranting, Madam Mayor, so I don't know what the question was. That's my point of order.
Madam Mayor, I have now finished my
Could we have
my
the
comment on
question now, please?
Yes, the question is, can this council reconsider our position? We actually, a few years back, we guarantee Wakefield Homes pension with council's budget. Why do we do that now? So we need to go back to see whether we need to still provide that guarantee for them. They pull the copy of the most vulnerable people in this district at a very short notice. That will be affecting the future negotiation with anything we source from them for certain. And I think that Councillor Helpmate was right. We need to look at the whole thing, reconsider our connection, our working relationship with Wakefield Home now. Don't delay it for the people in Wakefield.
Yes, that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the subject of selling property off, I don't know if you'd remember, but in April I've submitted some questions to the previous cabinet member about the building where the former Kingsley Craft workshop was housed, and I think the former cabinet member dealt with it pretty poorly and made quite a few things up. But recently, the Hemsworth councillors received notice that that building is now for sale, and I've tried to get an answer, but I spent months trying to get answers from this council about whether we could extend the lease to keep the craft workshop going, which provided, you know, a service so people could go in, you know, for free or very cheaply to build the woodworking skills in a very deprived community, and I was constantly getting blocked and no answers given. Now, I'd just like to know if you could find out when the decision to actually sell that building was made, and when discussions about selling it, when the discussions were taking place about selling it, because I'd be extremely frustrated if those discussions were taking place while I was trying to get an extension to the lease, which could have been communicated to me. And then on the subject of Vico Homes, it's quite interesting to find myself agreeing in principle with Councillor Ahmed, but I do think theoretically, with how our constitutional framework operates, an Act of Parliament, if MPs were willing to sponsor one, could be the route to bringing those houses back under our control. But I think a more fundamental level is Vico Homes haven't been working for the interests of our residents for a long time. All of us in this chamber, you know, inundated with casework about various aspects, and Vico unwilling to really meet the needs of the vulnerable residents they've got on a whole range of issues. And I think this does stem back to this council deciding to completely transfer all its stock to WDH at the time, which this council's unique in doing, because a lot of councils, there was pressure from the government, but a lot of councils transferred just the management and retained the ownership. For some reason, this council transferred the ownership and the stock. So at a time when other councils, particularly around this area, are bringing their housing stock back into direct management, we're unable to do that. And I just ask the leader if, upon reflection, you know, maybe that was the wrong decision this council made.
On the craft workshop, Jake, I do remember you raising it and mentioning it. I'll find out where we are with it and I'll come back to you on that. No, I don't believe at the time, and I was around then, that it was the wrong thing to do. It was of its time. It was to get investment into the housing that we couldn't afford. On reflection, would we do it again? Probably not. But I think we're in a situation now where we cannot possibly take them back. It would just bankrupt the council.
Councillor Cummins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mine's on a different subject altogether. Thank you for mentioning the Reclaim the Night March, which is happening tomorrow night, and I hope as many people as possible can join us at 6 o'clock at WX. I'd just like to pay a tribute to Councillor Natalie Walton, who has been the leader of this march, along with Helen and Gwen, and we hope to see as many people as possible.
Councillor Metford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a serious issue in our ward with postal delays and Royal Mail at the moment. In the past 24 hours, 25 residents have contacted me directly, plus many more through social media. Residents have missed hospital appointments, school letters, bank cards, property purchases have all been delayed. Businesses have been negatively affected, and it's simply not good enough. Councillor Wilton and I haven't even received the agendas yet for this meeting. I'd like to request, Councillor Jeffrey, that the Council write to the CEO of Royal Mail to express its concern and demand improvement. Can I just add, though, the local postmen are brilliant, and postmen and women, and I think we need to thank them for continuing in difficult times. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Julie. I was at a meeting last night where it was raised about different postcodes across this district are struggling with mail, quite a number of them. And I do feel it's something that we should take up as a council. So, yes, thank you for raising it. But it has been raised with me last night, and we are going to see what we can do. But obviously no reflection on the local posties, because they're great.
Councillor Graham, did you... Sorry, Councillor
Mayor, I don't mean to be...
point of order?
Yeah, I do. I don't mean to be funny, but Councillor Harvey got interrupted, I think, 3 times or more for what she was talking about. But another councillor just asked a question that has nothing to do with the report. So why is she allowed to continue? I think it's fair that if we're going to apply the rules, do it consistently. I don't think that's a fair situation.
I've been advised that there's no portfolio order for who deals with Royal Mail, so it were a question to the leader. It's the responsibility of the leader. And I'm sorry, we've now gone over our allotted time for questions and answers, so we'll move on.
Can I just correct the record? Because as things currently stand, we can only ask questions on what the leader mentions in her report. Now, there is a report later on to change those rules, but as things currently stand, that's the position.
Do you want to tell them?
Thank you, members. There is obviously a motion, a report later to change the rules, but given the order of the agenda, we thought it would be inappropriate to have half the meter under one set of rules and then change it subsequently. So,
right, we're moving on, thank you. Agenda item 8 is to consider Cabinet Mayor... We've gone over the allotted time, Councillor Farmer, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, but because people were asking questions, we've gone over the allotted time. We're allowed 20 minutes to ask questions.
But, sorry, Madam Mayor, are we honestly saying that for every time we've operated for the last few years. I've been a councillor, and we get shot down because of rules, that now, because there's a report later on in the booklet, we can just change the rules willy-nilly. Like, is that where, because if that's the position, then there's no rules, the Constitution doesn't hold, and we can do what we want.
The advice has been given and now we're moving on. Sorry.
Madam,
I'm sorry, Councillor Farmer.
No.
I am moving on. You can sit down. I'm sorry. Thank you. Agenda item 8 is to consider Cabinet members' reports. Cabinet members have up to 5 minutes to present their report, and there are a further 15 minutes allocated to enable each Cabinet member to respond to any questions or brief comments on matters within their portfolio area. The first report is from the portfolio holder for regeneration and economic growth. Councillor Hemingway, would you please introduce your report to...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was pleased to attend in the last few weeks the bid awards for businesses in the local community in Wakefield. We've got some absolutely fantastic businesses operating in a range of sectors, from hospitality to heavy industry, and it was great to see a number of those recognised for their excellent performance. In moving my report, I want to draw members' attention to the various items showing positive progress on regeneration, both in Wakefield and Castleford urban centres, but also in other areas too. We've now seen demolition commence on the Wilco site down Kirgate, following on from other demolition commencements in recent months, and real progress is being made at Chantry House and Gills Yard, with housing nearly finished on both those developments. I'm also pleased to report the first stage of demolition is now underway at Kellingley Club in Nottingley, and I'm pleased to see this long-running project finally commence. Lastly, can I also pay tribute to our markets team for this year's fantastic programme of events, and we have a lot more lined up for the festive period. More details of those can be viewed under the link on agenda page 32. And also, as this is the last meeting before Christmas, can I inject some Christmas cheer to the meeting and wish all members of council staff and residents a Merry Christmas. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Councillor Emmett. Can I just say, can I ask you, everybody in this council chamber, to please put their phones on silent? We've had reports that people can hear somebody's phone going off. So can I ask you to turn them to silent, please? Are there any questions or brief comments on the report? Councillor Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not a report on the question of his report. It's basically to do with flags. You made a statement, Jack. Flags that are not causing any issues will stay in place for now. Is that a 3 surveys, 5 surveys, best of them, best of 3, best of 5, best of 7, best of 9? What is it? The survey was done. Flags are staying in place now, I presume. We're not having another survey on that, surely. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Farmer, for that question. Look, I think we'd all agree that this is a complex and sensitive matter. This is about our nation's national symbols. And I think if you look at the survey data that we got back from people, while the majority of people would like the flags to stay up, there's also concerns from a number of residents about the impact that it's having on them, and that they feel scared and intimidated by it. That's what residents have said in the survey. That's not what I'm saying. But we have to acknowledge what they're saying and try and find a way through this that both respects the national symbol and the feeling of people that should stay up, but also takes into account how that's making people feel by signposting them to where they can get help and information, how they can report issues of hate crime and things like that, but also respecting the results of a survey. So we've put in there for now because circumstances change and campaigns can change, and if something was to take a turn for the worse, I don't think we should tie our hands at this stage and say definitively we will never remove a flag. And as we've said in the report, while most flags can stay in place now, there will be circumstances, whether it's public safety, whether it's because Christmas lights need to go up, where some flags will have to come down. So while the vast majority will stay up, we have to leave that flexibility in there for issues that may arise.
Councillor Metford, did you want to speak?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My question is about private rental housing sector. So there appears to be a lot of misinformation circulating about licensing, particularly on social media. Some political parties, for example, appear to be spinning the line that Wakefield's Labour-controlled council don't care about renters, will not accept a blanket licensing scheme, and comparing us to Leeds, who they claim does. Now, Leeds City Council, indeed, all councils, as I understand it, do not have a blanket licensing scheme. In fact, the powers does not exist for any council. What we do know is that selective licensing was considered by this council a number of years ago, that this council has a voluntary responsible landlord scheme that quite frankly is not fit for purpose in my opinion. The scheme records the landlord but not the portfolio, for example, and in June next year the Cabinet is due to consider a report of the recently passed Renters' Rights Bill.
Councillor Aslam, can I just ask you
the question is
get to
on
your
the next
question,
paragraph.
please? Thank you.
Next paragraph. So, will you confirm, Mr. Jack, that the report on the Renters' Right Bill that I've just cited for next year will be considered alongside the context of reconsideration of selective licensing, improvements to the responsible landlord scheme, and what other powers this council would like to be given, such as rent caps and the broader landlord regulation, and thus ensure that Wakefield housing offer meets the expectations of our people as we continue to set the foundations for growth and prosperity across our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and thank you, Councillor Haslam, for that question. Fully support and take on board your comments. I wouldn't say our voluntary scheme is unfit for purpose. I think it is fit for purpose. It's doing what it can within the resource envelope that it's operating. But I absolutely welcome the Renters' Right Act that's now come into force and will be having implications for us. It's going to end no-fault evictions. It's going to improve the circumstances of millions of private renters and improve our powers with respect to enforcing on landlords. I confirm we will be looking closely at the Act. We will be reviewing our practices and seeing if we can strengthen those and improve landlord enforcement and licensing enforcement within the district. Resources are a challenge, but we absolutely have to go further on this and fully support the comments that you've made, Councillor Haslam. Thank you.
Councillor Ahmed.
I've got a declaration of interest on the landlord one, but before I continue, it was down to Councillor Hemingway to inform the member of his own party that existing legislation allows council access to people's and landlords' properties to check all the things that he's mentioned on there, and actually that's what's already taking place and has been doing for about 5 or 6 years in the council cycle. So that the council houses that are currently under tenancies, for whatever reason, I don't know how you find them out, but it must be from the council tax, are actually getting letters from the council and are being inspected as they currently stand. And the landlord requirements on houses are higher than they are for residential properties. So they're higher than residential properties, number one. Number two, I don't know where this numerical maths comes from, but every area that's selecting licensing in, every single pound that has been charged extra has been passed on directly back onto the person paying it. The landlords are not going to all of a sudden observe £1,000 worth of costs. It's passed directly onto the person paid. The same way Uber's going to charge, because of your tax, you're going to charge
Councillor Ahmed, have you got a question,
That's the question.
please?
So the question was, does he not know his own council's regulations? Because I know him, I'm not even a member of your party. And secondly, I think, if somebody's scared of a flag living in this country, then we really need to question that. That is absolutely flawed. I know people are scared of halal water and things like that, but I've seen them on Twitter and stuff, but this is absolutely ludicrous. I don't even know where you're getting this information from, and it's just a load of rubbish.
Councillor Hemingway.
We're getting the information from the public, Nadeem, so it's not something that we've made up, it's what people said in response to the survey, so this is actual feedback from the public. Just in terms of the landlord scheme, Councillor Haslam's question related to strengthening and enhancing those rights, I support that approach, I support the aspects of that in the Renters' Rights Bill, which will make things better for residents, and it's up to me as the Cabinet member how I respond to questions, and I'm quite happy with the answer I gave to Councillor Haslam. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you, Jack. Hope you have a good one with your family. looking at the capital programme, there doesn't seem to be any reference of the most grotesquely hideous building in Wakefield, which is the BHS building, which has been laid dormant for years and years. So, A, what are you going to plan to do with that, and how many more years will it remain a cataclysmic eyesore in the city centre? And number two, can you write to all the councillors and advise them of how much it cost to design a regeneration plan outside the cathedral, only to scrap it because there's a sewage that you can't move outside the cathedral? Thank you.
Councillor Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I can confirm that the BHS site is absolutely still part of our regeneration plans. We're looking at wider regeneration plans. Well, you asked me to answer the question. I'm trying to answer the question, Councillor Sharp. We are looking at the BHS site. Our commitment to a range of options is still there. We've gone through the REBA stages. Our commitment to a library and museum for Wakefield City Centre remains unchanged. Those are progressing, and I hope to be able to update Council in coming months regarding those projects. Just coming back to the Cathedral Square, what you said is inaccurate. It's not a sewer, it's a substation. We can't change the fact of the situation. There is a substation there, and that the plans had to be amended to take into account that substation. We are engaging with city centre councillors and members, as you'd expect, and with local businesses to make sure that any revisions to those plans suit the needs of residents and of businesses. I think that's the right thing to do. I'm happy to get the figures for you regarding the costs, and I'll send those out to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hemingway, for your report. Next is the portfolio holder for adults and health. Councillor Collins, would you please introduce your report to Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and I will speak to sort of the situation with VICO in a second, but before I do that, I would just like to thank members that attended the training and awareness session yesterday on HIV and AIDS. I think it's really important that we continue doing these sessions and raising that awareness, because people are still worried about diagnosis because of the stigma that surrounds it, and actually what we know is early diagnosis and early treatment is really helpful in getting the virus to almost undetectable levels. It was done in a week that marks World AIDS Day, and I know that there is an event being held in Wakefield on Friday that was shared on the training session yesterday, and I will get that out to all members with the slides that were shared as well. It's also that time of year again where I stand here and encourage everybody to go and get the flu jab. Controversial topic, I know, but what we do know is that the flu vaccine is really helpful in preventing those pressures and stopping people having to go to hospital with the flu virus. So I would always encourage everyone to take up that offer. We do know that flu season has started early this year, so the more people that we can get vaccinated, the less pressure that has, and the more people that are less likely to get seriously ill from it. And then finally, following what the leader has said earlier, I'd like to share that I'm also extremely disappointed in the way that VICO has handled and conducted itself around the CareLink contract. We know that this is a service that's used by about 15,000 vulnerable people across our district that helps them to live independently and confidently. Most of them and their families, when they need the support the most, that's when they get the CareLink. And yet we find out with less than 24 hours notice that a key part of their service is going to be closed with immediate effect, and that were last Friday. The potential impact that that's got on our residents is significant, and as well as that, the impact that it could have on our wider health partners. And I'd like to stand here today and say it's absolutely not good enough by a long shot, because it is my view that these are not actions of a partner that wants the best for the people that are in our district. And we've said previously, and we will continue to say to VICO, that the door is open for them to work with us to ensure that the CareLink service for all our residents needs it, and we continue to welcome those conversations. I know it's been said today, but for me it very much feels like when they lost Wakefield from the name of their organisation, they also lost sight of the moral obligations that they have to the residents of our district. And as a resident myself and as a local councillor, I've got real concerns about VICO's new business model that appears to value profit more than it does people. We are working with our officers, and our officers are working with our partners to better understand the implications of this immediate closure, and I would again urge VICO to get back around the table to look at restoring the current service that we have and reconsidering that immediate closure, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks for that. To be fair, it's the first time I'm probably going to commend you because it's the most passionate I've ever heard you speak, Michelle. But there's a wider problem with this, and that is we have no clout. You don't have any clout. She doesn't have any clout. He doesn't have any clout. None of you have got any clout with Vico Homes whatsoever. Because I'm such a nosy cow, I've gone on their Company's House statement of accounts. And right at the bottom, if you go on everything that they submit, they can't submit anything without the sign-off of us, Wakefield Council. So not only do they submit something, we have to sign it off as well. So we're happy to sign off what they want us to do to release their accounts, but we're not happy to supply alarms or fight for residents, the most vulnerable in our society, to continue the service that they have always previously got, because you've got no clout, because they don't, either they've got no respect for you, or you don't come with anything to the table in terms of a business strategy, a care strategy, a long-term partnership where they feel that they can work with you in partnership. And because we're not offering anything, because we don't seem to be doing anything, we're not relevant, we're not getting consulted, and this is what happens. So, do you think you could have raised your profile a bit and got a bit more clout before they made this decision? Because we got sent this email, and then literally, somehow out of the urethra, 2 hours later, she sends an email on behalf of you saying, oh, you know, we're disappointed. Yeah, okay, great, but you must have known
What's
this
your
was
point
coming
of order,
down
Councillor
the line.
Morley?
Is this a question or is it a rant?
Carry on, Councillor Sharp.
So, with all our strategic partner, it's dead with Vico Homes. We're never going to get it back. They're going to do whatever they want. With anything else that you outsource, with any consultancies that you work with, that you have to deliver care to our district, are you going to better yourself in the strengthening of those relationships so that we're not caught off guard in the future with any of these incidents? Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm going to just not respond to a lot of that because I think, to be fair, Matthew, yeah, a lot of it was a rant. In terms of did I know it was coming, the way in which it happened, I have told you all, we was made aware on the 20th of November that they decided to close that service with immediate effect, parts of that service with immediate effect, because there are still elements of it that they are commissioned through other areas. We have known the contract was coming to an end, absolutely, and I do not believe there is more, as an authority or myself could have done, to encourage that relationship. We have put many, many offers on the table, and it is clear to me that this is not Vico's business model, so actually no amount of conversations was going to change their mind on this unless we were prepared to put an enormous amount of money to it. And that's not fair on residents of this district. Again, they sent comms out, and I thought it was important that we had the council's response to that, because actually they can say it's not a viable model as much as they want, but actually the way that they build, I believe, is appallingly. You do not get to say, you know, we're closing this with immediate effect. There is an assurance from them that they will continue with our current service, so the people that are currently on it will continue to receive that service until September. We are in the middle of it, we are putting it out to tender, so we will have another provider that can take over by then. And Vico will continue with what we have at the moment until that time. But do I think that, I mean, it is clear that this is now their business model. I'm not sure we could do anything about their shift, which would appear, you know, whether it's change of staffing or what, I don't know. But they've just had a massive shift away from the people of this district. And again, I think it's appalling. I don't disagree with a lot of what you said.
Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Mayor. And just to repeat, I've got an interest in this, and obviously I declared at the start of the meeting, but I just wanted to make the point that there's people sat at home who rely on this service, and I don't think, I could be wrong, but my understanding is that there was a tender that had gone out and Vico Homes weren't looking to get that the council are outsourcing and they don't want to take part in the tendering process. I don't believe that Vico Homes have contacted residents, and I don't believe the council have either. So there's people that could be sat at home right now panicking, thinking support is going to be taken away. It's also my understanding that it's not with immediate effect and that it is something that's going to happen in the future, and there's plenty of time for the Cabinet to get round the table and to speak with the executive team there. So it was just to be mindful. People are entitled to their opinions on Vico Homes and what we should or shouldn't do, but it's just to be mindful that people at home, we haven't got all the information, we're making statements and reacting. Let's get a proper briefing and look at all the details and then, you know, make your decisions then.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, and I think it's important to note that it is an immediate closure. So whilst the people that are currently there are three elements to the Care Link service. So there is the ICB Commission bit, which is the hospital, some of the hospital side of things. There is the care needs assessed that we as a council commission, you know, just under 1,500 people. Then there is also Vico Homes who do that privately through their own scheme, which is a big chunk of people, which is 12,000 give or take of people of their residents. We don't necessarily have that contact information because it is solely provided by them. The implications of that we are still working through because that has the potential to have an immediate implication on the council and the partners. That scheme, in terms of Vico residents and the private payers that want to pay without having to do a statutory assessment, has closed with immediate effect. Nobody new will be submitted onto that. Similarly, at the moment, the council service, we can't put anybody new onto that. And that's not a decision that we were given notice on. On the 20th, we were told that that's what would be happening. That we are still working through that. I would encourage them to get back around the table and to look at reconsidering that because it's important that we have a service. As an authority and officers are working really hard to look at how we can support people. But it is really worrying because actually there is a whole load of people who are currently receiving this service who are no longer going to be able to be provided to it when Vico decide that they're not doing it anymore.
Councillor Cummins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want some reassurance, Michelle, that you know, Vico will be able to maintain this level of service until September 26. These are the most vulnerable people in our district and they rely on this service. So just some reassurance that the maintenance of the current service will be maintained at the current level until September.
Thank you, Maureen. I think at the moment I don't and I can't give that confidence because I don't have that confidence in them, but what I am doing is seeking urgent reassurance from Vico that they are going to continue to provide the service that we as a council are paying for and that our residents can rely on those that need it.
Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Graham's actually answered my question and from judging from what he said, I think it might just be an overreaction of exactly what's happened. So it's not an overreaction. Okay. Councillor Graham's answered my question, but
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to say that the Council has to reflect how we dealt with Vico or WDH over the years. So on my birthday, on the 1st of June, 3 years ago, I came back to talk to the Chief Finance Officer. Before his departure to WDH, he made sure that this council, be the guarantor of WDH for their pension scheme, okay? So that they can free the cash flow to buy some more land in Newcastle. So has that got anything to do with this council, with the poor elderly people waiting for a bungalow for 7-8 years, okay? How that got to do with any single parent with children have nowhere to live? So we have left this for so long. They made millions of pounds from this council's, like Councillor Sharp has mentioned. So we need to make sure that we look at what exactly happened. And Michelle, you're not overreacting. We need to work for the taxpayer. We need to protect those vulnerable people. And please don't tell me September next year. September next year will come in no time too soon. And we need to work and action on it now. Thank you.
Are you coming back, Councillor Collins?
Yeah, just very quickly. I mean, I can't answer a lot of that stuff because, you know, it won't fall in my area. But in terms of September next year is when they have committed to extending the current service until. which obviously gives us then the time to be able to get a tender, to go out to tender and get a system in place so that people don't have a dip in service and we can transfer them over. So whilst we have the date of September next year, that doesn't mean that things aren't happening every single day and on the ground very much now, particularly given their decision to immediately close elements of the service, and while we unpick with partners and with officers what that means for people.
Councillor Keith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Reading between the lines with this and what people have said in this chamber here today, reading between the lines, I think that this has been a decision made by Vico Homes, purely financially decision. There ain't enough money. There ain't enough money in this game anymore, so they want out of it so they can go buy some properties in Beverley and run something somewhere else, hence the name change. But what I'd like to know is it that fact that they have turned their nose up at supplying this service because there ain't enough money in it? Or is it the fact that we are not actually paying enough for this service? Because that will affect whether somebody else takes over from Vico Homes or whatever you want to call them. And it's the possibilities of people looking at this as a future venture and making sure there is enough revenue in this for them to supply that service. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I think their email to all elected members yesterday speaks volumes when it said this service is no longer a viable option. It speaks for itself. That is profit before people. In terms of what we pay, as I say, it is a very small element of the CareLink service overall. Their own service that they manage, sort of separate to us but in a joined up way, is much larger. I think the contract was obviously coming to an end. We were willing to work with WTH to make sure that we needed to pay in terms of where we are, what
Can I just start?
right.
Hang on a minute, Councillor. Can you turn your phones on silent, please? That's the third time now I've had to ask, and it's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'd be willing to work with them because what we would like, and again, Vico are able to submit a bid of what they think is affordable to them as part of the tender process and have declined to do so. So I think that speaks volumes.
Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've sat listening to all the comments here, and I think I'm one of the oldest members in the chamber of when the decision was made from government and councils in terms of the new standards that were to apply to council-owned properties. And in 2002, that applied to all councils across all England because none of them had the money to refurb and install new windows, central heating, etc., to make houses up to standard. At that particular time, a full consultation went out to all tenants of the former council house tenancies, all of them, and gave them the options of either staying with the council and or going out with an arm's length company. It's an arm's length company. And the result of that was that people were made aware of what couldn't be afforded at the council and what could be afforded through an arm's length company. And in 2005, on the financial side, when it was completed, that's what happened. It went over to the arm's length company. But what has happened in between, and I'm standing here and people have heard me say this before, and I'm going to say it again. What has happened, Madam Mayoress, and newer members of council, was in the agreement that when that happened in terms of the transfer of stock, there was laid down in a consultation community engagement in terms of about 3 wards getting together to look after each section of wards like Wakefield, West, North, East, and you had quarterly meetings with the WDH. And by the way, WDH should never have been given as a name for an arm's length company because we have people out there who still think the council is to blame. And that's the truth of it, and we all know it. Now, the issue is this. I'm sorry, did you want to interrupt? Well, please don't, because I didn't interrupt you, so I'll wait for the questions if you want afterwards. We'll just have a little bit of respect.
Is this a point of order, Councillor Sharp?
So what happened then, Madam Mayor, for the information of people here on the agreement in the Arms Length Company, these quarterly meetings with local ward members and co-opted members were stopped. They were then put down to one meeting.
Should bring to a close now because we've gone over the 15 minutes.
I will indeed, Madam Mayor, but with people here who are making comments on things they know nothing about. And I have to say, I totally abhor what's happened today, the way this has been done. But can I say this as well in honesty? I am not surprised. I'm not surprised. And I don't think, Madam Mayor, that whatever happens in terms of the way this has been pushed forward is going to cut this short.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. We now move on. Next is the portfolio holder.
Madam Mayor, can I just raise a point of order? We had a delegation from someone speaking about the problems that people with hearing loss experience. One of the things that's difficult for people with hearing loss is when there's other sound going around in the background. I think it's really important that every member of this council keeps quiet or whispers to people next to them and does not conduct a running commentary. And that's because that's what we seem to have got into in the last 20 minutes. Thank you.
We'll carry on. Next is the portfolio holder for children and young people. Councillor Isherwood, would you please introduce your report to council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first of all, I'd like to go to agenda page 40, driving SEND excellence across England. Wakefield has now been recognised as a leader in improving services for children and young people with special educational needs. And I want to congratulate all the staff and partners who are involved in the work that we do within that area. We are now helping councils and government departments, both regionally and nationally, in supporting and advising in key areas of SEND. Also on page 42, we have a report on the Happy Healthy Holidays, which once again have been a great success. And the great news is that the government is now giving confirmed £600 million over the next 3 years to keep the programme going. It gives such a lot of help, support to our most vulnerable children across the district. So it's great to see that that is going ahead. And finally, we have a report on our first special school, which was actually in your ward, and you delivered, you were actually there, Madam Mayor, at Hammer Lane. I'd like to also add that we now have, last week, I announced the partnership with Venn Academy for the Nostal.
Pardon? What's your point of order?
Thank you. Yeah, can we use the correct terminology? There's people listening to this council meeting. We don't call schools special schools anymore. Like, that's not the correct term to use. Thank you.
That's what it is. May I continue? Venn Academy with the Nostal Priory Former Independent School, which will cater for 90 SEND children and hopefully going up to 120. We are looking to expand as we go forward. And with that, Madam Mayor, I present my report. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments on Councillor Isherwood's report? Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, there's just one comment and one question. So last time a report was given, it was the most abysmally presented report I've ever heard in nearly 4 years of being in this chamber. It wasn't coherent. It made no sense. And what the question should have been that I should have asked was, you made 19 complaints to Ofsted about their report, and none of them were upheld. And I'd like to write to the council and tell us what those 19 complaints were that you reported, because you probably don't know them off the top of your head. Unless you can reel them off, that'd be great. The thing that my residents are most concerned about is there's no reference to the Ings Road Youth Hub project in the Cabinet Members' report. So I know that you know about the deep concerns of the providers, of the youth services, and about the council's underwriting of the risks of this project. So the funding of this project will deprive neighbourhood youth services all over the wider district, and it's not as if kids from Nottingley or Featherstone or Cass can get to Ings Road. You would need a parent to drive you to get to use these youth provisions. So we're only marketing it at a certain demographic of child to be able to attend this youth provision. And can you guarantee that the youth services across the wider district will still be supported at least at the current level that they are today? Thank you.
In response to that, yes, they will, and that's been made quite clear as we've gone forward with the Youth Zone project. With regard to the other complaints, I'll make sure that we are aware of what the complaints were. I look at Vicky. There's no problem with that, Vicky, is there? No, so that will be distributed to all members. And personally, I think the Youth Zone is an excellent programme going forward. And do you know, it really annoys me that people out there, we have a £15 million investment coming into Wakefield to provide services for young people, and we have people sat there criticising and saying it's not good enough. Well, it is good enough. It will be an excellent provision for young people across this district because it is accessible. So, sorry, you've had your chance.
Excuse me, Councillor Sharp, can you just let Councillor Isherwood continue?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Finished on that. Thank you.
Councillor Aslam.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. How do I follow that one? Wow. But anyway, I must admit, I was delighted to attend the opening of the new SEND provision on Hammer Lane in Sharpton with yourself, Councillor Isherwood. And I was equally happy to read about the further SEND provision that you've just disclosed there. So, but did you know that Richard Tice, a multimillionaire who probably has no idea about the reality of SEND, has decided to step in on the old neurodivergent debate? So I believe that Tice, and particularly the machine of reform, have decided to suddenly go down the route of attacking neurodivergent children because they want
What's your
to
point
slash...
of order, Councillor Farmer?
Is that a point of order?
Councillor Aslam, is this a comment or a question we were getting to?
It's going to be a question because I need to understand what this council is going to be doing.
Right. Councillor Farmer. Councillor Aslam, carry on, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, because they want to slash SEND bills in a failed reform-controlled councils and therefore taking vital funding away from disabled children because, in his expert opinion, they don't need it. So, would you confirm that this Labour Council will oppose any negative rhetoric about over-diagnosis, continue to invest in SEND provision and not cut it, and put our children of our district first, irrespective of SEND? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aslam, for that. Yes, it's disgraceful, really, the negative rhetoric over diagnosis. It's all our children are special. All our children in Wakefield are special, and we will continue to treat them as special, regardless. In respect of supporting SEND, yes, we will. I had the pleasure, actually, of going on Monday to the launch of the graduated approach to SEND in Wakefield, which was attended by schools, school leaders, by partners, by obviously our other councillors and the DFE who came to see what we're actually doing in Wakefield. And that launch was to emphasise that we are going to look at how we can get more children with SEND integrated in our not special schools, our mainstream schools. So that's the commitment we have moving forward with that. And in respect of, do we put our children first in the district? Yes, we do. And that's illustrated actually in the report. We've got the Stepping Stones Open Day. That was two homes that are being opened for emergencies. Priority will always be given to our children. We also have the 16 accommodation, which again will prioritise our children and young people. So yes, 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 it is, Councillor Aslam. Thank you very much.
Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, this is a question I was actually going to ask Councillor Jeffries. You're education, aren't you, Margaret? So, is it possible you can sort a course out for me? Because I've watched your government over the last 18 months, 17 months, lie, and lie. So basically, I've been a councillor for just over 12 months now. Sorry, 12 years. Is it possible you can sort out me a course where I can lie through my front teeth and keep a straight face, please?
Well, I think, to be honest, Councillor Farmer, you could learn lessons from your former government, which was the Tories. I believe you were with the Tories. And then from 2010, all we had was lies, 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 until we got rid of them in 2014.
Councillor Walton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to try and get some positivity back. I attended the 16 Plus open day with Councillor Heptonstall. It's on our ward. It's an absolutely fantastic provision in East Ward for young people. It's an in-house provision, and I think this is really important that our council is personally looking after our young people, 16 plus. The provision that we have there is, I mean, they're beautiful little apartments, to be honest. I'd love one myself. They've got kitchens, they've got areas where young people can be together. They are teaching budgeting skills, they're teaching skills about how to prepare meals for themselves. This is a service that I think is absolutely fantastic in Wakefield, and when I go outside of Wakefield and tell people what we're doing for our young people, they are absolutely astonished and amazed at the quality that we're putting in. So I just wanted to thank the team for doing that. It's on our ward and we're really proud of the fact that it's there, and the young people will be integrated into our community.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Isherwood, can you just confirm that if a child has special educational needs, no matter which school they go to in the district, where they live, their parents or carers can apply for a taxi to take them to school? They don't have to get a bus. They can be taken via taxi to the school that they're going, so long as they have an EHCP plan. Because we spend millions of pounds a year on escorting children to school and back home again. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor, it is a problem on school transport, but I'll certainly check up on actually the criteria for all of that and get back to you, if that's okay.
Yeah, it is. I'm just wanting to confirm that if you've got an EHCP plan, and I've been on reviews many a time, if you've got an EHCP plan, it doesn't matter where you live. If that school is the correct school for your child to go to, then they can claim and go through a taxi, be taken to school. It doesn't matter where you live in the district. And it could be outside the district as well.
Councillor Salim. Councillor Isherwood is going to come back to Councillor Scott.
Yes, it's just a comment, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to see the work around SEND, and I just wanted to comment back on the new 16+ accommodation. I remember being so young and walking past that building and it being vacant for so long. I thought, what is it going to transform into? And I'm pleased to see it's been transformed into a 16+ accommodation support for young people. So I am really pleased to see that. Yeah, thank you.
If there's no more questions or comments, I thank Councillor Isherwood for your report. What's your point of order, Councillor Gert?
It isn't really, but I just need to be able to speak. I know Councillor Pickersgill's already raised this, but I need to raise it again. We've had the veteran in explaining about hearing loss. I am a veteran with hearing loss. He explained how difficult it is for us to be able to listen. All through this meeting, and I don't know exactly where it's coming from because, as the veteran explained, we can't pinpoint it, but I've had something coming from over this side constantly, which is affecting my ability to hear. So wherever it's coming from, whether it's in the public gallery or down here, can it please stop? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gert, for that, and I do agree. We shall now move to the portfolio holder for communities. Councillor Wilton, would you please introduce your report to Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, it's been another busy few months across the communities portfolio. As the leader mentioned, we've implemented our new public space protection order on car cruising with the support of the police. This is in response to concerns from not just local members but local residents to pinpoint specific areas where this is a problem, and I'll be going out with the police in a couple of weeks to see some of this in action. Our warm welcome spaces are back over the cold months. Our libraries, family hubs and help at the hub venues, they've already proved popular, and I was there playing a game of Snowman Beetle yesterday in Normanton Library, which was great fun. Tomorrow night, as already been mentioned, is Wakefield's first Reclaim the Night March. And I know it's already been said once, but a huge thank you to Councillors Walton, Page, Ancliffe and Cummings for all the work they've done on this to make this happen. It's also really timely that it's going to be in the 16 days of action where we can continue to raise the awareness of gender-based violence. Finally, I just want to say a thank you to partnership working across the board with the council, the police and the government's Summer Surge initiative. Wakefield has had the largest overall decrease in crime reviewed between July and September this year. The district decreased a total of 29%, arson down 33%, criminal damage down 14%, drug possession down 29%, public order offences down 28%, violence without injury, 7%, shoplifting, 36%, burglary from businesses, 29%, and theft from the person, another 29%. This really is partnership working in action. And we're working, again, closely with the police on the winter of action across our communities. And with that, Madam Mayor, move the report. Thank you.
Are there any questions or brief comments on the report? Councillor Melanie Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I welcome the proposed conservation of Falkirk in my ward. Falkirk is one of the most historically and environmentally significant areas in our district, and its conservation carries far value beyond its boundaries. It contains historic buildings, ancient field patterns and archaeological features. And I'd just like to mention, thank you for putting it in your report, and just a reminder for everybody to carry out that consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I think that might be Councillor Morley's report, but I'm sure he'll respond to you in his update.
Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Wilton, whenever crime rises, we're always told that it's because we're reporting it better. Now that crime's gone down, do you think there's less crime, or do you think we've gone worse at reporting it? Because speaking to my residents, the feeling is crime hasn't gone down.
No, I completely appreciate what you're saying, and I think looking at some of the figures, and I haven't gone through them all in detail, and I'm happy to share further with you, but some crime has risen that. For example, gender-based crime has risen, which I think is because people are reporting it more, they feel comfortable to report it. But it's, I can't answer that question really, but I think it's so important that people report crime because it does then feed into where resources need to be, and that's what we've seen, especially in our town and city centres where crime's been reported. We've been able to act through both the police and council enforcement officers, and it has made a difference. So I would urge anybody that has a crime to report it. They might not see action there and then, but it all feeds in and makes a difference.
Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Antisocial behaviour. I'm glad all these figures are going down, Councillor, but a lot of people in my ward will not go into the city centre of Wakefield for the antisocial behaviour down at the bottom of Westgate around the cathedral. So what are you doing about that? And also, I'm really pleased that that nobody's under a Section 35 dispersal notice and that dispersal notice is exceeded, because people are having Section 35s against them, and obviously now it's expired. It's good news, that. Thank you.
On the around the cathedral, and I'm glad you've given me the opportunity to mention this. One of the actions we've taken is the cutting down, and importantly, not of the cathedral trees, of the lollipop trees that are down the main precinct, because that has been a problem and has meant crimes can go unnoticed by the CCTV. So quite clearly it is not the cathedral trees, which are beautiful and look lovely. It is indeed the trees down the precinct.
Answer me quick. Can you confirm that the Section 35 dispersal notice that the police are giving those, Section 35s, that's a good sign, is it?
I think, look, I suppose it is, but I think there is a need to make sure that when those decisions are made, it's done for the right reasons. I'm happy to talk to you in more detail about that. I'm happy to have further conversation on that. Well, of course, everyone should behave in the city centre, and that's why the numbers are dropping, and we are seeing them. And I think
Councillor Sharp.
I have nothing more to add.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's just baffling how members of this chamber are getting Section 35 dispersal notices from the police. So with regards, Danny, to the PSPO, this isn't anything new. This is just an extension of what's existing. So I watched the last cabinet meeting and you kind of made it out that it was something really brand new that you thought of, that you welcomed, and everyone was clapping you and cheering you, but that's not the case. So how effective was the previous PSPO for you to extend it? And I received an email which was actually quite troubling from a member of the public. I was copied into an email where you attended a public licensing meeting with members of the trade, senior officers of this council, and one of them, and it doesn't say who it was or anything, and I wouldn't reveal that person's name, but one of them said that elected members are corrupt in the meeting, and this was in reference to why members are not able to conduct committee hearings. So is there anyone that's particularly concerning to these officers, and do we not trust our licensing team? You know, Councillor Vickers, Councillor Farmer, Councillor Carrington, Councillor Scott.
What's your point of order,
do we not trust these people to make decisions on
Sharp,
motoring?
We've had a point of order.
Okay.
What's your point of order, Councillor Farmer?
Insinuating that members of the licensing are corrupt. Because I'm not corrupt, so I don't accept that. Is that what?
On a statutory committee which is unwhipped as well.
Who's accusing people, members of the licensing of being corrupt?
So yeah, it's a complaint that I had that I was copied into an email for, that was mentioned in a meeting where this officer said that licensing elected members are corrupt. So yeah, so
I'm not having that. Sorry.
So following on from that, Daniel, I think it's really important that there needs to be really valid reasons why members of our licensing committee cannot hold subcommittee hearings to determine the fate of a licensee owner, taxi driver. I think these, for motoring offences, I think definitely members should be invited to a committee hearing because we are considered their peers. So when you're about to take someone's licence off them or someone is in danger of getting their licence revoked from the council, we are classed as their peers, and it will be seen much better down the line when it goes to court, Daniel, that these people, their peers, have judged that they're not fit and proper people to be able to operate a taxi. So I think it's really important to understand why we don't have that in place at the moment, and are you planning to put that in place? Thank you.
So I want to be quite clear to council today. I was in that meeting and I did attend that meeting. Nobody in that meeting insinuated that any councillor in this chamber is corrupt. And I'd happily put that on the record because they just did not. There was a conversation around other areas and things that have happened in the past. There was no insinuation that anybody in this chamber was corrupt, and I don't think I'd have sat there in that meeting and accepted that to be said if it was. I think obviously that we're currently doing a review around what's going on in licensing. We've already made some changes to make things easier to try and support those that need to renew licenses. There's a lot of good work going on, and I'm going to let that continue because I think it's very positive. On the point about the PS, I've lost my train of thought, the Public Space Protection Order, no, it wasn't anything brand new, but it was an extension of the powers. And it's not particularly my idea. It's coming together, partnership working, saying there is a problem. Can we extend powers to give the police more powers to dealing with the aggressive begging, to deal with the loitering around street corners? And I think, and we can see the old Public Space Protection Order did make a difference because I've just read out the crimes have dropped. So it's all working together to ensure our towns and cities are as safe as they can be.
Thank you. Councillor Gert.
If there's time at the end.
If there's time at the end, then yeah, but looking at this list, then unfortunately we're not going to have time. Councillor Gert.
Thank you, Daniel. It's just a quick one for you. I'll try to be brief. As you know, I manage the Nottingham Food Bank. I believe that Trussell has emailed the council and yourself asking for a meeting because the help through hardship number, which is what the clients use to get their referrals, has had their funding cut severely. So now only 25% of calls are getting answered. Which is then putting the burden on us as food bank managers, and I'm not the only food bank manager in this chamber, to then decide what to do when people are turning up without referrals. The other thing is, when they are phoning, and this is happening too much for it not to be true, when they're phoning up the council to be put through to local welfare, they are being given my phone number and told to self-refer. No matter where they live in the district, I've had them from all over the district. So this is now an urgent issue. It is causing a big problem, not just for our food bank, for all food banks. I'm sure Councillor Scott will agree with that with her food bank. Can we get this meeting? Because this needs to be sorted out, and it needs to be sorted out quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gert, and yes, and obviously I know we've reset up the food aid network is back working, but what I will do as soon as I'm out of here, I will ensure we can get round the table and have those discussions, because it shouldn't be happening. Your number should not be the one that's being given out. So let's pick that up straight away. No messing around, let's get it sorted.
Councillor Isherwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just a comment, really. It's about the Public Spaces Protection Order. I did welcome this at Cabinet and I welcome it here. And I know it's not mentioned here, but I think it's important that it also refers to the scooters, the e-bikes, the scooters, which are causing so much damage within the city centre. They are truly dangerous because they go at such a speed. But yes, I welcome this. Thank you.
Councillor Byford.
I have to speak in support of Councillor Farmer. Being a member of a statutory committee, I find it appalling that somebody in this council chamber, unless I've misheard, and if I did misheard, I will apologise, but I misheard somebody saying that an officer at a meeting said that members of the members of the licensing committee were corrupt. If that's the case of what was said, that should not have been raised here. The councillor concerned should have put that in an email immediately to the chief legal officer, and it should have been investigated. But to say what that has been said in this council chamber is an appalling thing to say, and I am very, very annoyed and angry about that.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on the community safety aspect of your report, because you mentioned the night marshals. Now, I've got some concerns with how the council, and none of this is directed at yourself, with how the council's sort of procuring the night marshal services, because for anybody who doesn't know, I spent 12 years working in the nighttime economy, and it's been a long-running
Speak. Can you raise it with the Chief Executive, please, Councillor Tennant? Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Wilton, for your report. The next report is for the portfolio holder for culture, leisure and sport. Councillor McLeod, would you please introduce your report to council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm really pleased to bring my November report to council, which celebrates some fantastic firsts for us over the last couple of months. I'll start off by mentioning that we had the Grammy award-winning singer Kareem Ray at WX. It was an absolutely amazing first WX live concert. I was there and the councillors were there, spoke to people that night, and people are so chuffed. Something that's been so successful that we're looking to, well, we're already starting to plan for the 2026 festival. And finally, I want to offer huge congratulations to the more than 2,500 children who took part in the free summer reading challenge. As a fellow bookworm, I was very, very impressed with how many children took part and over 9,000 books read. I think I need to up my game. So with that, Madam Mayor, I move my report.
Are there any questions or brief comments on the portfolio holders report? Councillor Keith.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry if this doesn't fall under this portfolio, but it does say culture, leisure and sport. And following a PAC meeting and a residents' complaint, I did say I'd raise it at full council. It was about the volume and particularly the frequency of bonfire and firework activities across the district. It was reported to me that somebody who suffered, I raise it because if you said World Mental Health Day, somebody who suffered PTSD, and it's not just the volume, though they are something to be concerned about, and I think we should take this up with trading standards as well. But it's also the length of time that's going from 4:30 now till 12 and 12:30 at night, where you're letting these big fireworks off that's causing disturbance for people who are vulnerable to impact of noise, and also the impact on pets and animals as well shouldn't be discounted. And I did say I'd raise this at full council, as I said. Should we consider, therefore, a curfew on these times if we can? And I know it would be very difficult to impose and what have you, but because the bonfire night fell in the middle of the week this week, it's lasting for 2 weeks now, you know, a week either side of it, and so therefore to ask people to suffer these impromptu loud bangs, etc., etc., it's a little bit too much to ask. But thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Keith. So the only event that the council plans was the Thorns fireworks one, but I would share the sentiments that you've raised. I think that as someone with pets and dogs and dogs that are terrified by them, you know, I share it, and I do think it's something that is worth looking at. I take your point about trading standards. One thing to say about with the Thorns firework display, that there was an earlier slot where there were reduced volume. We have fed back to the team as well, just to look at things about the volume of the ones for the later time, looking at the music volume as well. All those things have been fed back with the one that we're in control of. Obviously, there's so many that are privately run that we have no control over. My understanding is that there is a curfew for the time. I think it's after 11 o'clock. It's down to police enforcement then. But I take your point and I share much of what you've said.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, may I just welcome the amount of events at WX. I think it's brilliant. It was there over the weekend seeing the ship. Also went to the gaming event that we had earlier on in the year, thought that was fantastic. Also looking forward to the Ceilidh next month, I believe, the Christmas Ceilidh. Very exciting times at WX. But generally, Madam Mayor, just thinking about the uptake of the flu vaccines, I know it's kind of a little bit of a crossover. I do wonder how we can utilise council spaces in terms of advertising, public health campaigns. And just looking at WX, I just wondered if there's anything more we could do with that space or any further council buildings. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments there. There has been some fantastic events since it opened, and lest we forget, it's not even been open a year yet. You know, it's been open 8 months. The Northern Soul nights, the rodeo nights, the Cayley one, the Ship of the Gods was fantastic last week as part of Light Up. What we kind of say about WX, it's in a good way, it's a quirky space. It's a quirky space because we can have Kareem Bailey Ray there one night, we can be donning our cowboy boots and our cowboy hats the other. We've had World Mental Health event there as well. So absolutely, the space is for everybody and anybody, and I encourage anyone that is interested in using the space, obviously contacting myself or the team, but we have a really open-minded approach to that space and how it's used.
Councillor Graham.
Yeah, a comment and a question for Councillor Appleyard. First is just to say on Wakefield Exchange, I totally agree with what you're saying on it and what the other positive comments. It was an empty building and we transformed it as a council, and there's a real packed programme in there, so nothing but positive words to say, and I hope people continue to support it and we continue to get more live acts because it looks fantastic. The second thing is a question on the public art trail, which we commissioned a few years ago. The whole idea of that was to connect Westgate train station with the Hepworth and to sort of have visitors walk through the city centre, see everything there is, and then get to the destination. One of the pieces, I think, was called The Source, and it was meant to be built in the Springs. I've not seen that, and it was just to, obviously, and it's just to ask, is that still going ahead? And if not, why not? And what will happen with the money for that?
Thank you for the comments again about WX. With regards to the public art trail, conversations are still ongoing and we're still looking to bring it. Absolutely, it hasn't been cancelled. I'll get a further update and I'm happy to share with you the current kind of time projections.
Councillor Farmer.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, can you just, with the Christmas switch on coming on in Ossett on Saturday, can you just pass on my thanks for all the work that Natalie, Sam and all the team have done, and I know it will be the biggest, the best, the most well attended of all the, I just thought I'd lie, but most well attended of all the switch-ons in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will pass that on, but I think huge thanks goes to the officers in the property team as well, who are kind of going up and kind of putting all the lights up on as well, so we'll make sure that everybody gets the thanks.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to comment about the roller disco at the Hut at Airedale. And I'd like to tell everybody that there's much more happening at the Hut in Airedale than the roller disco. The Hut is absolutely buzzing with events. This is a space in our ward in Airedale, and we'd like to show our appreciation for all the hard work that's gone into developing what's going on at the Hut. We've had lots of support from Children's Services, through Kim Green, through the Friends of the Hut as well, who are all working really, really hard to promote this space, and it's impacting upon, we all have antisocial behaviour in our ward like every one of us has, and this is the Hut is buzzing, and there's lots of hard work going on there that's intervening in terms of antisocial behaviour. All ages are using the Hut. It's an absolutely brilliant space. Please will you all come along to our event on Saturday, our Christmas event on Saturday, and you'll all be very, very welcome. Did you want me to mention something else, Catherine?
Well, just the roller discos are absolutely fantastic. I take my grandchildren there. There's exercising for elderly people like myself.
Councillor Scott, if you want to speak, can you indicate that you want to speak, please?
Sorry, well, I have done a few times, but you didn't ask me.
I'll put you at the bottom of the list. Is that all right? Thank you.
Can I just finish? Can I finish my? I forgot what I was going to say.
Can we be brief, please?
Can I finish my point, please?
Yeah.
I'd just like to say thank you also to the Friends of the Hut, Val, Eli and Callum Nicholson, for all the hard work that they've provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. that, Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just again, another positive for WX. I was going to ask exactly what Brendan's asked, if we can do some promotion around the space that's there, because until last week I didn't know that we could hire a meeting room in there, and there's different areas as curtain that can be put up so it can be separate. Can two events be going on at the same time? I know a few years ago the Aspire did a promotional video on Facebook and they took you around these spaces. Is that something that you'd consider to do for WX, please?
Absolutely, yes. One thing that, again, partly because it is so new, things can take time. We reviewed, obviously, with regards to the rental, and obviously that information kind of went out. It's conversations that we do have regularly. I have asked questions of the team to make sure, you know, how are we promoting it, in what ways. Sometimes, you know, it is a bit of a slow burn, but we will do absolutely anything that we can. And I think the major selling points for it are the events that we have, and, you know, the more kind of we kind of show that on our social media. But I love the idea of a little kind of walking tour around there. Do you want to be an extra?
Councillor Salim.
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment. I was really pleased to join Reclaim the Night, the banner making for Reclaim the Night. It was really nice to see a lot of people there, and I think hopefully as Equality Champion I'll be there to support it tomorrow. And just on supporting disabled artists, I think it's brilliant the work we're doing, and I would like to see more of that in the future as well. So hopefully there's potential work there. I'm willing to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Take that on board. The work from the Jason Wilshire Mills, the kind of the mentorship program that took place, I think is fantastic. And as I said before, WX and kind of this whole portfolio, whether it's culture, heritage, sport, whatever, it's inclusive. It is for everybody, and we're always looking at how we can make sure that we are accessible to those community groups and groups in society, and it's a reciprocal relationship. We have relationships with them, they know where we are as well.
Councillor Walton.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on Councillor Jones' comment before in the wrong portfolio, but we'll pick it up here. The Falkirk Conservation Area. I'm Heritage Champion, and I've worked really closely with the team and Tegwin Roberts to develop the Heritage Framework and the Heritage Network, and that's about bringing community heritage to life. Falkirk has gone above and beyond, and so has Castleford, in terms of their enthusiasm and pulling that network together. This is a community-led consultation, and Falkirk and Castleford have done the research into their conservation area, and they are proud of their area, and it's absolutely fantastic. I was there last night at Castleford Civic Society to have that network meeting. The energy in that room was absolutely fantastic. They've already got a full packed year of programming over in Castleford, which they're all joining up. And doing that joined up thinking will increase our impact in terms of participation in heritage. So just to kind of do a big up for heritage as well, because I don't think it gets quite so mentioned when we talk about culture, leisure and sport.
Councillor Spate.
I'll try to keep this quick, but there's just so much good stuff in this report. It's a brilliant report. There's such a lot happening across the district, and it's really welcoming to see it. And I just want to give a quick plug for the World of Good, the exhibition in Wakefield Museum about Charles Waterton, and just say that everyone should go and see that, because we should. It's so relevant today, and you know, we should all be proud that we have what is arguably the world's first eco-warrior in Charles Waterton. So go see it.
Thank you, Jackie. The museums team works so hard on providing really interesting, exciting, thought-provoking exhibitions, and the amount of time that it takes to put an exhibition together can't be understated. So thank you for raising that, and I know the team will really appreciate those comments.
Councillor Scott. Would you like to participate now, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Make it brief, please.
Third time lucky. just to reaffirm really now what Councillor Ferguson has said about what's happening at Hutt, it's absolutely fantastic. I take my grandchildren there most weeks to the roller skating. It's brilliant. And one of my grandchildren is autistic, and so it's absolutely fantastic for him. And we've got cooking classes going on there. There's things for older people, younger people. There's youth clubs going off. It's brilliant. Kim Green's been fantastic from Children's Services. Helen were brilliant initially to start with initiating the meetings with Kim Green. It's absolutely fantastic what's happening in the Hut. Thank you very much. And thank you to the staff of the Hut and all the directors and staff across the board that's helping us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. It is really important, and I think it's worth labouring the point just how much right across the district we are giving, young people to older people. These absolute activities that is helping with their, just for fun, maybe. It might just be for fun, but it's also helping with their kind of well-being, combating isolation. It's about bringing communities together. So I really thank you for your comments. I'll make sure that obviously that gets passed on to the team as well.
Thank you, Councillor Appleyard, for your report. The next report is from the portfolio holder for Environment and Civic Services. Councillor Ayoub, would you please introduce your report as Deputy Portfolio Holder, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. George Ayres sends his apologies. He's suffering with shingles at the moment. We wish him a speedy recovery. In moving my report, I'll just raise the issues as I go on. I'm also pleased to share that 2 great new play areas have opened, Valley Gardens in Castleford and West End Park in Hemsworth, both offering inclusive equipment so that children of all abilities can enjoy. And I don't know if you've seen the promotional video on Facebook, but when they're interviewing this little kid about what he likes, and he says he likes it 1,000,000 times better, 100 million times better, his eyes light up, and that's the sort of difference it's making to children and families. I'll go on to talk about the free tree giveaway, which returns at the moment. It's during the National Tree Week. Thanks to the Woodland Trust funding and Roger Parkinson, who's a massive advocate for planting trees around the district. And I know for Wakefield, we've planted 16,000 trees over the last 4 years. And also to the National Lottery Heritage Fund for funding it and supporting it. This year, we're giving away 4,000 trees to residents, schools and community groups from Sunday the 23rd of November. Residents can collect trees from Thorns Park Nursery every Sunday until they run out, and from a number of participating libraries during opening hours. So a few of the libraries that are participating are Airedale, Featherstone, Sandal, Horbury, Pontefract, Normanton, South Emsall and Ossett libraries. This year there's also some community organisations that are participating, for example the Art House. The name change, so the Environment and Civic Services portfolio is the new name for our portfolio. It brings together waste, collections, recycling, parks, weddings, funerals, cemeteries and climate change. The new name reflects this better. This year we've seen an alarming increase in the number of fires caused by batteries and electric items being binned at home. This is a significant risk to people's lives and causing serious damage to equipment, leading to delays in collections as well as costly repairs. We're appealing directly to residents and to ask for their help to reduce this risk, and there'll be a fair bit of publicity to help this happen. We also need to tell people about the upcoming changes to how we recycle in 2026, reassuring residents that they won't need extra bins as we already remove recycled food waste from household bins. To help us do this, we're sending a letter out and have taken the opportunity to include a one-off bin calendar, as well as the important information on the up-and-coming elections, including how to register to vote. We expect the residents to receive this from Monday, the 8th of December. Winter Street cleansing. It's really good to see streets seen out and about across the district, keeping our communities looking lovely. And I've got to emphasise that because it is hard work, especially when the trees are felling the leaves. And street scene are out. Just in College Grove this weekend, they were around Eastmoor Road, clearing roads and paths. Biffa are doing a massive push around recycling. They've just done one around Halloween, and they're also looking at doing one over Christmas at the South Kirby Education Centre. Following Wakefield, hopefully we'll promote this more as the weeks go on through social media. With that, Madam Mayor, I would like to move my report. I'm willing to take questions.
Are there any questions or brief comments on that report? Councillor Melanie Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just with regards to the new play equipment in West End, I think we really do need to thank the Ward 7 steering group who actually came up with what they wanted in West End Park with regards to accessible play equipment. So I'd just like to pass on my thanks to the Ward 7 steering group, which was made up of members of the community.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to George being here. It's just a shame he's got shingles. I wish him all the best. So as an email exchange went out between myself and all the councillors about him dropping the climate change from his job title, is this because you're not going to meet your climate change agenda by 2030 as a council? Is that why you've dropped it and you're hoping that nobody realises? Thank you.
As far as I'm aware, we're not dropping it. If anything, it's integrated into the district plan, as well as when we develop our own plans in neighbourhoods as well.
Councillor Cummins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I speak on behalf of Usman and myself, passing our thanks on to George for meeting us in Crofton, and we're hopeful, fingers crossed, that early in the new year we'll see a new play area at Hare Park in Crofton. So we just wanted to pass our thanks on.
Councillor Foster, did I see your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to say a massive thank you for the new play area in Castleford Valley Gardens. It's been really, really well received by the children at the schools close by. And also just to say a massive shout out to the Friends of Valley Gardens who are in there every Sunday, come rain, shine, snow or anything. That's a real little gem in the centre of Castleford. So well done to everybody and thanks for the new play area.
Councillor Keith.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just reiterating what you said about the disposal of batteries. Working with as the community safety head of the community safety subcommittee for the West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue, we are launching a serious campaign around Christmas because that's the time when you'll be disposing of a lot of batteries and using a lot of batteries. And so therefore please dispose of them sensibly because putting them in recycling bins is not the place for the batteries. And can we also remind people to check their smoke alarms before they put up any Christmas decorations. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'd also like to express our thanks to Councillor for some very productive meetings that we've had about a new play area in our ward too, and that's progressing well, and that will be happening in the new year. Thank you.
Councillor Salee.
I
just want to say there's some brilliant park projects happening, and I'm pleased to say that funding has been approved for Agbrick Park in Southward and Kettlethorpe Park through our SIL funding, and I want to thank officers who helped us go through this and discuss how we can look through this. And I just want to say I look forward to them being completed, and they're really good projects for the ward and the area. Thank you.
As there's no more questions, I'd like to thank Councillor Ayoub for point taken, Councillor Rhodes.
Very much, Madam Mayor. Could we make it a warm space?
Next is the portfolio holder for planning and highways. Councillor Morley, would you please introduce your report to Council?
Thank you, Madam. I was starting to think you want to forget about me then, Madam Mayor. It's been going on quite a while. It is getting a bit nippy in here. Maybe we need to be all given civic string vests maybe for the next council meeting. A little bit of a joke there. So, Madam Mayor, it's already been mentioned, but the conservation areas consultation that we're doing, first time we've done them in many years, so I'm really pleased that we are looking to expand the Aubrey and the Ossett one, but also to establish new ones in Falkirk and also Castleford. I was at a meeting a couple of weeks ago, a drop-in session at Castleford, and the response rate around there has been absolutely phenomenal. So I thank all of them. It has been a crossover between myself and Anna, so it's great to see the work carrying on there. It only feels like 2 minutes ago since I was saying this, but yes, we're back into gritting season. Once again, we are here. The gritters are out. We've seen some of the white stuff coming down last week. We got a little flurry of it, but the gritters are out doing what they're meant to be doing, making sure the arterial routes are kept open, the primary routes across the district. We do get some unfavourable comments on Facebook when people are thanking the gritters and the team going out there that they're only doing the job. Well, no, they're not. They're going up and above the job. They've got the day job to do, and they take on that work as well. But also the rest of the council staff, from the contact centre to everybody else that takes part when we do get them wintry blasts. So with that, I move our report and quite happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions or brief comments on the report? Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah. 2 hours free parking. I'm going to ask you again, Matthew. We know it's a political struggle. You know, and this side of the chamber has been asking for 2 hours free parking for years and years, so I 100% support it. Just a couple of questions. You know, how long is it going to be for? And considering the budgetary pressures the council is under at present, the council tried this in 2020 and reintroduced it in 2023 because of the budget shortfall. How is it affordable now? It wasn't in the last budget, so it's going to cost a lot of money to do it. Could you tell me how much it's going to cost to do this scheme, even though it wasn't in the budget that you did in May? And where's the money coming from? Is it borrowing? Is it reserves? Is it departmental savings? What is it? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's here. There's no intention of taking away. It's not just for Christmas. It's here. And the reason we funded it this year was we've had a reasonable return back on the, I think it was the waste contract. We've had more money come back into the council, plus other windfalls that we've had, so we can afford to do it. And it will have to be built into the base budget of the council going forward. We're expecting a lot better settlement than what we've had in the Conservative government, so that's how we'll fund it. It's here. It's not going anywhere.
Stuart, if you want to ask a question, can you raise your hand up? Well, if you want to ask a question or make a comment, can you please indicate that you need to speak? Councillor Morley did answer the question. Right, I'm moving on. Councillor Graham.
Yeah, I was just to say thank you on George Green Road. I know it's in my ward, and I've been asking for it to be resurfaced for many, many, many months. But I just want to make the point that highways often get a rep of they don't listen to people and, you know, it's stuck in the ways, but you did listen, you reacted to what residents were saying, and you moved it up the programme and got it done nice and quick. So really pleased, and it's not just my ward that uses it, it's a very busy road, so thank you.
I mean, to be truthful, Michael, I thought that's why you left us because I didn't get it resurfaced in time, but obviously it wasn't that. But yeah, it's great. When we get it right, we get it right, but it was an absolute one, probably one of the worst roads in the district, and it was good to see that it had been resurfaced.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I very much welcome the conservation area review for Ossett. It gives us a really clear and well-evidenced assessment of the town's heritage and what makes the town centre and surrounding area special, particularly its roots as a proud Yorkshire mill town with a strong sense of its own identity. I was grateful to have the opportunity to attend 2 public consultation sessions on the review, along with residents and business owners, and it was very informative. And I would like to thank the officers involved in this process and for producing the conservation area appraisal and management plan. I welcome the fact the appraisal highlights the strong historic character around Ossett's marketplace, the importance and value of our Victorian and earlier 20th century buildings, including our own jewel in the crown, the recently refurbished Grade 2 listed Ossett Town Hall with its state-of-the-art library facilities, and the many heritage buildings that shape Ossett's distinctive townscape that continue to underpin its local identity. I'm pleased to see the review offers sensible, balanced and practical guidance for protecting those key features, whilst identifying sensitive opportunities for enhancement. Overall, I feel the review sets a positive framework that supports heritage-led regeneration, supports the town centre that's economically strong, strengthens Ossett's attractiveness and ensures that future development respects the town's unique character. I welcome this review. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, Councillor Smith, or should I say Mr Ossett, because you do really. And Gorthorpe, obviously. Who can forget Gorthorpe, Maypole? But with that, Duncan, no, I did attend the meeting earlier on this year in Ossett. It was really, really well attended, and it's great to see local members, but also so many members of the public taking part in this consultation. So it's a credit to the people of Ossett, and we will move forward on this.
Councillor Walton.
So, Councillor Morley and Khan, Peterson Road, I know that you're dreading it. I just wanted to say that it has been a nightmare down there, but I wanted to also recognise the fact that it has been a very complex issue, and it's been a third-party issue. The road's been closed, I think, for about 3 months, and it has caused a lot of problems. I just wanted to recognise the fact that we know it's complex, and it has now been resolved. You get a lot of flack in highways, but we do understand that a lot of hard work goes on behind the scenes to resolve these issues. So thank you for getting that done. It might not feel like it's been done in quick time, but actually, knowing the complexity, it's not been bad.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Walton. I know you and the local members, the MP, but also I know my deputy has been chasing this quite a lot, this one. It wasn't the council's doing it, it was a contractor further down the road that caused the problem. Our officers have been pressing and pressing, so thank God now it's been closed and people can get up and down there, because it started to get my email tray quite full with that one, so yeah, it's good.
Councillor Aslam, did you indicate to speak?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. A brief one this time. I'm extremely glad that this Labour Council invoked Article 4 in regard to planning requirements for houses of multiple occupancy, where landlords that wish to convert a house into a house of multiple occupancy in selective areas must now apply for planning permission to do so. Would you confirm, Councillor Morley, that further areas, including Featherstone, will be considered in the near future? Furthermore, would you be happy to meet with me and my ward colleagues to review Featherstone specifically ahead of any decisions to be made?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Scott. We didn't have enough evidence to do a blanket-wide Article 4 direction at the moment. That's why we'll test them out in pilot zones within Castleford and Wakefield itself. We will obviously look at them and see what the impact them are on the rest of the district over the next 12 to 18 months, but we will then look whether we need any more of these. I know Normanton is on the watch list, Featherstone, Pontefract and quite a few other areas, so it's something we will look at. We'll keep an eye on, but also we will probably go out on further consultation. So more than happy to meet you on that.
Councillor Vickers.
Oh, press the wrong button. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope that when Councillor Morley gives his answer to me, no one interrupts, as I, like Councillor Gert, am a veteran who is making the best use of his NHS-provided hearing aids, which are fantastic, by the way. I'd like to say to Councillor Morley, I welcome the free parking, which we know will bring more people into the towns. But I'd like to ask, Councillor Morley, do you think we've got adequate taxi ranks? And are there adequate taxi provision in the district, i.e. the number of taxi drivers? Because more taxi drivers would not unduly overload the workload of our incorruptible, virtuous, ethical licensing committee, of which I happen to be the deputy chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. It's something that we always keep under review, is taxi ranks, taxi licensing and where we place taxis. So if you've got anyone particularly in mind in town or city, we're always looking at that in the district. So quite happy to have further conversations with Councillor Vickers.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to very quickly to answer Councillor Farmer's query, who's going to pay for this 2-hour free car parking in Wakefield City Centre. I think that is a lot of the rural parking area probably has to pay. So in New Milledam Country Park, that is a real jewel in the crown of the district, I have to say, that we have a car park actually operating from Monday to Sunday, not even give people a break on Sunday or bank holidays, charging. But you can see that light is down the winter time from 3 o'clock onwards till 6. That's 3 hours of charging slot. People still have to venture into the car park with a pitch black dark area. So I have on behalf of the resident to make an inquiry with the council to say, would you please put a light on? The council reply was no, because some of the residents go into that car park, they're using the restaurant and they are the private business, so we're not interested to put a light in. But I want to ask the council, how can you say that? You meant to support the local business. And if you give planning to the restaurant, either expansion or new restaurant, don't have enough parking space, you should expect them to using the public car parking, okay? But then what happens if somebody sustained an injury in that car park? And will that be the council liable for a claim to begin with? And then something else even worse, the police officer actually 6 months ago trying to put a sign out to making sure that to warn people of the theft of the cars. So the car theft has gone up by 4 times average nationwide. And in New Milledam, even during the bright daylight, we have cars stolen. But what happened? The police did not get through because it was blocked, citing some planning issues in that car park. Would you please, Councillor Morley, reconsider, because that car park at night can be used by Scots, by all the voluntary groups, by all people wanting to make sure that they actually live an active life in the rural area. And this is the time you need to spend that a few pennies for the LED lights instead of paying £1.2 million to repair a boiler in this district.
I don't know how we've got from car parking to boilers, but on that one, car parks, the country parks, and they don't come under myself, they come under Councillor Eyre, so I'm not really speaking on that behalf, but what we've done, this was about our city and town centres, bringing people into them, 2 hours for shopping, for all, not just for hospitality, for all sorts.
Councillor Repton-Stall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, I too suffer from hearing problems, but did I hear my colleague, Councillor Walton, thanked the Highways Department for the work done on Peterson Road? Well, I'd just like to second that. I didn't get it all. For the past few weeks, the residents of East Ward and the residents of the district have had to suffer tailbacks from the city centre, both at peak times coming in and going out of the city. So I'd just like you to pass our thanks on from the people of East Ward and the district who have had to suffer tailbacks for the last few weeks for the remedial action they've done right at a pace. Thank you, Matthew.
Right, we're down to us last 3 minutes now. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. I'd just like to reiterate for members that didn't hear clearly, I at no point said elected members on the licensing committee are corrupt. I said I received an email from a member of the public who was in a public meeting with licensing officers, and I don't know who the officer was. I wasn't there, I didn't hear it, I received an email. I'd like to really reiterate that because a lot of people seem to be angry and perturbed. I did not say that. I forwarded the email on now to the Chair of Licensing. He has that himself. I'm sure he will look into it. But can we stop making private jokes and digs about something that I wasn't there for and didn't say?
Can I just say,
my question.
I was just going to thank you for your clarification.
Thank you for that. My question is, okay, you've got the money this year, you know, for the free parking. Where is it going to come from next year? If obviously you were lucky enough to be elected again and form a majority council. That's really important because I think people genuinely think that it's literally buying people's votes for an election. So we just want to make sure that it's here to stay and it's here to stay for the long haul and not just because you may get kicked out in May. Thank you.
Obviously, you never listen to the answer, which doesn't surprise me with you. I said to the fact that we'll have to build into the base budget and we'll be getting a better settlement from the government.
Councillor Speak.
I just want to revisit the Old Great North Road in Ferrybridge. I have had some responses. When I brought it into Chambers last time, I ended up having to email because I didn't hear anything. They seem to think that the problem is the wagons queuing. I brought to the Chambers about, I'm worried about people using the public pathway and that the wagons are reversing to where they have to use that pathway under the subway. Kids go to school first thing in the morning under that subway. All the elderly from the other side of the village have to use that subway, and the big HGV wagons are reversing to where they have to cross across that subway. It's a totally different thing I've brought to you because I'm worried about somebody getting really hurt than it is the ongoing issue with the wagons queuing and the wagons being all there and the Infineum. We've had that going on for years trying to sort it out, and there is something in place that they're trying to do. This is a different issue that I'm worried about. A wagon was reversing into that pathway with someone crossing on it. Somebody's going to get hurt, and now they want me to shut the case down.
Can I ask you to wrap up now, please? We've gone over this 15 minutes.
Wow. What, sorry?
Sorry?
Oh, right, okay, then we'll not worry about it.
Quick response, please.
Myself and the senior officers are going to come and meet you on site and discuss it and get to the bottom of it.
Thank you, Councillor Morley, for your report. The final Cabinet Member report is that of Portfolio Holder for Resources. Councillor Pickersgill, can you please introduce your report to Council?
So I think obviously people are conscious about time. There are two key issues that I'd like to refer to arising from my report. One's actually by nature an update, which is regarding cyber security. People will be aware I emailed everyone about 3 weeks ago when the global Microsoft downage caused us to lose our website, though we did maintain a telephone service during that episode. And I need to say that there's actually an incident ongoing at the moment where a number of London councils have been subject to a serious cyber attack, caused quite a lot of disruption down there. The teams are still waiting to know more about the cause behind it, etc. But a precaution, we're basically not accepting emails from those councils at the moment. And we're asking everybody to remain vigilant as always, being cautious with the emails that you get. I know how many unsolicited emails we get, but it is of concern. And please be alert to unexpected ones, protect your device. And we have got some training which I think we're going to repeat for people about cyber security. I think of all the things that's on my brief, it's the one that causes me concern. The other thing in terms of positive outcome I want to highlight from my report is the Freedom to Speak Up Guardian. This was an action from the Hazel Garth report. We have made an appointment. The person's currently sort of setting up all the systems and we'll be launching it in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments on the report? Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, can we just confirm to Council, I've got two questions really. So one is around buildings insurance. Are we fully up to date with the buildings insurance? And if not, why is it taking so long? And number two, I had to leave the council chamber early, but I understand it was unanimous that this council voted on a motion to give residents with less than a year to live basically free council tax, which I absolutely fully support. On Monday this week, Tuesday this week and Wednesday, literally this morning, I phoned our council tax department and I spoke to 3 different advisors, Madam Mayor, and none of them know anything about this whatsoever. It's not been implemented. I could have had someone, obviously, in my life or family that I wanted to basically say that, you know, this person's end of life, how can I claim it for this person, friend, family, resident, whatever, and there's nobody knows anything about it. So that was 2 months ago, David. It's really disappointing that we can't get something as needed as that implemented and as agreed upon as it was implemented. Thank you.
Two things. In relation to buildings insurance, my understanding is that the new contract has sort of resolved the issues that were present previously. In relation to end-of-life council tax support, having taken the decision in principle, we actually need to sort of work out exactly how the scheme's going to work, etc. We're working on a paper to Cabinet in January, so we're probably going to look very early next year in terms of it going live. But translating a council decision that's not within budget into budgets, etc., takes a little bit of time. We're hoping to probably go live in sort of start of April.
Councillor Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick one. Just to clarify, the elections are going ahead next year in May, because your government's got a history of cancelling them.
I do have responsibility for elections in terms of my brief. Obviously, the elections are going ahead. The amount of sort of scurrilous rumours about the fact that we were always going to have a fallow year last year. You could have told people 10 years ahead that we're going to have a fallow year last year, and we're told that that didn't matter. In relation to other areas, obviously there have been really big restructures of district and county councils, and I think sometimes when there'd only be a year left to go, there's been a decision to let the previous ones go. I mean, that's not something that applies to Wakefield. Obviously the elections are going ahead. I was going to bring more detail to in my next report.
Any more questions or comments? Councillor Reyes.
So a few years ago, the council planned 6 million to spend on this building, and we're wanting to know when the work's starting, because we came with a visit with the Brownies on Monday night, and we found out that the roof's leaking. It's been leaking for over 10 years. Obviously, because the Brownies were asking questions about the building and loved being in chambers. So we just really, like Denise had said, it can't be sold. It's a grade 1 listed building, so we just wondered if that money's still there and when the work will be starting.
The revisions of portfolios that sort of took place at the start of this year, property is not part of my portfolio. It's actually Councillor Jeffrey. My understanding is the sort of advanced surveys on that have taken place in the last few weeks. and works are imminent. But I'm speaking outside of Councillor Jeffrey's portfolio in terms of that.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It has been noted that a couple of councillors have not attended the full council meeting for almost 6 months now. So getting to next January, if they have not turned up in this council chamber, they're not just let down their own residents who voted them in, but also I wonder whether we will have a by-election by that time.
I don't know the personal circumstances of those councillors in terms of whether there are health issues, etc., that have been leading to that. My understanding would be if people don't attend a council meeting of any sort, which includes subcommittees, scrutins, etc., for 6 months, they would cease to be members of the council. I'm not sure, given the sort of timescales, given that would be in January, February, and with elections in May, I'm not sure that would then lead to a by-election. It would be a vacancy for the remainder of the period. That's my understanding.
Can I just say that we will apply all the procedures consistently? I've just been assured. Thank you. Any more questions or comments? If not, I'd like to thank Councillor Pickersgill for his report. That concludes the Cabinet members' report. Can I now say that we're going to have a 10-minute comfort break, because I think we're all ready for one. Thank you.
Of the mayoral party in the council chamber.
Please be seated. Before we go any further in the meeting, I'd just like to thank everybody who's contributed to my Mayor's charity this afternoon with raffle tickets. And I've got the numbers. The first prize is the pink 236 to 240. You've won the Ocado voucher. Second prize, a bottle of rum, blue 266 to 270. Third prize, a bottle of port, pink 411 to 415. Fourth prize, gin gift set and scented candle, blue 81 to 85, and we actually raised £201. So thank you once again. And thank you to Councillor Gwen Page and to Nina for selling the raffle tickets. Right, we'll carry on now, please. Agenda item 9 is to seek approval for a change to Procedure Rule 19 as detailed in the report. Is the report moved?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move this. It arose obviously from, I think, procedural motion last time. There's been consultation with all political groups on council about it. So following that, I move.
Is the report seconded? Are there any questions in relation to the report? Councillor Ahmed.
The amount of time it's taken, I'm just wondering why it's taken so long to bring this. Obviously, it's been raised quite a few times. And also, in relation to this, I think asking questions and then receiving the comments is important that, as a leader of a council, that you're accountable to the public, which is the people that are elected in the council chamber. And in that accountability also reflects on the actions outside the council chamber. Would it be acceptable for a council leader to go around promising money to other people in organisations when they've not sought permission or checked the rules and procedures of the council?
I don't think that's relevant to the report.
Yeah, that's not within the remit of the report. I mean, the fact it's taken a while to come forward, I don't know. It's just started my 4th year on council, so I don't know what the sort of previous practice, etc., has been. So, but this was consulted with everybody.
Any comments? If not, all in favour? Anyone against? Any abstentions? This is carried. Agenda item 10 is for questions on notice, details of which are set out in the council agenda. The first of the questions received is from Councillor Harvey. Councillor Jeffrey, would you please reply to the question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I do, I'd just like to say, Sam, regarding the miners, well, we still call them miners, I know the guys, and your dedication as a local councillor and for what you've done, been there day in and day out, you couldn't have been more supportive to them. And I know a lot of us in here have been on the picket line and given support, but you've been tremendous, and I must say that. The question you asked about following on from the last meeting, I did write to the trustees and the chair, and I've also had a meeting with them. Unfortunately, I've come to the conclusion that they do not want to settle this strike. As you know, some of you know, I was chair of the Mining Museum for 11 years, and I had to step down earlier this year. And they asked me to be a patron, and I was quite proud of it because it was the first patron they'd had, and it helped me to stay linking to the mines. But I've tendered my resignation because of a vested interest, I just feel that there's a conflict of interest, sorry, not vested, conflict of interest. So I've resigned from the museum, which has made me sad, but I feel it was the right thing to do. You ask about the demonstration. I've been asked to speak at the demonstration on the 6th, and I will be doing with a lot of other speakers, and I would urge everybody to try and attend to show support for the guides. As to the petition, it's not as a council that we ask for someone to lose their job, so it's up to individuals to respond as they see fit.
Council Procedure Rules entitle the questioner to one supplementary question, but it must arise directly out of the original question posed or the reply given. Councillor Harvey, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I have, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for Councillor Jeffries. I feel really touched. But however, I think that in this case, I do have a conflict of interest to declare because I, after all, married into a mining family. So my father-in-law was a miner. The work I have done, not coming from a Unison's point of view, I never know how to deal with the union or Unison Unite, whichever else. I'm a business owner. But put all the politics aside, this is not right. And then what happened is last weekend, something even worse happened. I have noticed that security guards actually have become engaged in altercations with the picketers outside, and the Unison regional convener was so upset, and one of the older lady on the picket was pushed. So this kind of behavior will ignite more damage, more conflict at the picket line. And I do feel like we need to do something. This chamber, all the council here, most of you actually taken picture with them. Most of you clapped, for them when they came here last council chamber meeting. What can we do about it? We cannot say we wash our hands. No petition can be dealt with, or I appreciate that the leader of council will speak at Unison's protest, but it's not about Unison, it's about those mining guys. It's about our heritage. The whole of the winter, we don't have any tours down to the pit to tell people our story, and that is a shame. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's not much to respond to you on that. I agree with you. It is our heritage. It matters to it. I've had a number of emails from people across the country who feel that they can't visit because of the strike and don't want to cross the picket line. And it is damaging our district. And I just urge them all to come to the table. But as I say, and I will be presenting the Cabinet's draft budget proposals to the Corporate and Resources on the 26th of January, where I'm sure, Councillor Harvey, you'll have another 37 questions to ask us.
Thank you. The final agenda item is to deal with any motions proposed by members. There are 9 motions to be discussed today. Can I please remind members that no speeches, including the moving and seconding of the motion, may exceed 5 minutes. Please can we keep speeches on track and not cover ground already debated in order to deal with each motion efficiently, ensuring that proper debate and discussion can take place. We will first take motion 1. Councillor Graham, would you please move your motion to council?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And I'm going to stay seated for obvious reasons. In moving this motion, I want to emphasise that I have kept the wording deliberately neutral and non-party political in the hope that everyone in this chamber can support it. This is about principles and long-term safeguards. It's not about any particular government of the day. As we know, the government is moving towards a national digital ID, and while the idea is often sold as modern, secure, or convenient, it is our responsibility to look at wider implications for the people that we represent. The concerns are well known: risks to privacy, the scale of the data that will be collected, and the danger of misuse or mission creep once such a system exists. History shows that systems created for one purpose often expand quietly into others. There is also the issue of digital exclusion. Not everyone has a smartphone or reliable internet or the confidence to navigate digital systems. And a digital ID risks creating a two-tier society, those who can access these things and those who are unintentionally locked out. We've heard claims about efficiency and reduced fraud, but I haven't seen any strong evidence that a national digital ID would meaningfully benefit our communities. The risks, however, privacy, equality, are significant. This motion doesn't reject technology, it rejects a system that could undermine trust and personal freedom, and that would be extremely difficult to reverse once established. So what I'm asking is that Council state its opposition to this scheme, that it writes to the Home Secretary, making that clear, that we support the LGA in resisting any mandatory scheme, and that no pilot or trial of digital ID is used across this district or entered into without full council approval in this chamber. These are reasonable asks, and I urge members to support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Is this motion seconded? Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
Speak now, please. Madam Mayor, I'm very grateful to Councillor Graham for taking a strong stance in defiance of this ill-thought-out proposal to decimate our personal liberty with the introduction of digital ID. This policy represents far more than a simple administrative change. It is, in my view, a tool for increased government control and a direct threat to the civil liberty that we all value as British citizens. Ever since I first heard about this policy, I can't help but be reminded of the old American saying that if you sacrifice liberty for security, then you will ultimately end up with neither. In fact, I can tell you in no uncertain terms that this policy is a quintessential step in the direction of authoritarian rule that is against Western civilization. By centralizing personal information, the government would gain unprecedented oversight of people's activities, their expenditures, and even their movements. This level of potential surveillance has no place in the free and open society that I come into. We must also consider the risk of building a massive centralized database. In an era where cyber attacks grow more sophisticated by the day, such a database would be an irresistible target from foreign government, organized crime criminals, and even private companies could misuse and exploit it. A breach of that scale would have consequences we cannot afford to ignore. Let's face it, it's not like the British government and the civil service have a glowing track record of keep the confidential data safe in recent years. Of course, the few people who support the proposal argue that digital ID will curb illegal working, but I firmly believe this is misguided. Those who already choose to break the law will not suddenly comply because a new system exists. They will simply find ways around it, as they have always done. Will boat loads of illegal migrants now be turned back because they are unable to show Coast Guards their digital IDs? Meanwhile, law-abiding citizens will be burdened with yet another layer of counterproductive, pointless bureaucracy. It's not as if there's a lack of identification in this country. Passports, driving license, national insurance number, and other form of ID already serve us pretty well. For foreign workers, the UK government issues share codes based on e-visas and encourages them to apply for national insurance as well, just like British citizens. A mandatory digital ID adds nothing of genuine value. It is unnecessary in principle and pointless in practice because it won't slaughter the real swine. Madam Mayor, across the country, councillors from many different communities have spoken out against this plan. Motions have been brought forward urging the government to abandon this scheme altogether. This is not an isolated concern, it's a growing nationwide resistance, and it's not political, as Councillor Graham has pointed out. I urge every councillor in this chamber today to back Councillor Graham's motion today. Let's protect our freedom, our privacy, and the trust that must exist between citizens and the state. Let's choose transparency over surveillance and liberty over unnecessary control from the state. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like many in this chamber, this is an issue I've thought long and carefully about, and I appreciate the way which Councillor Graham and Councillor Harvey have presented this motion in a non-political manner. I also welcome the fact that as a group we'll be having a free vote on this motion. It is a matter of conscience, as you've alluded to. I'm a socialist. I believe proudly in individual and civil liberty. To my mind, digital ID cards present a very slippery slope to a more authoritarian society. They may be introduced in very limited circumstances with good intentions, but I earnestly believe it is inevitable that their use will definitely be expanded. Experience shows from other countries that where ID has been introduced, its use has always spiralled far beyond its original scope. The initial safeguards will not be able to resist the temptation of a government to expand such a useful and powerful tool at its fingertips. For now, it's about making digital ID mandatory to secure employment, but this could easily be extended to control access to welfare, to monitor access to other government services, be sold to private companies. It's not so far a leap to end up almost by accident, by small, well-intentioned increments, in a China-style social credit system. Could the police stop us in the street to ask us for proof of identity when we've done nothing wrong? It's not so far-fetched, because at one point that's exactly what happened here in the UK. Let's not forget the UK has had ID cards before, during the wartime period and immediately after. The famous legal case of Harry Wilcock, who was actually born in Alverthorpe, in our district, demonstrates our country's own experience with ID in the slippery slope. In 1950, Harry Wilcock, a Liberal Party member, was stopped by a policeman in London who demanded to see his ID. He refused, telling him simply, "I'm against this sort of thing." He subsequently refused to present his ID at a police station and was prosecuted. He appealed to the High Court, and in the judgment, Lord Chief Justice Goddard said, "The Act was never passed for the purposes which it's now being used, and that using the law in this way tends to turn law-abiding subjects into lawbreakers. Such action tends to make the people resentful of the actions of the police." I would suggest, colleagues, that those arguments still hold real force today. This country has a proud history of individual liberty, of non-compliance. From Magna Carta to the Tolpuddle Martyrs, the Chartist movement, the suffragettes, we must not surrender those hard-won freedoms. Excluding people from work, denying people the right to anonymous life, setting the stage for a massive intrusion of government into our everyday lives. Are we truly free in such a society if an agent of the state can stop us in the street and demand to see proof of identity without cause. Much emphasis has been placed on safeguards by proponents of this, but I tell you the strongest safeguard for digital ID is no digital ID at all. I could say so much more on this issue, I'm sure the colleagues will, but it could be exclusionary of older citizens, create a tiered system of citizenship and not even achieve its desired effect of curbing illegal employment. The truth is that digital ID is convenient for the state, and for that reason it's detrimental to the individual. Our liberties are precious and they ought to be treasured, to be relinquished only as a last resort, because once surrendered, they are rarely recovered. I'm opposed to digital ID cards and I'll be supporting the resolution. Thank you.
Councillor Morley.
It seems every 10 years or so, governments always come up with this idea of ID in one form, and it's been going on for years and years and years. And in one respect, I'm not that fussed about it, quite truthful. We all have one of these now, and we're followed all over the place, and God knows what we sign up for, and we press all sorts to get what we want to be. It's not, we don't know what's followed us or what one thing or another. So I'm not that particularly bothered about it in one respect. My own personal feel on this one is the amount this is going to cost to implement, it'll be billions upon billions by the end of it. God knows what it'll be. And at the very time when our frontline services, our public services are stretched for money, I'd be better spent in that. So from that basis, that's why I'm opposed to it at the moment. I wouldn't say never, never, but at the moment, I will be for the resolution, because I just think the money could be spent far better elsewhere.
Councillor Keith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've all seen films from World War II where in Europe you were asked to show them your papers. So this is just going to end up being something that you have to carry about with you at all times, just in case somebody in authority asks to see your papers. And we're only waiting for another subordinate to leave their laptop on a train for all the data to be stolen and made public knowledge or even exploited. And making this more secure, I put a question mark against that, because people can duplicate passports, they can duplicate driving licenses, they'll duplicate these in a matter of time. And so therefore they're an absolute waste of time. I think personally it is an unnecessary level of bureaucracy that I can't support, so I'll be supporting Michael's motion.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I absolutely support the motion, and thank you, Councillor Graham, for bringing it to the Chamber. Madam Mayor, I think there's a few wider issues that we probably not going to be able to debate today in this Chamber. Sometimes I ask myself, have we not already sold our souls? The cookies on Facebook, when we accept them, what have we accepted? And do we really know that? And are we really free anyway? Anyway, maybe for another time. Thank you.
Councillor Epstein-Stall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I don't support this resolution, and I'll give you the reasons why. Because if anybody in this council chamber or in this city think that this government or any other government don't know about every one of the citizens in our areas, then they're not thinking straight. They know what everyone is doing at any given time. There's no doubt about it in my mind. It's been proven to me. So I look at three things, and one is peace, and the peace bit is after the Second World War and what happened in Europe and the rest of the world. And they came into being in Europe to build new countries and new societies. Prosper, Germany, for an example, has got one of the best economies in the world. There's no doubt about that. It overtook us. And progress, it's a matter of progress. In the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, this were put forward and it were denied. And I were one that denied it as well. But since then, I've travelled Europe and I've seen it in operation in societies in Germany and Holland and in France. It works in the EU, it can work in England. I will be opposing that resolution.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I completely support this motion. I think data protection is a serious issue. We heard earlier today in the chamber about cyber attacks affecting local authority systems, and they are growing a growing issue for organisations. And I just worry with how this data could be stored and, you know, who's going to end up with everybody's personal information. I think it's a major concern. I, as well, take the points about digital exclusion really seriously. If we talk about mission creep and what, there were already talk about using it to access NHS services and things like that, and are we going to end up in a point where elderly residents, deprived, you know, in deprived communities and stuff, are going to be turned away from accessing NHS services because they don't have, you know, digital ID? I think is a real worry. And I think on just a lighter note, this has been pushed by the Blair Institute, and I think anything associated with him I'm against anyway by default. So no thank you to digital ID.
Councillor Pickersgill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like Councillor Heptonstall, I can't support the motion as it stands. It appears to reference the issues that sort of emerged in the 70s and 80s. We need to appreciate people are sharing data with private companies and the state and possibly other states all the time. I was recently on holiday. I hope it won't shock people, but I needed a passport to leave the country and to come back in. And that passport now is digital because they know where I'd been on the previous trips that I've been on. I represent the council at Yorkshire Purchasing. YPO's got a small trading arm, and I've had to register my details at Company's House. You get a space scan for that. They know the shape of my nose, sort of thing. My mobile tracks me all the time. You know, please go and find a mobile company which will tell you that I left home at about 10:30 this morning and I'm going to be here until whenever I'm here. We're here till. My Nectar card knows more about me than I do. It issues me with a discount voucher for toothpaste just as the last one is running out. You know, someone will have worked out a credit rating for me, whether I've asked for one or not. I think our engagement with the digital world has moved on since Tony Blair's government first floated the idea about 20 years ago. Maybe and I think this is the thing that the motion ought to perhaps talk about, we don't have enough safeguards when we take I agree to access a free Wi-Fi or a newspaper's online pages. You know, it's worth noting when people talk about this that in Belgium, in Holland, in Portugal, you're required to carry ID at all times. I don't see those countries as being police states. So overall, I can't support the motion at this time. I am cautious, I have to say, particularly any government's ability to spend billions and billions of pounds on IT projects is one of the things I think in terms of priorities that Councillor Morley raised. But I think the government needs a greater opportunity to set out its case and have a wider debate about it rather than to reject it out of hand.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking in support of the motion. I actually do have an ID card, which I've still got, which I had when I was young. I was born 6 years after the war ended, but they were still issuing ID cards at that time. It was eventually decided that to do away with them because there was no need for them. They didn't see the importance of having such a card. What I'm worried about is, yes, technology has moved on. Technology has got a wide spread of information about ourselves, and probably most of that technology has more information about us than what we know about ourselves, very likely. What I'm afraid of is that we might come into a society, and I think we could be working in society in what's called, I think it's called the dojo system. And what happens with that is the government keeps information about you or whatever, and it actually awards you points. So if you do what it decides is a good thing, you get points. If you do what it decides is a bad thing, you take points away, and that will then determine what your lifestyle is about. So while I agree that technology is very useful in policing and in other social matters, it's very useful, but it serves a particular purpose. It's used for that particular purpose. What I'm worried about with ID cards, especially digital ID cards, is its overriding approach that it's not for one particular thing. And there is a danger that it could crawl into this system whereby it's actually controlling people, controlling what they do, for right or for wrong. So I support.
Councillor Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the motion 100%. I just can't get my head around it. It wasn't in your manifesto. Nothing about digital ID in the manifesto. So why is he bringing that in when there's more important things in this country than spending billions and billions of pounds on an ID system? We've got passports, we've got national insurance numbers, we've got driving licenses. It just goes on and on and on. And does he really think, Mr. Starmer, that it's going to stop illegal working? It hasn't stopped it now, so it's not going to stop it. They're suddenly going to say, well, let's look at your ID digital. They're not bothered. They're not bothered. All they'll do is they'll find the companies will pack in, and they'll start again next day. It's not going to stop illegal. I have no faith. I won't let Keir Starmer run my bath, and you can imagine what it's going to be like, wouldn't you? Within an hour, there'd be every hacker in the country have all your personal detail. There's no connection with the working classes. Sorry, the only connection with the working classes is his father was a toolmaker. And we can all definitely agree on that. His father was a toolmaker.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Can I suggest, Madam Mayor, it looks to me as if we all support this motion, and we've got another 8 motions, and it's nearly 6 o'clock. Could we vote on this? Because we obviously all support it.
Our residents need to see very clearly, because it's a free vote, they can make their minds up properly.
If we're having a recorded vote, can I have my say? Can we continue to take views?
It's being moved that what we call a closure motion, that we move to the vote. Which is seconded. If the chamber vote to move to the vote, well then there's no more speeches, we move to the vote. But it is open to the chamber if 5 or more members wish to have a recorded vote. So first of all, it's being moved that we have a closure motion, i.e. we move directly to the vote, it's being seconded. So can we have a show of hands whether we wish to move to the vote now? Those against? Right, so we're going to move to the vote. Do 5 or more members wish a recorded vote?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have a recorded vote.
Yes, Councillor Gray.
Agenda, but we all get allowed to be here. We should have the time and the capacity. People want to speak and want to have their say, and we constantly chop them off.
And we've not been following the Constitution.
Councillor Gray, we've voted to move to the vote, and that's what we're going to do, and we will record it.
Members, we're moving to vote on the motion. I've got a note here of members who weren't here at the beginning, but it may be incorrect now, so apologise if I call people's names out who aren't here. I'll call the councillor's name, and then if you could say for, against, or abstain. Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Ali. Ancliffe. Appleyard. Ayoub. Bates. Byford. Carrington. Collins, Craig, Cummins, Farmer, Ferguson, Forster, Fraser, Gareth, Graham, Harvey, Haslam, Hayes, Hemingway, Heppenstall, Hepworth, Isherwood, Jeffrey, L. Jones, M. Jones, Keith, Khan, Law, Mayhew, Medford, she's gone, Morley, Nichols, A. Nichols, D. Nichols, Page, Pickersgill, sorry, Pritchard, Rhodes, left, Rowley, Salim, Scott, Sharp, Shaw, Smith, Speak, Spate, Swift, Vickers, Wallace, Walton, Williamson, Wilton, I think I've missed out Tennant. Sorry, apologies, Councillor Tennant. Did they say Wilton? Four. Madam Mayor? Four. And Deputy Mayor? So the real results are 47 for, 1 against and 6 abstains. So the motion is carried.
We will now take motion 2. Councillor Cummins, would you please move your motion to the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Colleagues, the issue of early release for perpetrators of domestic violence is a topic that strikes at the very core of our values as a society, values of justice, safety and the protection of the vulnerable. Serious sexual offenders unknown to their victims are denied early release. Those convicted of serious domestic violence should be treated the same way. Domestic violence is not merely a crime, it's a violation of trust, a betrayal of the most intimate and sacred bonds. It leaves scars that run deep, not just on the body, but on the minds and souls of survivors. It is an unwelcome form of violence that can affect anyone, regardless of gender, age, or social position. The impact of domestic violence extends far beyond the immediate trauma. It shatters families, destabilises communities, and perpetrates cycles of violence. In Wakefield, over the last couple of years, domestic violence incidents have increased by 2.3%. Domestic violence crimes have risen by 3%. Suspect repeat rates remain static at 48.6%, one of the highest in West Yorkshire. Instances of coercive and controlling behaviour have risen by 48.6% over the last year, and instances of stalking have increased by 9.5%. 72% of all victims were classed as female, with 28% classed as male. The justice system has a paramount responsibility to uphold the law and to protect the rights and well-beings of all citizens. When it comes to domestic violence, this duty becomes even more critical. The sentences handed down to perpetrators are not just a punishment for their actions, but a statement of the collective condemnation of such heinous behaviour. It is a message to survivors that their suffering is acknowledged and that they have the right to justice and to safety. Early release of domestic violence perpetrators undermines the very principle. It sends a dangerous signal that the severity of the crime is somehow diminished, that the suffering of survivors is of lesser importance. It diminishes the suffering the survivors suffer. It disregards the lasting trauma that survivors endure and the behaviour that often escalates over time. Allowing perpetrators to return to society prematurely and places survivors at risk of re-victimisation and further harm. We must prioritise the safety and well-being of survivors above all else. This means ensuring that those who have inflicted such pain are held accountable for the full duration of their sentence. 26 years must mean 26 years, not 10. We must call upon our lawmakers and the justice system to take a firm stand against the early release of domestic violence perpetrators. Let us advocate for policies that reflect the seriousness of the crime and the need for thorough and complete justice process. Let us support survivors in their journey towards healing by ensuring that their abusers are held fully accountable. And lastly, let's remember that our actions today will shape the society we live in tomorrow. By standing against the early release of domestic violence perpetrators, we're standing up for justice, for safety, and for the unwavering belief in the dignity and worth of every individual. And I resolve that this Council writes in support to the Domestic Abuse Commissioner, Women's Aid and Refuge in their efforts to ensure that perpetrators of domestic abuse complete their sentence. And we also write to Government urging them to ensure that anyone who has been in prison due to domestic abuse or violence charges complete their sentence. And on the 5th of December, Councillor Natalie Walton and myself will be taking this resolution to Jess Phillips at 10 Downing Street. With that, I move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cummins. Is the motion second? Thank you, Councillor Walton. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
Speak now. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Colleagues, I second this motion. Our motion is against the early release of domestic violence abusers. By abuse, we include coercive control, emotional, psychological and financial abuse. In this motion, we ask for protection regardless of age, ethnic background, sex or gender. Abuse can happen in any relationship, same sex, different sex, friendships, families. Councillor Cummins has outlined the devastating statistics nationally and locally of the levels of abuse that still face women and girls and the effect of early release. I just want to take a moment to remember why this is such an important time to raise this motion in Council and to keep pushing for women's rights to be free of fear, free of abuse and free of abusers. November is a key month in decades of campaigning to stop violence against women and girls. Yesterday, 25th of November, marked the start of a global annual global campaign, the 16 Days of Activism. This campaign calls for action against one of the world's most persistent violations of human rights. Starting on International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and ending on the 10th of December, World Human Rights Day. Yesterday also marked White Ribbon Day, a campaign that aims to prevent violence against women and girls by supporting male allies. Wakefield Council and many of our councillors in the room today are white ribbon ambassadors. In Wakefield tomorrow night, and I'm sorry you've heard this quite a few times, Wakefield tomorrow night, the 27th of November, we take to the streets to raise awareness that women don't feel safe to go out at night in Wakefield and across the whole of the UK. This event started in 1977 when women of Leeds, sick of harassment, took to the streets. This was influenced by a global movement in which women in America and Germany took to the streets to demand safety for women and to eliminate gender-based violence. It's also at the time of Peter Sutcliffe, and enhanced curfews were imposed on women. Don't go out at night, don't wear a short skirt, you're asking for it, love. When I suggested that we bring Reclaim the Night to Wakefield, I didn't realise the weight of the stories of the survivors that I would be holding. Women have started to share much more with me in the last few months. I've heard fear in their voices and I've seen photos of the aftermath of violence. We need to work harder to make sure this doesn't happen to more people, and we cannot allow their abusers to be released early and too often without the victim's knowledge. It's astonishing that it's only in the last decade that offences that involve female victims have been taken seriously. Coercive control was not considered a crime until 2015. Clare's Law, the ability to gain information about partners' record of abuse, was not brought into law until 2014. It wasn't until 2020 that domestic abuse protection orders and stalking protection orders were introduced. Just yesterday, Ofcom has introduced guidelines for tech companies for the safety online of women and girls. It's a step in the right direction, but I feel we need to place financial consequences for online companies who do not keep women safe. We are making positive progress, but we have let women down. This government has committed to halve violence against women and girls by the end of the Parliament. We need to support this through pushing for exemptions from early release, but we also need education support and behaviour change.
Thank you, Councillor Walton.
Madam Mayor, thank you. We're fast approaching 6 o'clock, which is the normal end of the meeting, and we get to that stage, what we call the guillotine procedures kick in. However, it is open to Council to vote to suspend Rule 37, which is the 6 o'clock deadline. And if that's carried to suspend the rule, then the rest of the meeting will continue as the normal way. Does anyone propose to suspend Rule 37? Is it seconded? So you have to vote in favour. All those in favour?
All those in favour? Anyone against? Anybody abstain? We carry on. Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Girt.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank Maureen for bringing this motion forward. For me, it's a bit of a no-brainer. I can't imagine anybody being against this. Just would like to make the point, though, that it isn't just women and girls that are victims of domestic violence. There might be the majority of the cases, but it isn't all the cases. If it was down to me, I'd extend this, and it would be anybody who's guilty of any kind of violent crime would have to serve their full sentence, not just domestic. But I'm happy to support this motion. For me, it's just the start. We need to move on. And any violent crime, they shouldn't be getting released early, no matter what that violent crime is. Serve the full sentence. Thank you.
Councillor Keith.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, this comes about because of the pressures on the prison system that's been caused with letting people out of prison early. I support this motion, though, because it could encourage retribution taken against the victims and those who, not just the victims, but those who have supported them in the past. And this will lead to encouraging recidivism by the released prisoner. And I think that if we don't support this, it brings that possibility about sooner rather than later. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I fully support this resolution and thank Councillor Cummins and Walton for their important work on this issue. Domestic abuse, domestic violence, it needs to be beyond the pale. It needs to be made socially unacceptable as well as criminal. And to make it that way, we've all got to take a stand against it at every opportunity. While it can affect anyone, as Councillor Gertz said, victims are predominantly female victims of male violence. We should remember that. And as men, it's crucial that we do show allyship on this issue. Just coming to the detailed subject of the resolution on early release, it's not acceptable, never acceptable, that perpetrators of this heinous crime be subject to early release. However, we do need to add some context in terms of the prison system, as Councillor Keith's just started to allude to. It has been in crisis for a number of years. There have been insufficient investments in terms of prison places, in terms of staffing. A recent survey by the Prison Officers Association showed that prison officers believed that 85% said that there was not enough staff to safely staff our prisons. 83% said there's not enough space in prisons to house prisoners. The National Audit Office has been warning government about this for years, saying that government only added 1,000 prison places over the last 14 years when it needed to add 3,000. That's a deficit of 2,000 prison places, which has created the pressure for early release. It's not that the government wants to early release prisoners, it's that there simply isn't the capacity within the prison system. And that's why we saw a new government early release prisoners, some of which it shouldn't have done, but it early released prisoners because it had no choice but to keep staffing levels safe in prisons. And it has been a legacy of underinvestment over many years that will take time to turn around. But that said, there absolutely has to be a robust system in place that ensures perpetrators of domestic violence, and I agree, violent crime, should never be released early. And I fully support this resolution and hope that the efforts with the Minister will result in some real action around this. So thank you for bringing the resolution both, and I look forward to Reclaim the Night tomorrow as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Appleyard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Cummins and Councillor Walton again for bringing this motion. It's an obvious motion to support. The stats that you both have shared with the Chamber here are absolutely abhorrent, but they are statistics and facts that people need to hear because they demonstrate that as a society we still need to do more to show how seriously violence against women and girls, all domestic violence, is abhorrent and needs to be tackled, and they certainly shouldn't be rewarded with early release. So I'm very, very happy to support this motion.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first and foremost, I will definitely support the motion, and thank you for the two councillors for your passion, your hard work on this issue. But however, I do have one question to ask. Do you think that when the justice for the victim of a domestic abuser, will they actually deserve a trial with the jury as well as by the judge as well? If that's the case, will you write to the Secretary of Justice to say that the trial has to be done by the jury as well as by the judge? Thank you.
Councillor Pickersgill.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Just obviously supporting the motion. I think I was going to say something about prison system. Councillor Hemingway's covered that. The only other thing I was going to say is we've got to be clear about when people come out of prison, they can't be resettled in the neighbourhoods and the communities where they've actually been abusers, because that's a really key. I mean, we're sort of addressing that with casework at the moment, but people need to be in, but need to be in another town. The people being the victims shouldn't be expected to sort of encounter these people on the street. Thank you.
Councillor Shah.
Yeah, I think everyone welcomes this motion. I've never heard you speak so much outside of the Cabinet, to be honest, Maureen. You never said a word on my motion when I brought a motion to Council when I first entered the Chamber on the safety of women and girls and getting the police to cooperate with the Council. Never said a word about that. I had to remind her that from September 2024 that she had to bring a report in September 2025 through Councillor Wilton to update us on what she was doing. So I don't really want to have to put any more reminders in. And allegedly, I have been approached by several officers and members of the public, and allegedly Councillor Cummings seems to have an interest in getting recommendations because she wants to get an MBE. Well, unfortunately, that isn't going to happen because...
What's your point of order, Councillor?
Yeah, well, I just want to make everyone aware that if she thinks she's going to get an MBE by continuously putting motions in like this, when she... The damage of Hazel Garth is a stain on this council.
That is not appropriate, Councillor Sharp.
Unfortunately,
you can retract that.
You can put all the complaints in that you want. People have approached me. This is not me saying this on my own volition. I have been approached.
Right.
So that's it.
Thank you. On. Councillor Wilton.
I'm not sure that I think that brought the tone down quite severely there, so I'll try and take it back up. In my position as chair of the Community Safety Partnership, I'm regularly talking with the probation service, with the police, and this is a concern for us all, and we need to ensure that, and following what Councillor Pickersgill says, that if we're in this position where offenders are let out, it needs to be thought about where they're being placed. But I fully support the motion, Councillor Cummings, and I think the work you do on this is absolutely fantastic.
Councillor Farmer?
Yeah, just a quick one. You said in your thing, a one Wakefield man. Let's not pretend they are men, they're cowards. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think when it comes to issues like this, I think I've only got one rule: when it's people who commit domestic violence, sexual assaults or crimes against children, we should throw the book at them and then some, to be honest. I just want to comment on the points raised about the prison system. I think we have a fundamental flaw at the minute, which is not just enough spaces, but at the minute we are jailing and putting people on remand for and stuff like that for people who are just simply protesting or tweeting or something like that. And I would much rather we committed prison places to people who are actually committing serious crimes like this than for basically standing up for the civil liberties and stuff. So I fully support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Cummings, you have the right of reply if you wish. In exercising your right of reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll take each point as they were raised. You're absolutely right, Councillor Gert. It isn't just women, it's men as well. And I think I said in my preamble, it's 78% women and 22% men. Councillor Keith, yeah, retribution, I agree, totally agree with you there. Retribution for victims. Thank you, Jack, for bringing the prison system and the failing prison system as it is forward. I think we do need to get more prison officers, open more prisons. I think more prisons were promised in the last government but never happened. Councillor Appleyard, thank you. I will always promote the stats because the stats actually tell the story. Councillor Harvey, yeah, I agree. Should be trial by jury. Should be trial by jury. Any way we can get people into prison, then that's what we need to be doing. Resettlement in a different neighbourhood, Councillor Pickersgill, totally agree, and I believe that's what probably is happening at the moment, but can't always happen. A perpetrator should not be relocated into the neighbourhood where they have perpetrated that crime. It puts the victim, whether that victim is male or female, at risk. Thank you for your support, Dan. It's always appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, not a man. He's a clown. And a coward. And thank you for Councillor Williamson. Now I'll come to Councillor Sharp. I was made the Violence Against Women and Girls champion in February of this year with a promise to report back No, you look back at the records. I can see you chuntering away. You look back at the records. I was nominated as the Violence Against Women and Girls in February of this year. I reported in April with a newsletter, and I reported again in September. I will never make any excuse for shouting and screaming for justice for anyone that has suffered domestic abuse. And as for an MBE, I don't know where you've got that from. Probably the same meeting you were in, or somebody was in, that emailed you with regard to all councillors being whatever they are supposed to be. You know, it probably came from that source. But I've certainly not been looking for any nominations. All I want is recognition for victims who have suffered domestic abuse. I want 26 years to mean 26 years, not 10. And if that's what I can get, then I'll continue to shout about it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We will now move to the vote. Please show all those in favour of the motion. Please show those against the motion. Any abstentions? That motion is carried. Thank you.
Can I point of... Sorry.
Yeah, yes, Councillor Byford.
If you don't have for, against, or abstain, how is that recorded?
It's not recorded.
So it's a for motion.
Hang on. You what's that?
Yeah, that's right. If a member doesn't put the hand up, it's just not recorded.
It's just not recorded. We will now take motion 3. Councillor Sharp, would you please move your motion to council?
Yeah, thanks for this. It came from a question that I asked to the Cabinet member, George, who isn't here, unfortunately. And what I wanted to see was more CCTV, yes, specifically in Outwood Park, but I think it would benefit the parks as a whole across the district. 3 months ago, a man came into Wakefield, Outwood Park, and what I can only describe as exposed himself in a way to swing his genitalia at a little girl in a park. That is what happened. The day after, he came and did the same thing to another little girl. He was then released from police bail and sent to a accommodation house in Morley, in Leeds, where he did the same thing again in Morley Park, and he's currently remanded in custody. 18 months before this incident, the park was sealed off for a period of 2 weeks because there was an attempted rape. I'm sick to the back teeth of police saying, we've got no evidence, it's very limited, there's no CCTV in the parks, we can't get access to the CCTV, the cameras don't bend in the right way or are viewed in the right way. As a former police officer myself, this infuriated me. There were people going out, doing things repeatedly, and we couldn't get any CCTV because it always was just a word-on-word allegation. I'm not here to advocate for Outwood Park to be first on the list to review the CCTV. If any of you have got any more heinous stories in your wards, I would more than welcome for any of you to make that a priority. But effectively, what I'm here asking for is more CCTV in the parks. And if you can't agree on that, or if you want to shoot me down, that's absolutely fine, but it's not me personally that you're letting down, it's my residents, it's your residents, it's a safety for all residents. Those girls on those police reports saw a man's genitalia before their time. It's not good enough. I don't want it to happen again. I don't understand even why it's been amended to how it is, but for whatever reason, you don't want more CCTV in the parks, and you've butchered a really good motion, to be honest. So I'm just going to leave it as that. Thank you.
Is this motion second? Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate? Thank you. Councillor Wilton has submitted an amendment to the motion. The amendment has been circulated to members prior to the meeting. Councillor Wilton, would you please introduce your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think importantly, the amendment to the motion is not about watering down what you've said, because what the incident in Outwood Park is an absolute disgrace, and I hope the action is taken what's necessary. But what I have tried to do is put forward an amendment that means we can work out exactly where funding would come from, work out already where CCTV is in parks across the district, so we don't end up duplicating. If there's any gaps, we can ensure them, but also work with the police colleagues and other colleagues to actually get out there into the parks, do some surveys. It's really positive that I know work has already started, and when I've spoken to officers about this today, they're really keen to start this work as soon as this motion's passed. And working together both across my portfolio and George's portfolio, and obviously he sadly couldn't be here today, but we can build on the successes, because we've got CCTV improvements going on across the district, and I think we can build on that. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is the amendment second? Thank you, Councillor Appleyard. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'm happy to stand to second this amendment. I welcome the proposal for a report to be produced which assesses the CCTV coverage across our parks, but we've amended this to include parks where that's already in place. This is for completeness. It's also so we can review and monitor that technology, and we also understand what percentage of our parks have a need for CCTV. The review suggested by Councillor Sharp is welcomed, but again we've amended point 3 to state, review the report, pull together costs, then review what funding is available to tackle key locations to keep residents of our district safe, as we feel this best allows us to offer a needs-based response so that those areas with the greatest need are focused on first. I would hope that we all support this amendment, and we see that this is a collaboration across the chamber, as it is, where we are working together to keep the residents of Wakefield safe.
Does any member wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I quite welcomed this motion, Nadia, when I read it. I'm of the view that I'd have a CCTV camera on every lamppost. And if Big Brother wants to watch me, then he's going to get a bit bored, because I never do note wrong. But crack on. So, yeah, I thought it was a good motion, very welcomed. And when I read the amendment, it did make a little bit of sense as well. Let's be realistic about it. You've got the numbers, the amendment's going to go through. But I don't think you should be too disappointed, Nadia, because you're getting the bulk of what you wanted, and we've got to be realistic. But yeah, good motion. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Councillor Swift.
Thank you, Chair. Supporting motion as amended, or supporting motion as per amendment, but just drawing attention to one aspect that seems to be missing from both motion and amendment. And speaking from our own experience of CCTV in Thorns Park in Wakefield, there's two critical things missing. The first of them is actually really quite expensive, and that's monitoring. Because if there isn't somebody at the other end monitoring the CCTV, its effectiveness is actually greatly limited. And related to that is the issue of lighting, because an awful lot of things that happen in parks that shouldn't happen in the hours of darkness. And the effectiveness of CCTV is greatly limited if the areas of problems are not fully illuminated. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Keith.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Following on from the last two comments, I recognise and support the original motion there because a lot of the concerns were highlighted. But I will be supporting the amendment because of the residual consequences might not afford me to be representing Ward 21 if I don't watch out. But look at this project in the whole. Following a PACT meeting, I was contacted this morning by Michelle Ellis from the CCTV. We are calling a meeting. I only got this literally before we came into the council meeting, so I passed it on to Councillor Sharp and to Councillor Fraser, that we're having a meeting next week to review the CCTV camera in the area around Outwood Park, or it's called the Outwood Park Cross. So that's going to be reviewed not only just with the police, the antisocial behaviour from the council and local groups and stakeholders such as Friends of Outwood Park. I take Councillor Swift's point that the experiences of Clarence Park in Wakefield, and it's not just about the equipment used, it's about the response that we get as well. We need to look at the response in that area and the response times. I take also his point about the street lighting and also the concerns of lighting of the areas, because obviously it involves trees around the parks, and so these trees sometimes become a little bit unkempt, and so therefore it causes a problem with the lighting becoming effective, especially on the footpaths within the park, but that also extends to the highways as well. I do support this motion though, because I think, as I said, Councillor Wilton has got to be able to provide the money to give us better CCTV cameras, so I'll be supporting that amendment. But it's also got to have this multi-agency approach, because we can't have CCTV and think it's just going to be the panacea for all its problems. We need to have response, and we need to have that CCTV reviewed.
Councillor Graham.
Yeah, I was going to make the same points that Councillor Swift did, so I won't repeat them. But we've had the same problems in Thorns Park, and unfortunately, you can't have security cameras on every single inch of the park. 24/7 monitoring it. It's just not feasible. But it was just to say massive thanks to Councillor Sharp for raising this and for bringing it here, because it is a district-wide problem. It's not just Thorns Park, it's not just Outwood Park, and I think a review into it will be time spent very well. I also don't think the amendment takes away from the motion. I think it just tightens it up a little bit. So I'll support the amendment and I'll support the concluding motion.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. But I do believe that this council, need to get out of this habit of amend a perfect motion. Councillor Sharp has done her work, and she actually represents her resident and bring to this council a very important issue. How can you fulfill this motion? Is the job from the portfolio leader. You need to think about technically how you resolve it, how you need to be able to making sure that you actually practically put it into action. But instead, you sit here, amend the motion, put something on here, changing punctuation. It's a waste of time. So give her back the original motion, what exactly is what we needed, and then you work it out how to implement it and across the district. And that is an honourable deed. Thank you. And the time is, running out.
Councillor Ahmed.
I agree with Councillor Harvey that if we look through the motion here, and this is what could have just sat there and not had somebody write those speeches for you, and then actually just supported it. That would have been the easy one. So the one that they've taken out ensures that all installations comply with relevant privacy legislation and data handling practices, and that signage is appropriately installed to inform the public of surveillance. So what they're saying is that they don't agree with the complying with that privacy legislation. Is that why you took it out? So I don't understand. Our partners with the police directly just report any activity. What was the point? You should just doing a few grammar changes. Doing a few grammar changes and said, we've got a new motion here. We've got our political officer to write our speeches for us, and we'll just read them out. Okay, the fact remains that the matter was raised in a quite decent way. It was a decent motion to start with. The amendments don't add anything to it at all. You know, growing concerns or concerns. What difference does it make? And and the other thing is, some of the comments that you made about CCTV. Current modern CCTV has night vision. I've got my home one's got that. You can read somebody's number plate in the street. You can read a person's number plate. That's home ones. Never mind. That's just your basic Amazon packages that you can get. Imagine what the actual professional ones or whatever, you know, the public ones that are used in there. They can read your number plates from a reasonable distance as well. So they've got night vision. They've got. I don't know where you get your information from, and you've got it spot on. What was the point of amending it? You know, look at the amendments. You know, let's change a few grammars and, you know, go for it. You know, get somebody to write as a speech.
Councillor Wilton, as mover of the amendment, do you wish to reply before we take the amendment to the vote?
I'll just say a quick couple of things. I think there's no politics in this. This is just, as opposition colleagues said, this is just tightening up something to make sure we can actually implement it, because there's no point going into something.
What's your point of order, Councillor Sharp?
It is politics. We're all politicians here.
That is not a point of order,
okay,
sorry.
so far, I have seen a free vote on an ex-Labour member's motion, okay, where they were all in favour of the beloved Michael and what he wanted from the start, okay. Number two, they're all in favour of domestic violence figures. No, I'd like to continue because this is really important. We've just unanimously voted on domestic violence figures, but you've literally butchered a motion where you think you're going to do days of action with partners to prevent men from raping women in our parks and men from showing their genitalia in our parks. I don't think so. If you think that's not politics, you're all deluded.
Councillor Wilton, carry on.
Quite simply, I want to make sure we can actually implement this, and this is what it's all about. We'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
We will now take the amendment to the vote. To clarify this, it is to determine whether the amendment from Councillor Wilton should become the new substantive motion. Please show all those in favour of the amendment. Please show all those against the amendment. Any abstentions? The amendment now comes a substantive motion. Does any member wish to speak on the new substantive motion? Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, like I said, but I was just interrupted. You're not going to continue days support of action in parks thinking that you're going to catch rapists and people that like to expose themselves in front of our children. You're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. I have yet to witness in the past 21 years that I have been involved with the police, them ever catching someone in a park in daylight or at night time, red-handed, performing these crimes. With a PCSO, with a counsellor, with a special constable. It doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. It's fallacy. You've literally amended a suitably good motion for something that literally affects all of the women in the district, of which there's 53% of this district that are women. And you've literally just passed a domestic violence motion to protect women, but you're not willing to do that about CCTV in the parks to protect women, girls and children. It makes no sense. You've literally amended a perfectly good motion. You don't want to listen because it's me, because I hold you to account, and I don't care how many standards complaints you lot put in. You're not going to stop me from speaking out against things that are absolutely right, that I believe in, that are going to stick up for my residents in Ward 21.
Seeing there's nobody else put their hands up to speak, Councillor Wilton, as mover of the new substantive motion, do you wish to reply before we take the motion to the vote?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's not a lot more to say, except as soon as we get out of here, officers will start looking at how we can actually implement this, see what we can do and make a difference in our parks. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Please show all those in favour of the motion. Please show those against the motion. Any abstention? This is carried.
Madam Mayor, point of order here on this.
Point of order, what's your point of order?
We've had a very impassioned speech there from Councillor Sharp and she's not voted on any of this. Is she putting party politics over the safety of the community of Outwood?
Thank you. We move on. Councillor Smith, would you please move your motion to council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm extremely proud to move this motion today, which calls on Wakefield Council to sign up to the Motor Neurone Disease Charter, which is a simple but powerful statement of our shared commitment to dignity, compassion and care. Motor neurone disease, or MND as it's often referred, is a devastating condition that attacks the nerves, causing progressive weakness and loss of function. Whilst it is rare, its impact is profound, both for those diagnosed and for their families and carers. There is as yet no cure, but there is hope, hope that is found in how we respond, how we care, and how we stand alongside people facing this cruel disease. Across the UK, there are nearly 8,000 people living with MND at any one time. In Wakefield District, that number is believed to be around 43 people. That's 43 individuals, each with a story, each with a family, who have a right to live with dignity and respect. A very good friend of mine lost their life to MND earlier this year, and I am acutely aware of the difficulty and lengthy process in getting a diagnosis for her. There is a need for timely provision of equipment and adaptations to meet the changing needs of what can be a rapidly deteriorating condition, and ultimately for all the devastating loss that this brings to family and friends. Many of us were deeply moved by the courage of Rob Burrow, a proud son of Pontefract, who showed the world what strength, spirit and love look like in the face of unimaginable challenges. Colleagues will recall that earlier this year, a northern train featuring special livery and artwork was named after Rob Burrow, following a high-profile local campaign that was supported by Wakefield Council. This train now travels across the north of England, helping to raise awareness of MND and to honour Rob Burrow's life and achievements. However, Rob's legacy calls on all of us to do more. Members may recall back in 2014, Councillor Pat Garbett, portfolio holder for adults at the time, in introducing a report to Council, referred to the Motor Neurone Disease Association's appeal for elected members to sign the MND Charter. Members, today I am proposing that today we go further. By adopting the MND Charter, Wakefield Council will be joining local authorities across the country, including our West Yorkshire neighbours, in making a clear public commitment to better support those affected by MND. The Charter sets out 5 simple but vital principles: the right to do a timely diagnosis and clear information, the right to access quality care and treatment, the right to be treated as individuals with dignity and respect, the right to maximise quality of life, and the right for carers to be valued, respected and supported. This motion is about partnership and compassion. It is about ensuring that every person living with MND in our district and their loved ones knows that their council sees them, values them, and will do everything possible to support them. By adopting and promoting this charter, we can raise awareness among staff, councillors, partners and service providers. We can ensure our systems and services are responsive and that people with MND are never left to face this alone. I'm asking you all to support this motion today so that Wakefield Council can stand proudly with the MND community and say, we care, we understand, and we will act. Madam Mayor, I move my motion.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am privileged to second this important motion, and I want to begin by paying tribute to my colleague, Councillor Duncan Smith, for his powerful and heartfelt words. He has spoken not only with compassion, but with the clarity that this issue demands. Colleagues, today we have been asked to do something simple, but profoundly meaningful, to commit Wakefield Council to the Motor Neuron Disease Charter, and in doing so, commit ourselves to ensuring that every person living with MND in our district receives the dignity, respect and support they deserve. Motor neuron disease is a condition that few of us will ever fully comprehend unless it touches our own lives. Its impact is life-changing. It strips away strength, mobility and speech, but it never strips away a person's identity, their humanity or their need to be seen and supported. Signing this charter won't cure MND, but it will hopefully help cure silence, isolation and delay. It will help ensure that people get the right information, the right care and the right respect at the right time. This motion is not about symbolic gestures. It is about responsibility. It is about ensuring our systems, staff and services work together so no one with MND ever feels abandoned or unsupported. And it is about sending a clear message to families, carers and clinicians that Wakefield Council stands with them. We all have been moved by the courage of individuals like Rob Burrows, a son of this great district whose fight against MND captured the hearts of millions. His legacy is the awareness he raised. It is the action he has inspired, and today supporting this charter is one way for us to honour that legacy. I am proud to second this motion and urge every member in this chamber to give it their full support. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Carrington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we think or talk about MND, I would imagine most people think about Rob Burrow, and we've mentioned that today in this chamber. People won't know, but I have known the Burrow family for a long time. Working with Rob's dad, Jeff, and Jeff's niece, Donna, is a very close friend of mine. Rob and his family are such an inspiration, and the awareness and fundraising they have done for MND is mind-blowing. The determination and spirit Rob showed while his illness progressed was just amazing, and he also kept his good sense of humour. With the opening of the MND Centre, the motion has been raised at the right time. It's great to see other councils adopting the MND Charter, and hopefully Wakefield can too. Finally, I've spoken to Jeff and Donna about the motion, and Jeff has asked me to pass on this short message to everybody. His response was, "Wow, that is so kind of the council. Please thank them from myself and our family. Everything helps to bang the drum for MND awareness." And with that, I'm supporting this motion.
Councillor Page.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a few more statistics. Approximately 140,000 people are diagnosed worldwide. In this country, it's 1,100 to 1,500 yearly. That equates to 6 new cases a day. In March 2021, one of my friends, a lifelong best friend, was diagnosed with this. This death sentence came as a huge shock, especially as she'd been told in the summer, July the year before, that all her tests had been negative and she hadn't got the disease. So better diagnosis is really essential and vital to prevent misdiagnosis and the anger and upset this brings. The first thing she said to me was, would I do the eulogy at her funeral? I agreed, and it was the hardest thing I have ever done. And I was involved with the family in planning the funeral, right down to what clothes she was going to be cremated in. It doesn't get much harder or personal than that. My friend thought what we knew was a losing battle, but her cheerfulness and humour shone through, despite the American voice that spoke her words as she lost her voice and speech before they had time to bank it. Everything seemed to happen so fast, yet in slow motion. The support she received from her GP was absolutely amazing. He gave her his own personal number to put on speed dial, and she could ring or text him anytime. Certain things were frustrating. It took longer than normal for adaptations to the house to be granted, as it was a listed building. So she only got to have the benefit of a hoist and a wet room just a matter of weeks or months prior to her passing on the 15th of October, just over 3 years ago. So I fully support anything that can be done to support those on this most arduous, difficult and cruel journey. We managed to have some laughter and joy, despite the inevitable, despite the why me, despite losing her voice, despite having oxygen, despite the peg through which she was fed, despite everything, she made us laugh and cry right to the end. So please, colleagues, support this motion. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Councillor Keith.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think much has been made about butchering motions and making amendments earlier on. I think that this has got some meaningful, the 5 meaningful points down there, but I think the fourth one, the right to maximise their quality of life, needs to be viewed in the light of the assisted dying proposals that are being put before. So I would have liked to have seen something in here to go hand in hand with improvements in palliative care to make sure that people are given dignity in their final few days. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Smith, you have a right to reply if you wish.
Madam Mayor, nothing to add.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote. Please show all those in favour of the motion. All those against the motion? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now take motion 5. Councillor Collins, would you please move your motion to council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I am going to read from a speech, but just to clarify, these are my words, not Eddie's. I'm moving this motion tonight because it speaks to something that residents across our district raise with us time and time again, and it's something I'm contacted about daily. It is a big discussion topic on many of our community Facebook groups. Whether you walk through South Hemphill, South Kirby, Castleford or Pontefract, you will hear the same frustration. People look around and say, why another vape shop? Why another barbers? And is that really what our town centres have come to? Now, I want to be really clear that this isn't about vilifying legitimate businesses. There are many good, honest barbers and vape retailers who play by the rules and serve their customers well. But the issue is over-concentration. and the fact that councils like ours currently have no powers whatsoever to do anything about it. Under the current use of classes order, all shops, so from a greengrocer to a vape shop, fall within the same category. That means that any landlord can turn a long-standing fruit and veg shop or a clothes shop into a vape shop or a barber's without needing to come to the council and get permission. I hear daily from residents asking us why we've allowed this, and the truth is, legally, we can't stop it. And it's not just about them appearances. If we look into some of the data with some of these shops that are appearing all over the country, national agencies, including the NCA, have raised the concerns about these cash-based premises and how they're used to launder money. Now, this is not saying every one of them is, but statistics show when the Operation Machines earlier this year show that many of barbers and vape shops were part of more organised crime. So there were £1 million frozen in accounts, £40,000 of cash seized in that operation, and thousands of illegal vapes and counterfeit goods that were taken from the streets. So when residents ask us why there is suddenly 3 vape shops on one parade or 5 barbers on one street, I mean, if you come to South Emsall, it is one street. There are 14 mixer use just on one street. And they are right to be worried because it's not healthy regeneration. We want to try and encourage footfall into our town and city centres, but what is there to come to if you've got 14 vape or barber shops? That's not how we encourage footfall. I think it's a symptom of a system, a planning system that is out of date and out of touch. At the time, the government's decision to merge most shops into that single-use category probably looked like they were cutting the red tape, but in reality, it stripped communities like mine of a say in what happens to our own high streets. Our town centres should be places of pride. They should be full of life and variety and local identity. Instead, what we're seeing right across the district is cloned high streets where every other unit is a vape or a barber's. And the butchers, the cafes, the bookshops and the hardware stores are the people that can't afford to stay. So, and I'm not asking for the impossible in this motion, I'm asking for common sense. So we're asking for the Secretary of State to change that use of the class order so that when we've got shops like vape shops and barbers that are over-concentrated, we are able to separate them in the change of use from general retail. So that would mean that they would have to come to the council and get that permission, which would allow us, not that we would say absolutely no, we're going to ban them, it would allow us an opportunity to be able to consider the mix of businesses, to be able to consider what we want for the high street, the views of residents and any potential crime or community impacts before any approval were granted. So it wouldn't be banning them, but it would be putting local democracy back in charge and not those absentee landlords or opaque business chains that just seem to be in it for the money. And it's not just about Wakefield. Councils up and down the country are facing this exact same challenge and the same frustration. It is a national issue that needs a national fix. Now, I welcome that Labour has already made clear its commitment to revive and rebalance our high streets, to bring back variety and tackle crime, and support small businesses that genuinely serve their communities. And this motion builds on that commitment to send a clear message from Wakefield. We are here and we are ready to lead on that sensible reform, and we expect the government to give us the powers to do it. Overall, this is a motion about community pride and about local control, about saying that our town centres deserve better than to be dictated by whoever can pay the next rent cheque. It's about giving councils, not Whitehall, the ability to shape places people actually want to live, shop and spend time in. So with that, I move the motion and urge all members across the chamber to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Is the motion seconded?
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debates?
Speak now. I am pleased to second this important motion as Chair of West Yorkshire Trading Standards. I see firsthand the day-to-day impact these premises have on our service, the inspections, the safeguarding concerns, the complex investigations and the very real pressure this places on our already stretched officers and resources. Across the district, and particularly in my ward of Hemsworth, our high streets are changing in ways that local people neither ask for nor benefit from. Independent retailers, family-run shops and everyday services being squeezed out. These businesses are the backbone of vibrant, sustainable town centres, and we must protect them. At the same time, we are seeing a rapid overconcentration of vape shops, barber shops, etc. In all areas of deprivation, such as Emsworth, this clustering is especially noticeable. Cash-intensive businesses are often attracted to lower rent areas, benefit from business rate relief schemes, and operate predominantly in cash. This combination makes certain areas more vulnerable to overconcentration and, in some cases, misuse of premises. Many of these businesses operate entirely legitimately. However, national enforcement agencies and investigate reporting have shown that some cash-based premises can be exploited for money laundering, illegal labour practices and other criminal activity. This is about behaviours, not individuals. Here in West Yorkshire, these issues are placing real pressure on trading standards. Managing compliance, inspecting premises and investigating illegal vaping products, counterfeit goods and unregistered labour is costing the service hundreds of thousands of pounds each year. Even small-scale enforcement operations, such as those inspired by Operation Machanise, demonstrate how quickly these costs mount. There are resources that could otherwise be used to protect consumers and support legitimate businesses. West Yorkshire Trading Standards have recently featured on the National Crime Agency video as a good example of tackling illegal behaviours. The current planning system leaves councils powerless. Under Class E, landlords can convert almost any shop into a vape shop or a barber without planning permission or consultation. Communities feel the impact, but councils cannot act. This motion seeks to correct that by creating a separate planning classification for vape shops and barber shops would require a specific planning consent. Councils would have the tools to manage overconcentration, consider local need and factor in enforcement intelligence. This motion is not about targeting lawful businesses. It is about addressing behaviours that pose risk to communities and enforcement resources. It is about protecting local economies, consumer safety and town centre vitality. If we want thriving, safe and diverse high streets, not streets dominated by a single type of business and not businesses that are costly and risky to regulate, we need the tools to act. Right now we do not have them. This motion is proportionate, evidence-based and focused squarely on improving high streets for residents, traders and enforcement services alike. For all these reasons, I strongly second this motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Pickersgill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd certainly welcome the motion. I think it gives an extra tool in the sort of toolbox. However, I have to say one of the things that concerns me is how long it takes to get planning enforcement. We had a premise that wasn't a shop, opened up as a shop, and I think we've been waiting, the council turned it down for planning permission, and I think we've been waiting 12 months or more for a response from the planning inspectorate. So I think I'd welcome the motion, but I think we do also need to make sure that the enforcement's there.
Councillor Gert.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I welcome this motion in my own ward. We're now inundated with vape shops and barbers. And quite simply, there isn't the footfall. There isn't the footfall to be able to support these shops. So what are they doing? You know, there's got to be something else going on, hasn't there? You don't have to be, you know, Sherlock Holmes to work that out. That's pretty obvious. So yeah, I welcome this. And I hope that, as Councillor Pickersgill alluded to, that if it gets passed, that enforcement actually investigate quickly and close these shops down. Because, yeah, one or two, in a ward the size of ours, one or two is sustainable. The amount we've got, there just isn't the footfall for it.
Councillor Ahmed.
Although in principle the motion appears to be addressing an issue, it doesn't address anything. The actual reality is that even with the matters that you've raised in there, It won't, number one, it wouldn't address money laundering because the people that are money laundering would go into other businesses and they quite easily do that. Secondly, they'd get planning permission regardless of what it is, and it's just targeting landlords really. So if we take Riding Centre, the outside area, if somebody came to a landlord and said, I want to take that premises from you and I want to pay £500 or £1,000 a month, I think at that point, when it's been empty for about 3 years, I think the person will take whatever comes along to them. It doesn't address the issue. It doesn't address the issue of cash businesses as well. So how does this address the issue of businesses, money laundering or cash businesses? Whether they're busy or not, I'm not here to judge somebody's business or whether they're busy. Most people have an shop open. They might have a vape shop and be selling online. That might just be their storage place. I'm not here to judge them on whether their business practices are illegal or not legal. None of these issues. And secondly, the whole point of planning is that it's a free market economy. So you should have put in there that we end free market economies and we set a size limit on the number of shops per capita of people or something like that. Same with takeaways. How many takeaways do you have in the city centre? How many do you have? You know, McDonald's, how many McDonald's do you have, or Burger Kings or something like that? If you were a money launderer, you'd go and buy a Burger King, you can money launder through that if you needed to. It doesn't address any issue. I don't know. I know why you brought it forward. I think it was raised by Nigel Farage about 2 years ago about money laundering from barber shops. That's what it was raised. That's who raised it. And I think to be fair to him, his point was right. But this doesn't address money laundering. It doesn't address free market capitalism or whatever that your party follow and ours does. It won't address any of them issues. They'll get planning permission and they'll still open their vape shop. Or if the vape shop goes, they'll open a hairdresser's or a nail technician, or they'll open a corner shop selling sweets or something like that, American sweet companies or whatever they call now. They will do it regardless. Pointless motion.
Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was going to say something similar, but I was still going to support the motion. I made a note about nail bars, so I was thinking if we wrote to the government about this, about barbers and about vape shops, they could do this through other means. So, I could have put in an amendment, but it's just, I think they'll use the brains once we write to them. But I also thought this was already happening anyway. I've already seen MPs in the district talk about it, but I think Michelle made that clear, to be fair, that what they've already promised isn't going far enough, and she'd also like them to do this. So I don't know if this will solve the problem. I totally understand what Councillor Ahmed's saying. That makes sense to me, but I'm still willing to support it, and hopefully it does.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wonder whether I need to declare my conflict of interest again, because I have had a retail business on Wakefield High Street for the last 23 years. And I have to say I've witnessed the declining of this beautiful high street. It used to be a merry city of Wakefield. And one English idiom came to my mind, and my English is not as good, but it's called, the horse has bolted. Who got us into this position? Why this barber shop? Why the nails? Why all these shops come to our district, our high street? Let's talk about who robbed us of a proper, beautiful market. Who built that useless water fountain? Who is now still don't know what to do with the regeneration of city center because their substation suddenly just turned up out of nowhere. But after all the money has been spent on scoping, I bet that's added to millions, but now, sorry, things can't be done. So let's try to think about this side of the chamber. On the free parking, how many times Councillor Ahmed been arguing and Councillor Farmer, all of us thinking 2 hours, please, 2 hours, please, please. But now you realize, okay, better time to try to buy some votes for next year's all-out election.
Councillor Fraser.
Is this the motion, Can we make it to the motion because it's the top? Is parking, is it related directly to it's about the high streets?
It's about the high street, so yeah, it is.
So it's a cause, it's not a symptom. The symptoms here already, we need to deal with it. So that is the reason why I think in Councillor Michelle Collins, you still got a case. We need to do something about it, but for the right reason. And think about what the branches and roots of where we are now, and make sure that we no longer will waste more lip service and blow more hot air at nearly 7 o'clock. As I said, time is running out. It's your loud need to go. Thank you.
Councillor Swift.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No problems with this motion, but a few observations really, particularly as regards its effectiveness. The category of outlets, I'll call them retail outlets, that are subject to widespread abuse, I would say is not just the two categories mentioned, but the absolute spate and proliferation of all the various mini-markets, which again, in line with the kind of thing Councillor Gert was saying, that there's quite clearly no strong commercial reason why these things should have proliferated the way they have. But the planning system isn't awfully well geared up to deal with this particular problem. If a planning application comes along for one of these categories, one of the areas of concern that is not going to play any part at all is saying, we think this is a dodgy outfit and we think this is going to be a bunch of criminals. First of all, you'd find it very, very difficult to produce that kind of evidence. And secondly, it wouldn't be given any weight in a planning appeal. I do think that the problem that we're talking about here is actually much better dealt with by adaptation of licensing, which is geared up to deal with this kind of thing, and certainly planning isn't at all. And I think a final comment is just to ask, really, was any consideration given, if you wanted to separate out the relevant categories, was any consideration given to going for an Article 4? Similar to the way in which we amended the category of HMOs that need planning permission or not, because that does allow you to go and say, we have got this problem specifically, within this particular town centre, that particular town centre. As I say, no problem with it, but I've got to say, I don't think it's going to lead anywhere useful.
Councillor Appleyard.
Thank you. I'm really happy to support this motion. Thank Councillor Collins for bringing it to the Chamber. Really happy to support it because both Councillor Collins and Councillor Jones have made really compelling arguments about the need for a diverse town centre. We know that our towns will better thrive if they have diverse range of shops for residents and visitors to both towns and city centres, for them to explore rather than row upon row of vape shops and barbers. I'd also like to make the point that I support this motion because whilst vaping has helped many ex-smokers give up nicotine cigarettes, it's my belief that the impacts of vapes on a person's physical health aren't yet fully known. So, therefore, control of the number of vape shops may in time prove to be a really prudent decision for the district's health.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. The planning system's design, the idea of the planning system is that when you have applications for shops in the high street, the assumption is that the shops will be profitable, that there will be customers coming in and make it viable. Otherwise, why would the company put in for planning permission? And there's also the move towards growth, which means to make it easier to move from one class to another in order so that what they call bureaucracy doesn't stop growth. However, it's quite clear that with the shops, what we've highlighted here, and there are other kinds of shops as well, but that there is a problem that they're not making money, they're not themselves, they're not getting enough customers in. People are saying to me, I'm sure they're saying to you as councillors, they're certainly saying to me, I can't understand why that shop exists when nobody uses them. There's no customers. So moving it to, you're right in the planning, it is moving it to its own user class, and maybe even if we can say that the shop has to make a case as to why it will be profitable, how they think it will be profitable, might help. But I do agree with Councillor Swift on one thing. I think licensing is probably a better approach, and also with trading standards to look at this, to look at the problem that arises. That's the one. But certainly I do support the motion, though. It's going in the right direction, but I think there's more we need to add to it to make it work.
Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Michelle, for fetching this. I look at this from the point of view of my family runs a business, my sister runs a business on the High Street, probably one of the few people in this chamber that does that. I help her out, I help her out on a Friday and Saturday. I go over there. She's her business in Scunthorpe. I live in Castleford. I work in the week in Wakefield, and all three areas are blighted by the same problem. We have the best nail bars. Everyone can have an haircut now. What do we do in the 80s and 90s when we wanted an haircut? Because the amount of haircut shops now is unbelievable. But it's also when you see these daft, silly shops, I call them, that have 10 cans of Prime, 2 toothbrush and some disinfectant in there. I exaggerate a little bit to make the point. What value are they to the high street? And I go back to my sister when I think about the actual rent she's paying on the high street. Obviously, national insurance contributions gone up, the minimum wage has gone up, which is great. But energy prices have gone up, food prices have gone up, she runs a cafe. All them compounding, you see these shops at the side of them that really aren't adding anything to the high street. So it's right that you do fetch this, Michelle. Maybe we can't always do something, but we can highlight it. But I will say to the opposition, you always have a go that Labour-led Wakefield councils ruin Wakefield. Well, that's not true, because I don't believe that Conservative-led North Lincolnshire have ruined Scunthorpe. We're in a declining city. People spend on our high streets at the end of the day. People are not using our high streets, and these daft shops are basically filling some of the empty units when really they shouldn't be there. So I support the motion.
Councillor Sharp.
No, it's already been said. Thank you.
Councillor Collins, you have the right to reply if you wish.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'll be brief. I mean, look, it weren't supposed to be a contentious point. I think every single day I am contacted by residents on Facebook or, you know, WhatsApp, whatever, contacts me all different ways, asking me why we are not doing something about this. And the fact of the matter is we simply don't have the tools to do it, and that is the purpose. You know, we can say we're not addressing what we want. The purpose of this motion is to call on the government to give us the tools to be able to do something about the over-concentration, for us to be able to diversify high streets. Like, you can sit here and say as much as you want that we ruin the high street, but actually we're then talking against a motion that wants to stop it. You cannot tell me in any way, shape or form that having 14 barbers and vape shops on one street, which is your high street, is encouraging any growth. So then to sit and then say you're not in support of it, it baffles me. I think it also highlights, it gives us an opportunity to be able to really look down into some of that detail where we've got exploitative practices going on. If you've got an organisation under a microscope, you can consult better with other people. So it weren't supposed to be a contentious motion. I think this is what the public want from us, and it's the only way we're going to get anything in order to be able to give it them. And so with that, I'll move to the vote with it, Madam Mayor, and I hope everybody can support it.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. We will now move to the vote. Please show all those in favour of the motion. Please show all those against. Any abstentions? The motion is carried. We will now take motion 6. Councillor Gert, would you please move your motion to council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When I was contacted by this family, well, I was contacted first about 2 years ago when she was trying to get a house move. And they were, like I've said in the motion, they were living in a one-bedroom flat. It's one of these blocks where there's no lift. So she had 3 flights of concrete steps to get up. And she had a first child, put in for a house move, didn't get one. Second child came along, so now she's to try and get up 3 flights of concrete steps with one child 3 years old and a baby in her arms and a shopping. And the response from Vico Homes was, quite frankly, appalling. Didn't care at all. Obviously, she wanted to stay in Nottingham Ferrybridge because that's where her support system is. And their response was, she needs to widen the search. So let's move her away. So when this house came along, which is a 2-bedroomed with 2 reception rooms, Whichever way you dress it up, it is 2-bedroom with 2 reception rooms. And it was listed as a 3-bedroom. She thought it was a misprint. Applied for it, got it, signed the paperwork, and then it's only after she's moved in that all of a sudden, no, you've signed a form saying it's a 3-bedroomed house, you've now got to pay bedroom tax. Come on. Can anybody think this is right? Now, when I was growing up, we lived in a 3-bedroomed house with 2 reception rooms. And there were 4 kids. There was me and my older sister, a year and 11 days between us. I was supposed to be born on her birthday, but I had the good sense to come late. And then 2 kids from the second marriage, big age gap between us. So when me and Alice became teenagers, we wanted his own bedroom. Fair enough. So the front room became my bedroom. So there's nothing wrong with using a downstairs room as a bedroom. Anybody can do that. Then we left home. It went back to being a sitting room. You know, it was never a bedroom. And if my mum was to put her house on the market, it would be advertised as a 3-bedroom with 2 reception rooms. It wouldn't be advertised as a 4-bedroomed, even though we'd use one of the rooms as a bed. So there's nothing wrong with using a downstairs room as a bedroom. Absolutely nothing wrong with that at all. But you don't class it as a bedroom so that you can charge more rent and force people to pay bedroom tax. To steal a phrase from Councillor Cummins, that's profiteering from poverty. These people, you know, they are the lowest end of the earnings, aren't they? You know, so you're putting extra strain on a family that's struggling anyway. And when Vico Homes was created, if you remember, they sent us all out an email, didn't they? Explaining that the name was Vibrant Communities, Vico Homes. And if you remember, I replied and I copied everybody in. And I said I didn't share their enthusiasm because I didn't see anything vibrant about it. And I don't believe that they believe in communities. And I think this is yet another example of how this company is going. And unless we do something about it, I had difficulty getting this motion passed because I'd originally used the word outsourced, so I had to change that to transferred. It means exactly the same thing in my book. One word, but anyway, it was easy changed. Unless we do something as a council, this situation is only going to get worse. And I do think, as a council, we need to be exploring ways, which is why I put the last bit in, of doing his own... Yes, I take the leader's point, we can't take back all the houses, all the properties that have gone to Vico Homes, but we can look at ways of how we can start building our own and becoming the social housing provider, because otherwise our residents are going to get treated even more shabbily as this company moves more and more into the practices that the private sector has. So I hope you'll all support this motion, because their new policy it's just diabolical. And yeah, I might be highlighting one case, but where there's one, there's going to be more. And there'll be more and more and more and more and more.
Councillor
So I hope
can
you
you
support
wrap
this.
up now, please?
Yeah, just about to say so. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gates. Is the motion seconded? Thank you, Councillor Bates. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate? Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Hemingway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a few comments on this. I'm going to come back to you, Peter, as well for a point of clarification, because I think that may make the difference whether we can support or not from our perspective. I think we've heard earlier throughout this discussion at Council of the issues with Vico Homes at the moment. I think we all agree that that's not in a good place. The situation with Carling, we need to address it. But I'm unclear from the resolution as written suggests that you're calling for us to take social housing as in Vico back in-house. That's certainly how we've interpreted it. From what you've just said now, you're not saying that, you're saying future social house building. So if you're able to clarify that point of the resolution, we'd probably be able to support it. I think the issue we had on our side of the chamber is that it was looking at an unspecified multi-billion-pound commitment to take the 32,000 estate of Vico homes back into public ownership. So if you're willing to clarify that point, I think we're certainly happy to look at supporting the resolution. And I'll throw it back to Councillor Gert on that point, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Spate.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of concern about this policy and sympathy for the lady in question and anyone else that's affected by this. But I don't know if Councillor Gert can answer my query when he has the right to come back as to whether he spoke to Vico about the policy and the reasons behind it, because clearly there is a housing crisis. Another resolution talks about the fact that there are 27,000 people on the waiting list. There's about 30,000 properties. So there is a shortage, not just a shortage, a massive shortage of housing. And I wonder, I don't know why they've done this, but I wondered if it's something to do with trying to own up properties for larger families on the waiting list. Is it that they're robbing Peter to pay Paul because they've got such a long list and lots of families that need 3-bedroom houses, and by doing this they can then rehouse more people? I don't actually know, but I wondered if you asked that question at all when you did you speak to them? Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. I think Councillor Gert has explained the intent of the motion. It's not, I think when the use of the language back in-house, I think it's more of a pragmatic view that basically in 2005 we did essentially outsource, transfer, whatever you want to call it, all as housing to WDH, now Vico. And I think it's more about a conversation about how we start building that now and start bringing some council housing provision directly under this council, just to clarify that. And then I think if this policy was genuinely about rehousing larger families, it wouldn't be an issue. Like what's in the motion wouldn't be an issue, because the issue is reclassifying houses and then moving people in who aren't going to use all the bedrooms in that house anyway. And from my view, I think it's, I'm going to take a cynical view, and I think it's about raising some extra rent revenue. And because there's no other way that it makes sense. If it is about providing 3-bedroom houses to families in need, you wouldn't then be moving families in that only need a 2-bedroom house. So to me, it just makes no sense. But I also think this change in policy is just another example of how Vico Homes is basically failing this district, because it's not just this. It's obviously the discussion we had earlier about the NHS referrals and things like that, and the care link. And then it's things like, when these were under council ownership and management, we had lifetime tenancies. They changed it a few years ago now, where families move in and they've got a 5-year tenancy. And I'd hate to think if that keeps getting chopped and chopped, we're not providing secure, genuinely affordable accommodation anymore. We're potentially moving more to a private sector model and stuff. So I think we really all do need to be challenging what's happening with Vico. And I hope that provides a little bit of clarity from my perspective, and I hope you can all support it. Thank you.
Councillor Hemingway.
In previous meetings where there's been an issue around wording, where there's possible unanimous support in the chamber, we've had a quick adjournment of those members to discuss a revised form of wording. We're not a million miles away from being able to support this, and I think what you've said verbally we can support, but I'm just conscious how it's worded. I think we've still got a slight issue. It's only a couple of words. Could we have a brief adjournment with the mover to quickly try and agree a form of words?
or as long as it takes.
Standing whilst the mayoral party leaves the council chamber.
Big coat on there.
Just
Stanley. The Mayoral Party.
Please be seated again. Right, I do believe we've come to some agreement. Councillor Gert.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. With permission of Madam Mayor, I've changed some wording. So it's the last paragraph. This council further resolves to explore ways of delivering social housing in-house and expanding a sustainable social house building programme across the district. So it's basically taken one word out and changed two others. Okay, so I hope that clarifies that, because it was never my intention to imply that we should buy back all of Vico, because, you know, that's just, you know, if I was, what they call him, who owns Tesla, then yeah, I'd give you the money to do it, but I ain't. I've got £3.50 in my account. Yeah. And to clarify the point that was made by my colleague over there, yes, I did speak to Vico Homes about this, and I put the excerpt from the email that I got back, and it was quite an abrupt email. You know, you know when you get them where it says, "Don't bother talking to me anymore. This is what we're doing," and like I've said before, the point is, there's nothing wrong if there's a shortage, which we all know there's a shortage of 3-bedroomed houses and 4-bedroomed houses. There is absolutely nothing wrong with Vico Homes saying to a family that needs a 3-bedroomed house, look, we haven't got one, but we have got a 2-bedroom with 2 reception rooms, and you could use one of the reception rooms as a bedroom. But what is wrong is to then classify that room as a bedroom, charge extra rent, then move a family in that doesn't qualify for a 3-bedroom and say, you've now got to pay bedroom tax. That is morally wrong. So I hope with the amendments that you'll be able to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gert. I had one member left to speak, and that was Councillor Swift. Do you still want to speak?
Yeah, I think I'm possibly the only person in the room that voted against the stock transfer 20 years back. But I think, mainly I just want to say, I think we've got from various debates today, we have a piece of unfinished business quite clearly about what to do about Vico Homes and what to do about the 30,000, those 30,000 or whatever the number is of houses. I rather suspect that it probably does need an update on legislation. I'm not quite clear when people talk about huge amounts of money, because I'm not quite sure who we'd pay it to. You know, I mean, there isn't somebody there who owns Vico Homes. I think it's a local housing corporation under whichever piece of legislation it was. But I think it does need tackling, clearly not within the context of this motion. Thanks.
Councillor Ahmed.
Just to add that I support the motion in the original, well, as it was originally written, and I think Councillor Jeffries were talking rubbish actually, because I've just checked the legal status of Vico Homes. When you've got a government that can annex people's bank accounts, individual bank accounts, and take property, how can they not take back a housing stock that was given away free to start with at the beginning? Absolute load of rubbish again. So talking rubbish, what you should do is say, I don't know the answer to that one, but we'll give it a try. But actually, it's not. Government can close down people's bank accounts, take the assets under certain with pretty much minimal suspicion. Housing has been taken, in this country has been taken off individuals. Some of them were dubious individuals, but it's been taken. We currently have frozen Russian bank accounts in here that we've held here. So, you know what I mean, whether they've been held for right reasons or not, that's all illegal stuff, but we've done it. If the council, because you know it's your government and they're not going to do it, so that's, but the reality is, if they wanted it back, they could get it back. There's a way, and there always will be.
Councillor Bates, you reserve your right to speak until later in the debate. Would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've cleared up the confusion there with Jack. The whole point of this motion, and the reason I supported it, was to highlight the direction that VCO housing are going, or WDH as we formerly knew it, or even Wakefield Council when they own them. And I think Councillor Williamson has pointed out, what was the point of doing this? You know, I think for the person that got in more revenue for VCO must consider it a masterstroke. They converted a 2-bedroom house into a 3-bedroom with a stroke of a pen and increased the rent. You know, what other purpose could there be but to a revenue stream? You know, money making. Now, I don't know any councillor that hasn't had a problem with VCO, but I know a few councillors that have, myself included. My ward colleague, Councillor Tully. For years now, we've been arguing with VCO over a damn tree because they won't come and trim it. And it's causing problems for residents. Although they've given us written assurances that they will do within 12 months, we got the same letter 12 months later, saying they'll do it within 12 months. And these are the problems that we're all having with VCO. I could go on all day about it, but I think Councillor Williamson's motion will give us a chance to debate some of the issues. But basically, VCO, WDH for everyone, it hasn't worked. The waiting list proved that from what they were when they first took it over. You know. And why did they change the name to VCO? Is it because they're not operating in this district anymore? They're building houses in Scarborough, I believe. You know. So this motion just highlights the problems in the direction that VCO, and we have to fight this for our residents and stop following diktats from the parties or whatever. Because if we don't stand up for our residents, you're really going to get a kicking next May, I can assure you of that. So I'm happy to support the motion, and I'll leave it at that. Madam Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Gert, you have a right of reply if you wish. In exercising your right of reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
Yeah, I think everything's been said that needs to be said now, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gert. We will now then go to the vote. Please. It's been done already. No, you're all right. All those in favour of the motion, please show. All those against the motion? Any abstentions? This is carried. We will now take motion 7. Councillor Williamson, would you please move your motion to council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not really going to take too long on this because we had a debate back in July on it. But when this council unanimously agreed to, agree the expansion of Dolly Parton Imagination Library into all deprived communities and neighbourhoods across the district, and 4 months later, not one piece of work has been done at all. It's not gone to. The report's not gone to any cabinet meeting. When I've tried speaking to the manager of the relevant team, he just keeps saying, he just basically either doesn't respond to me or doesn't really explain what's going off. So from my point of view, nothing's really happened. And in the original motion, we were supposed to be funding the expansion in this financial year. We're now in November, nearly in December, so I'm not really sure when it's going to be there. But I think it does highlight a question about how this council runs, basically. Because we pass a motion, it goes into a black hole, we never hear anything again, and then we struggle to get answers back from chief officers. And it's supposed to be us in this chamber who's supposed to be setting the political direction you know, of this council. And if Councillor Isherwood, when it goes to debate, if you've got some news to add, you know, I'll be happy. But we basically need to see some movement on this. So I'll end it there, because I'm hoping Councillor Isherwood's going to have some news, looking at the reactions, which I'll be happy about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Is the motion seconded? Thank you, Councillor Bates. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'll speak now, Madam Mayor. Yes, when I rise to support this motion, that it gives me a very strong feeling of deja vu back to July, because I distinctly remember supporting this motion then. And it was presented properly, it was proposed, moved and seconded, and it was voted on unanimously. Now, I might need some guidance here, Madam Mayor, from someone on there. Is it not the case that when the council, the decision-making council, vote unanimously for a proper motion, that becomes an instruction? This motion did. That was an instruction from this council to carry out that motion. Is that not correct? Am I correct in that? Yeah. So why? Why isn't everybody in this chamber angry that their decision that they made unanimously has not been enacted? Who's got the authority to ignore that instruction? Who's got the audacity to ignore that instruction? A full council. It was not opposed. Everybody agreed with it. So why is it not happening? Can somebody please answer that question? And with that, I'll support the motion again. Thank you.
Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Isherwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do you know, Jake, it's very disingenuous of you, isn't it, standing there and saying you've had no communication about this. We have a meeting arranged next Thursday to discuss exactly this with the Director of Public Health.
Councillor Sharp, will you stop shouting out, please, when Councillor Isherwood's trying to give her explanation?
So I find it difficult to accept that you haven't had any communication at all about this. And to be honest, I can't support this motion because there is action taking place. There's lots of action taking place which totally negates what you're asking for in this motion. All this motion is doing is denigrating the good work, the excellent work that a small group of excellent officers are doing in relation to the Dolly Parton Library. And I'm sorry, I do not want you backtracking.
Excuse me. Can we just calm down, please?
I've got this mumbling in my ears all the time. There is some work being done, and we were going to have a... Jake,
excuse me, we're not having a conversation. We're letting the member explain. Thank you.
You know very well we'd arranged a meeting with you for next Thursday to discuss what progress we've done on this. Now you know that.
Point of order, please.
When the motion was being proposed, you should be really speaking on the motion. So at which point in the motion you disagree with? So the motion's been proposed and seconded. Your opportunity to address any inaccuracies within the motion, you've not done that. You need to speak, as far as I know, you should be speaking on the motion, the points within the motion that are being addressed, and whether you feel they're inaccurate or not. Otherwise, it's moving away from actually what the content is.
Actually, Councillor Isherwood was speaking on the motion. She's giving her answers to why things have or haven't been done.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we know, the library was piloted in 2017 across Airedale and Ferry Fryston, before being expanded to include Pontefract North and South, Nottingley and Castleford Central. There are presently 1,750 active registrations with a total of 2,645 children benefiting from the library. Since March 2025, we have developed a district-wide targeted approach funded until 2029 by public health reserves. But it is recognised work needs to be done to ensure that the library is sustained after 2028-29. For clarity, the Dolly Parton Imagination Library is a partnership between Wakefield Council through Public Health, Spectrum Community Health CIC and the Dollywood Foundation. The Dollywood Foundation have identified Wakefield Imagination Library as a good practice scheme and are working with us to develop a fundraising model which will take us beyond 2029. We now have 3 targeted approach routes which cover the entire Wakefield district through the health visiting team, ward of residents and the family nurse practitioner. Children identified by our 0-19 service at their mandatory assessment at 2 to 2.5 years of age who demonstrate low communication score are automatically registered with the library. This applies to all children from across the district who are identified with low communication, speech and language skills and reduces the inequality at the early stage of their life. So far, we have received 119 referrals through the health visiting team. In total, there have been 133 registrations from March from all 21 wards via the health visiting team. In addition, 39% of new registrations have come from local ward areas, including Featherstone, Hemsworth, Normanton, Wakefield East, Wakefield North, Wakefield West, and South Hemsall and South Kirby. Another 15% from the current eligible area where families misregistering at the newborn stage. 50% of targeted approach registrations come from children most in need, living in Wakefield's areas of highest deprivation. There are no delays in registering eligible children, and there is no waiting list. There is no need for this to go to Cabinet, as the library is being funded from public health services to ensure that it continues until at least 2028-29. We're not delaying the programme, it's expanding and it will continue to expand. Along with it, we're now being carried, the asks of the motion are being carried out. So the motion, as far as I'm concerned, I can't support it because you're undermining the marvellous work that's already being done by saying it isn't being done in the motion.
Councillor Collins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to really back up some of the things that Margaret said, we did agree a position in July and we continue to maintain that position. All 21 wards, there are children in all 21 wards that are accessing the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. That's not fictitious, that's the fact, is that every area of this district has children that are accessing the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. Public health reserves have been earmarked, they are available, they do not require a Cabinet decision to be earmarked for now and in the future to be able to be used. That is already readily available to be able to do that. And I think actually waiting on a Cabinet report that does something we can already do is a little bit pointless. The motion requested that we use reserves, already doing it, and that we expanded into all areas of this district. Again, we are already doing this. You know, this is not just about saying all children get access to everything, and that weren't what was in the original motion. This is about saying the Dolly Parton Imagination Library and the partners alongside that have a targeted approach to this, and those that are most vulnerable in this of all wards are accessing this. And as Margaret had said in her information, and just for future reference, Jake, if you think you're not getting answers to stuff, it falls under me as a public health thing, but also Margaret's heavily involved because of the children. Email me, we don't need to wait to put a motion into a council meeting to address it. My inbox, my phone is always open, and I'm always more than happy to have these conversations with you. We don't need to wait until 4 months down the line if you feel like things aren't working.
Councillor Gert.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Margaret, we've worked a lot together. I think you know that I respect you. but I'm a bit disappointed today. The reason that this motion was brought forward was because Councillor Williamson had been asking the officer responsible repeatedly for information, and that had not been provided. So what else is it to think that nothing's happening? So I think you need to go back to whoever that councillor officer is and ask him why he didn't respond to the emails. You know, had you contacted, and I don't want to speak for Jake, but had you contacted him before this meeting and said to him, look, Jake, there's been a misunderstanding here, this is what's happening, I'm sure he'd have withdrawn this motion. So this spectacle tonight was completely unnecessary. But I think that the problem here, and I think this does need to be taken back to the Chief Executive, is when an elected member emails a council officer on whatever subject that is, then they need a response, and they need a response in a timely manner. And if they don't get one, then that officer should be held to account, because it is treating the elected members with contempt. And that's what has arisen this confusion tonight. So that's all I'm going to say.
Councillor Shah.
Yeah, I think what everyone's missing here is that this is a lawful motion that's been accepted by the Chief Legal Officer of this council. So if it wasn't viable, if there was any untruths, or if Gillian thought that this was not viable to put it in because because this is less than 6 months since he put the last motion in, and if it wasn't viable for him to put this in again, it would have been disregarded. You've come and you've reeling off statistics from March 2025, from before Jake brought the motion to council, before it was even up for consideration. So you've been doing work on other stuff from March 2025 that's not actually relevant directly to what he was asking for in July. And then what you've done is you've gaslighted him and said, you're the problem, you're disingenuous because you, for 4 months, have done nothing. Now, that might not have been your intention, Margaret, but unfortunately your department's done nothing. And I think we just need to look after one another and get stuff done for one another, because at the heart of it, it's our residents at the centre of this. It's our children that need this. And saying you're disingenuous and pointing fingers and shouting across, it's just not going to get anything done. I am sorry for shouting at you, but you've had your fingers in my face about 6 times this whole council meeting. I'm not going to tolerate it. And I just want to let you know that when someone, even and this is not even with your department actually, it's with Matthew's department, I was actually hung up by an officer. I was actually hung up by an officer in this council because they don't want to answer any questions, and even when you get through to them, it's absolutely, it's futile. So rather than saying you're disingenuous, pointing in people's faces, just get stuff done and work together and because 4 months for anything is, even if you were dealing with something in your life, Margaret, 4 months to wait, it is too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do differ from Councillor Sharp's idea, because I feel like in this motion, whether the Chief Legal Officer should have accepted or not, it is debatable, because I do not want a council chamber meeting to become a witch hunting game for the officers who may or may not, I could not verify. We want to go for their political master, okay? Who is in control of this chamber? Who is in control of this motion? So the Chief Legal Officer should look at it, this motion within 6 months' time, 4 months' time, that whether if this answered email from officers, she should be able to liaise with the member of the portfolio member, making sure that the right answer to Councillor Williamson, but instead to resubmit this motion to cause the confusion across the chamber is not very wise. So I hope that we look into that angle rather than the other way around. Thank you.
Councillor Hamed.
I think this motion, I think as it stands at the moment, is as we said, it's a valid motion, and the concern that's been raised, and it's it's sad that it's been raised in the way because the project itself, it did get consensus view across the council chamber, and it is a good project. And actually, people looking back on this and viewing this, it's not good viewing. But the point that is on page 8, I think that's what you're taking concern with here. Despite clear evidence, cross-party consensus, a formal council resolution, DPIL expansion has not progressed to cabinet. So was that what was originally agreed in the motion? And if that hasn't happened, then the motion's entirely valid. So the validity of the motion remains. In terms of the officers that have not responded, I think it's right to call out officers when they don't respond. I wouldn't call them out by name or something like that because they're not here to defend themselves. But if somebody hasn't bothered to respond, then you're entitled to bring that. And having a meeting next week wouldn't have addressed it because you could have just emailed him when the motion went in and said, actually, this is incorrect. Councillor Williamson, this is incorrect. This is the factual information. And for that reason, would you mind please withdrawing your motion? I'll provide you this evidence. And I'm sure both councillors would have been reasonable enough to say, actually, let's just withdraw that motion. Let's not bring the Dolly Parton Imagination Library into a council chamber in this way. That's my feeling that I'm getting, because I think we all agree with the Dolly Parton Imagination. I know you've done loads of work on it. I know Councillor Williams has raised it in the council meeting, so we all agree on that. So it is as a result of miscommunication that we've ended up with this motion here today. But if that was what we agreed, it should have gone to cabinet. If that's what you're saying has happened and the expansion's happened, then that's a different story. So there needs to be some sort of consensus here to move this forward. And the person or people that are not replying to elected councillors, and it's not a one-off. There's a lot of people in the council chamber. There's a number of officers in this council, not the majority, who probably don't. They might answer yours, but we do get them responses. You know what I mean? We do get delays, and I've withheld from mentioning people's names, but I'm not scared. I'll stand here and start naming people if that's what it takes to get people to start responding, because I don't care. If somebody's not responding, we've been elected. We're the ones who are held accountable for things that are not happening on officers. You know, if somebody's not responding, and that isn't, I'm saying 99% of officers do, but the ones we deal with, some of them don't respond, and they think it's okay. But I know they're responding to other people, and they're from your side.
Councillor Graham.
Yeah, I'm not going to drag it on, but I disagree with the legal advice. I don't think there should have been a motion. I think it should have been a question, written down. But I totally understand why Jake's brought this. If he feels like something's not happening, then bring it and raise it in front, in the public domain. But it sounds to me like Margaret's made it clear that stuff is happening. So I think we just need a little bit of common sense and meet after the meeting and get on with it. I think it does raise a wiser point though of, we do these motions every 2 months or whatever, and where is the list of all the motions we've ever moved? Where are the outcomes? We never see them ever again. And we've raised that as previously when I was in the Labour group, we've raised it at full council. There still isn't that bank, and there still isn't somebody with ownership in the council. So wave the wand and let's make it happen.
Councillor Hemingway.
Yeah, just to come in on this, Madam Mayor, I think it would be helpful in obviously we've heard about communication and what people feel has been said and what hasn't, if we look to put a members' briefing on this issue and the expansion and what's actually happened, so there's absolute clarity for council of all parties, what's being done around this, just so we can move forward and have a clear approach. Because obviously we feel that the motion isn't accurate with what's been happening, Jake feels he's not been communicated with, so if we have a members' briefing for everybody of all parties, I think that would draw a line under the matter.
Councillor Williamson, you have a right of reply if you wish.
Yeah, I think I just want to address some of these because I don't really appreciate being attacked by Councillor Isherwood. Now, my point, there are loads of good staff in this council, and I say that frequently, but I think too often those very good staff are let down by the bureaucracy and sort of by a lot of times senior officers and directors. Right? That's genuinely, that is my position, and when this motion was passed, I asked the relevant manager what would be happening, when it'd be going to cabinet. I think it was actually after the first cabinet meeting, after the motion was passed, I asked, and he said, we've got some developments, I'll let you know in due course, blah, 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 blah. And then I've asked again, right, about when it's going to Cabinet, and I don't really get a clear answer on anything. And that's the position. Now, this motion wasn't brought to make any of you at the front look like a fool, or whatever you might think, right? But there are serious problems, and if the Chief Legal Officer was here today, she'd be able to attest to everybody that I say stuff like this. Regularly, there'll be Labour councillors, you know, former colleagues who I've said stuff like this to before, but I do not think this council is in any way, shape or form democratic. Right, we have an election, we have an election every year, we have a fallow year, but when it gets down to it, right, us in this chamber, we pass these motions and they disappear, never to be heard of again. Right, we've got a cabinet there who really end up, and then wider us, who are then expected to rubber stamp the decisions of senior directors and stuff. And I do not think this council, as it currently operates, lives up to representing and governing in the interests of the residents of this district. And that is my feeling, and it is my view and experience from being a councillor now for 3 years nearly. And I've said that to many chief directors and stuff frequently, right? And that's what other councillors have said to me in private is the case as well. Now, in 4 months, when you were saying before, we've arranged a meeting next week, to me isn't work, right? This motion, the original motion in July, didn't happen in a vacuum. I spent a couple of months meeting with staff in that department, and I discussed what I was wanting to do, what I was going to be bringing to council and stuff. So they already knew before the motion come to this chamber what I was wanting to achieve. And then they've had another 4 months and stuff after. And I honestly think, because in the Constitution, whenever we pass a motion, it's supposed to go to a relevant, is it director or manager for that service. So for me, the hold-up is with the management of this council. It's not with staff, the hard-working staff or anything. It is with the manager. And I think we really need to have a proper discussion on how this council operates going forward, right? Because to be honest, there's some days I just think it's a complete joke, because we don't really have any real power. And I know a lot of you think the same, right? So I might have cabinet members pulling faces, but I know a lot of you backbenchers have said the same to me before. Can't get much done, right? That's the problem with this. So it wasn't an attack on anybody in here, right? It's highlighting a problem we've had with this motion, and we have with other motions, with other areas of policy, right? And it's something everybody likes to pretend isn't there. Everybody likes to pretend there isn't a problem with how this council operates, but there is. And I'm just going to leave it there.
Thank you. We will now move to the vote. Please show all those in favour of the motion. All those against? Any abstentions? The motion is defeated. We come now to the penultimate motion. Councillor Harvey, would you please move your motion to council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very quick confession that I have prepared something more than 5 minutes here, but I will do a chop and change, making sure that I complete it within 4 minutes and 59 seconds, but it's not my style. Madam Mayor, I know the whole chamber will all be aware of the difficulties we face in ensuring that the right amount and right quality of provision are given to children with special educational needs and disabilities, and providing support for these children is a statutory obligation, which is, in my view, is one of the very best things about Britain. Our society cares deeply about making sure that each child can thrive in an optimized educational setting. Yet, across the country, councils are failing to adequately support some children, due in part in 2 years of underfunding, I will admit that, which has led to a crisis in the system. Showing demand for services, in particular post-COVID pandemic, is overwhelming local authorities, resulting in long waiting time for assessments and failure to meet children's needs. In the last financial year, nearly 60% of the applications for Education, Health and Care Plan, EHCP, in this council have failed to meet the statutory 10-week target. As a matter of fact, many cases have not been determined for over a year. According to independent experts, the situation is exacerbated by a lack of resources for specialist staff and the inclusion of environment, leading to a significant council deficit to call for urgent government reform. In the last academic year, more than 20% of pupils in Wakefield were identified as having special education needs, with 8,538 receiving SEND support and 3,213 have an EHCP. I do want to acknowledge that this council has had some success in this vital area, with Wakefield SEND services having received high praise from a joint inspection by Ofsted and the Care Quality Commission. The portfolio holder for children and young people, Councillor Isherwood, deserves a lot of credit for the work she has done and her unwavering dedication to the role. However, I know from my experience as a parent, as a school governor and a councillor that much more can and must be done. There are too many gaps that remain, and some SEND parents are questioning the accuracy of this assessment based on limited survey responses and some unsatisfactory performance of WeSale, that's Wakefield Early Support Advice Information and Liaison. As an elected representative, some of the most distressing cases I have dealt with over the last few years have involved heartbroken parents of children requiring SEND services who have been badly let down by the system. Three of them in particular really stick in my mind so clearly. In one instance, a resident's almost 4-year-old daughter was non-verbal. She was told following expert examination that speech therapy and autism assessment were very much needed. The beautiful little girl and her family had to join the agonizing 6-month-long waiting list to be considered for an EHCP, only to eventually be declined and specialist help to be denied. More recently, the 7-year-old son of another resident in my ward, who I also wouldn't name, but has served our NHS for 21 years, initially had a request for clinician assessment denied by the local authority, this council. After fighting tooth and nail through the court system, she finally managed to get him an evaluation by specialists who determined that he indeed needs special educational provision, yet he too also was ultimately denied the EHCP and therefore not given the help he desperately needed to reach his full potential. A third case involved a veteran young family who struggled for years to take care of their child with ADHD. While himself was fighting with PTSD, the fight took its toll on their family, resulting in the breakdown of the marriage and regrettably 3 attempts on his own life. I still recall to the day the heartbroken meeting I had with his partner. Madam Mayor, I am sure that my fellow councillors have all had similar cases in their own wards. Today, I'm proposing a motion to remedy some of the ongoing issues the council faces by building upon the foundation that have already been laid down. I firmly believe that the following course of action are necessary. Our council, number one, should urge the central government to increase funding for SEND services and calls for the white paper reform to be made a priority, but this one has been delayed, and you all know that it's not going to be done until next March, the earliest. The second, the council developed a plan to lower the increased rates of exclusion and suspension present at the moment in Wakefield district. They should work to provide quicker pathway to allow access to camps to reduce the wait times.
Councillor Harvey, can you wrap up now, please? You've had over 5 minutes.
I know. Number three, I would say that in the district, we need to work very closely with the multi-academy trust to making sure that they also actively engage in the SEND improvement with the council. Number four, I think we need to make sure that
we've gone far enough now, Councillor Harvey.
The placement from outside the district should not be allowed.
Excuse me, we're cutting off now. You've had plenty of time. And you did say you'd do it under 5 minutes, but you failed. Sorry. Is this motion seconded?
I'll be seconding the motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'll reserve my right till later unless somebody cuts the debate short and stops that.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson has submitted an amendment to the motion. The amendment has been circulated to members prior to the meeting. Councillor Williamson, would you please introduce your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope Councillor Harvey and Graham take the amendment in the spirit it was meant in. over the last few months, I've been sort of meeting with a local charity that represents and tries to help families with SEND children. And I'm going to be blunt, because these families don't just need a polite conversation where we discuss it and then move on. But, we need to basically be acknowledging that the system is failing SEND children. Now, councils on one level have some blame, but I don't think we can basically have this discussion in a vacuum. We've got to acknowledge the long-term austerity, the cuts to the SEND national funding formula, you know, the impact councils have had in dealing with things like early intervention and stuff. And I just would like to say, I think the recent announcements in terms of the new school provision and things for SEND children, I think is really positive, and I think it does show we're moving in the right direction. But there's like a hidden element to this system which doesn't often get talked about, which is basically the strain on families, right? So we have 1 in 5 children in this district needing additional support. We have last year, over half of the applications at the stage 2 for an EHCP plan. There were more than 50% of cases that went over the time frame for deciding on whether, you know, to approve a plan. There were one family that waited for a decision for over a year on something that should take up to 10 weeks. There were more than 1,100 children on reintegration timetables, which are supposed to be short, temporary, 4 to 8 week sort of timetables to help a student back into the school. But they're being used way beyond, you know, that 4 to 8 week period. And all too often, families are SEND children are getting accepted into schools on the basis that the school can cater to the children's needs. And then as the school year is starting, and the schools receive the additional money they get for a SEND child, they're then turning around to the parents and saying, we can't cater to these needs, leaving families in limbo. And the effect this is having is a lot of parents are having to give up the jobs. I've got one resident in my ward who had to give up quite a high-paying job in Hemsworth, you know, which is an achievement in itself, but she had to give that up to be able to look after a child full-time. She's having to homeschool the child, which is then she can't get any help to cover the additional resources she needs to educate a child. We've got instances of family breakdowns. We've got parents being led basically to substance abuse and alcoholism. We've had, you know, people self-harming over this situation. And when I met with this local charity, they told me 3 SEND children had committed suicide, right, because their needs aren't being catered to. And it should be a scandal, in all honesty. And I think part of this motion, what I'm wanting to do is establish a new forum for parents to be able to come, raise their issues, get in touch directly with potentially council officers, raise casework, have things dealt with. Now, we do have a forum at the minute which is called the Wakefield Parents and Carers Forum, but a lot of these families I've been meeting are saying it's not fit for purpose, because these issues, the impact on families and stuff that it's having, are not getting, basically that forum is not taking those issues forward and representing them, whether it be to this council, whether it be to the NHS and things like that. So the structures we've got in place are failing these families time and time again. And that, having a new forum was the biggest ask for these people I was speaking to. Right? They understand, you know, the system in its entirety is struggling. They understand they need more funding. They understand there's only so much councils can do. But all their main ask was, I want a place where I can go, raise the issues, raise the experiences my family's
Councillor
having.
Williamson, can I ask you to wrap up, please? You've had your 5 minutes.
And have someone take it seriously. So, and then there were a few legal elements to the amendments, but that's basically the crux of my amendment, so I'll move that now. Thank you.
Is the amendment seconded? Thank you, Councillor Gert. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think all of you know that I've done a lot of work with SEND children. I've raised it in the chamber several times. And I want to thank Councillor Harvey for bringing this motion forward. And I hope that you see that the amendment strengthens the motion, it doesn't weaken it. And also take a moment to thank Margaret and Richard, who I've both worked with on this issue. But unfortunately, even though the willingness is there, from the council's point of view, we're not moving any further forward. And I've raised a number of times the amount of parents that are being pressured by the schools into homeschooling. And the net result of that is these children don't get an education. That's top and bottom of it. They're just out of school, then they're forgotten about. And unfortunately, last week I've heard of yet another one in my ward where the mother's been pressured into taking them out of the school. So we have got a problem, and we need to recognise that we've got a problem. And it's not about attaching blame to anybody. It's just saying that the system currently isn't working, and we need to look at it. And every family I have spoken to, as Jake said, the current forum we've got, Wakefield Parent Forum, every single family that I've spoken to, and I've mentioned this forum to them, they said, no, they're useless, not fit for purpose. The people who are on it, who run it, are just nodding dogs. So we need to look at that as well, because it's not me saying this is the parents saying it. And if they're not feeling supported, we have to listen to them. We have to look at it. We can't get offended and go, oh, they've called me a nodding dog. We've got to look at the reasons why, because nobody should be made to feel that way. Nobody should feel pressured to take their child out of school. The system isn't working. Let's admit the system isn't working and look at ways robustly to fix it. And like I say, the problem isn't just with the council. The main problem actually lies with the schools. And it's because a lot of them went to academy status and we've no control over them. And when you've got children, I've got one that I dealt with where he was allocated a place, the school got the funding. He didn't step foot over the threshold for a full year, because before he even got there on day one, as soon as the school had got the money, they said, we can't meet his needs. A full year he didn't step foot over that threshold, yet that school was allowed to keep the money. So we need to be looking at things like that as well. So I hope this will get unanimous support. You know, it's not about attaching blame, it's just about admitting, yes, we have got a problem, we need to look at ways of fixing it. Just remember, election next year, people are watching.
Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? Councillor Isherwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a very emotive issue, is SEND, and I absolutely agree the system's broken. Not here, not by us. It's a government thing. My problem is, and I'm not having a go at you, Jake, over this, but the amendment as it stands, I asked officers to look into it and see, you know, check the details and what have you. And they've come back that there are a lot of inaccuracies in what you're saying in regard to the figures. I've got the things here, I can forward them on to you. I mean, EHCP is actually 20 weeks, not 10 weeks, as you put in the report. There's the timeliness, you know, it's 77% of EHCPs were completed in timescale in 24-25, but there's a whole list of things here which I can forward on to you, but I'm not willing to.
Given to me directly by the FOI team in the council, I sent a load of questions
Mm.
Now, when I spoke, I mentioned specifically the stage 2 bed, not the stage 1, because there's two elements to
Yep.
the EHCP
Mm.
process. So it's the debate deciding whether there should be a plan put in place, which is the final 10 weeks, is where the 57%.
Yeah, but that's not clear in the report, is it? It's not clear in the report, and as the amendment is going forward, it's not saying that. So it's inaccurate. From that, you've got data for the reintegration timetables for 24-25 shows that there's 793 children were subject to that process. So from my point of view, moving forward onto something else, I mean, the result of chronic underfunding and systemic failures in centre provision has been financially and emotionally devastating for many families across the Wakefield district, contributing to family breakdowns, instances of self-harm, domestic violence, suicide, addiction, and families falling into debt. Unfortunately, officers don't recognise that. It's not coming forward into children's services, which is where it should be. If people are aware of this, they should be fetching it forward so that we are aware. So I can't, as the portfolio holder for children's services, I have to look at this and say, is this happening? And my officers are saying, no, it's not, because people aren't reporting it in to the service. Therefore, that's another part I can't accept. Now, with regard to the parent care reform, and I know over at Nottingley, they don't feel that. I've been out, Pete. I've been out to Nottingley, and I know there's that level that you feel. People feel they're not getting support over there, and I've seen it. I've talked to people, but I work with the Parent Care Forum, and they're doing an amazing, in my view, an amazing amount of work. They effectively hear the voice of parents and carers. They give peer support, they give advocacy, they give advice and influence local systems. We had them at the graduated launch on Monday, speaking about the work they've been doing. So these things I can't accept. I understand what reasons you're doing them, and it is a system that is absolutely broken. And to be honest, Sam's fetching another motion forward, but we had 14 years of Tory government, and they had time after time, they had the opportunity to improve the system going forward, but they didn't. And hopefully next February, we're going to have a white paper from the current government, which will address the issues with this. But personally, I cannot accept this amendment. Sorry.
Councillor Williamson, as mover of the amendment, do you wish to reply before we take the amendment to the vote?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. I think this, obviously the points Councillor Isherwood has raised highlights the disconnect between what's happening on the ground and what the council, thinks happening in other organisations, because I did specifically state that, these families have tried raising these concerns, and it's the Wakefield Parents and Carers Forum that are basically, in the words of a lot of parents, was it acts like a clique. These issues we try and raise, they don't take seriously, they dismiss them, and then don't represent them, to organisations like us and the council. And then you're telling me something which seems to confirm what the families are telling me. I understand the officers might be saying something differently in terms of the impact this is having on families in terms of debt and things like that. But like my job, as all our jobs here, is to represent the people, as residents in his ward. Now that's all I'm doing. Now if we're going to operate in this manner where we can't accept, and I'm not having a go, I'm just being totally blunt and straight about it, where we can't accept things each of us are saying, what as residents are telling us. And it's not just my residents. I went and met with an organisation, a charity called Kids Aware, right? And they're helping, hundreds and hundreds of kids across the district and stuff. And this is all what's being fed to me. So there's just clearly a disconnect. And I think that's why we need a new forum, you know, which is potentially going to be managed by the council, so that anything parents are bringing forward comes directly to the council and we can then pass it to the NHS and stuff, rather than having this independent intermediary that obviously doesn't seem to be doing, you know, its job. And all the statistics I've put in here is just exactly what I received in email from the FOI team. I received 2 emails. The first one was quite a couple of months ago, which got back to me at the end of August, which all the initial stats in there, you know, about the 57% of cases and stuff is what was sent back to me at the end of August. And then I had to wait, and then I think at the start of this month I was given the second email. Now, whether there's been some misunderstanding with the reintegration timetables, maybe, right? Or that might be a fault on the FOI team or anything, but I can quite happily come and show you the information I've been given by the council after this meeting, or I can do it before if the mayor is willing to adjourn. And then I've just lost my train of thought about what I was going to say then. That's it. So some of the instances about suicides and, you know, things like that, when I asked the council, basically said they don't hold any data on that. So that's not to say it's not happening, that's just to say the council's not collecting that information. But there was one additional point I didn't raise when I was formally moving this amendment, was what the parents and the representatives were saying is often when that happens, it's not recorded as a suicide, it's often recorded as death by misadventure. And the reason what was explained to me is because for some perceived wisdom, whether this right or wrong, I'm happy for it to be clarified later down the line. It's just what I've been told, is that apparently the prevailing view is SEND children cannot always understand the concept of suicide. Right, and I'm happy to have, you know, whether that's right or wrong, but that's what's been told to me, been passed to me. So there is clearly a disconnect. Now, regardless, we really need to start tackling, you know, these issues in whatever way we can. And I do think moving to a new forum, right, where we can have council officers, specialists go in there, discussing directly with parents, which, and I must add, has to be parent-led. I think that's crucial because we're at such a crisis, and obviously there's things council officers, you know, are aware of. It has to be parent-led, and you know, and I'm happy to have a discussion with you outside this chamber or anything on this matter, and I'm potentially happy to speak to the people I've been speaking to and setting up a meeting between you and them and things like that, because we basically need it sorting. So with that, I'm happy to finish.
Thank you. We will now take the amendment to the vote. To clarify, this is to determine whether the amendment from Councillor Williamson should become the new substantive motion. Please show all those in favour of the amendments. All those against? Any abstentions? That amendment falls. And we now revert back to the original motion as set out in the agenda. Does any member wish to speak on the original motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the question under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, I have a lot of sympathy for the last motion, and I think the amendment actually made this motion much better. But there were just some things that needed ironing out. But I'm standing here today not just as a councillor, but also as a SEND mum. A mum who has sat through all the meetings, the assessments, the emails, the late night Googling, the guilt, the worry, and the firefighter. I have sat through all of it. My child is currently in a specialist provision, and I know exactly what it feels like when the system either quietly supports you or loudly fails you. So when I hear phrases, and I read directly from the motion, like every school should have their fair share of EHCPs, I can physically feel my jaw clenching, because EHCPs are not raffle tickets. They are not some kind of resource to be distributed evenly. They are children. They are children with needs, they are children with strengths, and they are children who deserve support and not to be treated like a burden that we need to take a quota of. You cannot talk about fair shares of human beings. It is just dehumanising, and it frames SEND children to be a problem to be shared out and not the individuals who have additional needs that any decent education system should embrace and plan for. And honestly, Madam Mayor, I refuse to let my child or any other child in this district to be reduced to a number on a spreadsheet. And we can't talk about the fairness of this without talking about the current realities in Wakefield, because as the motion highlights, the SEND inspection in March 2024 did make it clear that improvements were needed. Not but, full stop. I do know that those figures were a snapshot in that time, and I am well aware that the council is on that improvement journey and are well into that improvement journey. And I know that Margaret shares that commitment to driving those improvements. It is clear that this is a priority, and I welcome her determination to make real change happen. Sorry, I have to write it down because that line made me really angry. As has been said, right now over 20% of our pupils need that extra help, and more than 3,200 have EHCPs. That's not just some niche group. If a fifth of our children and young people need additional support, then it isn't some side issue, it is the system. And the council have made lots of efforts. We see in the report millions has been invested in the extra places, the language hubs, the facility improvements, and these initiatives are massively welcome, and they show that we have a real commitment to change. But investment alone is not enough, and the children's needs are still slipping through the cracks. Despite these efforts, some of our kids are still facing lower academic outcomes, higher exclusion rates, more absences. Families like mine are still being pushed to the brink. But let's be honest, we can't just lay the blame at the council's door for this. The problem comes from a national system that still expects every child to fit into perfectly shaped holes and then labels them like a problem when they don't. Wakefield is trying to patch gaps in a structure that was never designed for the children we actually have. The motion calls for central government proper funding. We are pushing for that. We are demanding support for faster access to mental health. We're addressing the frankly unacceptable exclusion rates for SEND children. And we are already working with schools and multi-academy trusts. We're not just doing SEND to them, but we're building solutions with them. But let me be crystal clear, absolutely crystal. What we are absolutely not and will never do is act like sharing out EHCPs is the answer. If a school is struggling to meet the child with EHCPs, giving them their fair share will never magically fix that. Training does, funding does, culture does, support does, because children and my child is not cargo, not something to be divvied up. They are children who deserve to be taught in environments that understand, respect and celebrate them. And as a SEND parent, I will tell you we are exhausted. We are tired of fighting, we are tired of navigating systems that treat us like an admin burden and of hearing the same national promises year after year while our kids continue to fall through the gaps that shouldn't exist anymore. But we are hopeful because we know what our children are capable of when the right support is actually there. And I know that Margaret too strives for exactly that, to see every child thrive and reach their potential. And that ultimately should be what this motion is about. So I support the calls for funding, I support the calls for a better national system, but I challenge and will always challenge loudly any narrative that treats SEND children as quotas instead of people. And that, Madam Mayor, is why I urge every single councillor to vote against this today. Because our job is not to share them out. Our job is to build a district where every child, EHCP or not, can actually thrive. Thank you.
Councillor Sherwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just before I go on, I'm going to say to Jake and Peter, I'll arrange a meeting with me, you and Vicky so we can go through the things that you've raised. With regard to this motion, I'm just going to go straight through the resolutions so that we, rather than waste time. Resolution 1. So, like many other local authorities, we have for many years and still are calling for changes to both the national funding formula and national policy approach to SEND services. The good news today is that the government will be taking over funding of SEND from 2028. That's been announced today in the budget. Resolution 2, working with school leaders, a plan is already in place to lower the rates of exclusion and suspension. Currently, decisions around exclusion and suspension are not within the control of the LA, but sit with individual schools. However, plans in place address the reintegration of children into mainstream school, and Senate and alternative provision services are working proactively with schools to avoid escalations for pupils with SEND. This has already resulted in the avoidance of 3 exclusions. Plans are already in place to address waiting times for access to specialist mental health services. The local authority, this is Resolution 3, the local authority already works with MAT leaders and maintained heads. We engage with MAT CEOs through our Education and Inclusion Executive, which is chaired by our Director of Children's Services and the CEO of Pontefract Academies Trust. This is always a well-attended meeting and is routinely attended by representatives from the DFE. Resolution 4. This proposed resolution suggests that the Council operates outside the law and current statutory processes, and therefore not something we can do. Resolution 5. Arrangements for staff training in schools is not within the direct control of the Council. However, our district-wide CPD programme aims to address identified gaps in the national teacher training and leadership development offered by the DFE. Internally, we have trained 300 education and inclusion staff. Resolution 6. Collaboration with parents and carers and young people, as well as VCSE colleagues, is already well embedded in the work we do. This is demonstrated by the well-established Parent Carer Forum, which is supported to work across the district with a range of carers and their children, providing help, advocacy and support. The forum also represents the parent carer voice in strategic settings, which includes the SEND Partnership Board. I am aware that there are still areas which cause concern to some, and I have arranged, along with the Director of Children's Services, to organise a members' development session where these issues can be discussed. Unfortunately, we are working in a broken system, perpetrated by previous Tory governments, which have been, for reasons of ideology, unwilling to tackle the problems within the SEND system. And with that, Madam Mayor, I sit down. Thank you. Councillor I will be supporting the motion.
Councillor Gert.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, Madam Mayor. It's clear that this motion is going to get defeated. You voted down the amendment as well. Councillor Collins, appreciate everything that you said. Maybe you should have put an amendment in yourself rather than letting this motion fall. Word of warning to you all. This is being watched. There's an election next year. The message you're sending out, definitely to the parents of SEND children in my ward that I speak to, is you're not listening. And that message will be heard all across the district. They're telling you they are struggling, that they're not being listened to, they don't feel supported. And you're going to defeat this motion. And the message you're sending them out is that you don't care. That's the message they will hear. With that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to recall for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Councillor Ahmed.
I'm going to support the motion, obviously. I believe both the motion and the amendment were good. I thought it was just a straight conclusion, that everybody would support it. I just thought the way it was written and the amendment, I just thought everybody was going to support it. So I sat here thinking, I'm not going to say anything. And the fact on the ground is that whether we like it or not, SEND students EL or whatever classification they are a number on a spreadsheet for most academy trusts. You might not like hearing that, but that's how it's done. And most of them numbers are at the bottom of the scale. And I was just saying to Councillor Farmer earlier on, and I think Councillor Graham will know this as well, this has happened in the last 14 years, 14 years before that, and 14 years before that as well. The SEND students of the lowest class, lowest, so working class SEND student is the lowest achieving group and has been persistently since the creation of the education system. And that hasn't got any better. And you know, the things that were raised in both motions were valid about the impact on families. And if the council is not aware of that, then that shows a massive gap in their knowledge. And it shows that some of the systems are not working within the council as well as national government. The curriculums in school do not cater for, as you said, I do agree with you on there. Councillor Collins is right. A young person today, when they arrive to primary school and they leave in secondary, the curriculum and the pressure on schools to provide an EBAC curriculum and all those things do not, I can speak on secondary mainly, mean that schools are at the detriment of SEND students and students from lower ethnic backgrounds, ethnic and working class backgrounds, underachieve in the education system, are more likely to be not in education, employment or training at the end of the 16 years, are more likely to be undiagnosed with dyslexia, which is a basic check in schools. We've got students in like year 10 sitting their GCSEs next year, and the entire education system has missed something so overt as dyslexia, which is a straightforward screening, or Asperger's or autism or other things in there. And so whether you, because you've disagreed with it, and obviously somebody's, I don't know who's wrote that for you, if you wrote it, etc. on there. It says call for government increase in funding. Let's go through your points. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the fact that more funding should be given? Let's see, decrease number of exclusions, suspensions. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong. We're already doing it. But if you're doing it, it should be zero, then shouldn't it? Or is it 2%? So what is it? Work collaborative multi-academy trust. Well, you have to work with them because that's the system that you've got. You know, whatever the academy trust it is, I'm not looking at the results or something like that, but obviously you've chosen a certain academy trust that is leading on that. I don't know what their results are on SEND students. It might be worth looking and seeing what their exclusion rates are and what their SEND results are. We don't know what they are. What's wrong with that? Ensuring all schools just get a fair share of EHCPs. I get your point. Not some schools will have more EHCPs than others. But the fact is, it's making sure that a system works for all pupils and all students in schools, and they have the opportunity. But obviously, the curriculum is going to fail them anyway. But we try our best to ensure that they get that chance in here. So obviously, I was supporting the motion from the start. I thought everybody else would do. But obviously, everyone's been given their instructions not to support it. And I think Councillor Gert captured it at the end really well. The message that we are sending to the public is that we don't agree with the support for SEND students. That's what the message that's going to come for those people. And I support the recorded vote, whoever called for that.
Councillor Graham, were you indicating to speak? At any time. Go ahead.
First off, I just want to say, Michelle, I think that was a really good point about the number of ECHPs. I think it's probably poorly worded. I don't think anyone sort of said you should have that many. That any kid that needs one should be getting one. So I totally take that point. I think it was a really good one. The reason I was seconding this motion is not to have a bash at the council or at the officers or at the politicians in charge of it, because, you know, I've been in cabinet and I've heard Margaret speak passionately about children's services and education, and I know, and Vicky, etc. I know everyone's working the socks off and trying their best. And I think somebody mentioned it is mostly national problems that you have. But I suppose the reason I thought to second this motion is just to have the debate in this chamber to allow people out there to see that, you know, this is actually important to us and we do want to talk about it, and we do hear them. You know, a lot of the casework I get is all about pavements, potholes, parking, but regularly I hear from parents about provision within schools, and particularly SEND provision. Only last week, I came across a woman who tagged me in a post on Facebook, and she was being ignored by MPs in the district when she was trying to raise it, and she was part of a forum that wanted to discuss this and wanted to raise its profile, and she was getting no response whatsoever. So it's for women like her, and I haven't got any kids, so I can't speak from experience, but like Councillor Ahmed, I've worked in a school, I've seen the problems, and I know just how many parents and children aren't getting the support they need. So whatever comes out of today, I'm just glad that we're all discussing it and that parents can see that, you know, we do care.
Councillor Harvey, as mover of the original motion, do you wish to reply before we take the motion to vote? In exercising your right to reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to reply, and I want to thank all colleagues here now. It's after 8:30, but this is a very important issue, and I appreciate and thank you all for staying here. First of all, as Councillor Graham said, let's get the politics out of the way, and I hope that this council chamber, all of you, don't just telling me that you have a short memory. 2016, your Ofsted rating is inappropriate. 2017, your SEND is improvement. Okay, so don't start with this Tory government, whatever. Let's put it up to bed. What we wanted to do now is stop that blaming game. See what we can do for the children, for those children in need. And Councillor Michelle Collins, I just cannot believe that you. I mean, I'm so sorry. I have to say my wording of English here is not correct, but I could not even understand you would misinterpret the share. It's share of the funding, share of the resources, and we have more training. We are not going to be allocate EHCP quotas to the school. Even I wouldn't be that thick. So I wanted to say that this misinterpretation is actually deliberately wanted to distort this motion. This motion, all the rest of the points, you have not wanted to defect any. Everything was good, but for this one. So I wanted to come back to you to say, we just now had a horse trading, okay, from vehicles. You're not going to buy vehicle, Councillor Gert. I am not going to be saying that this is share means that allocated quota, so treating our children as, as goods. No. So shall we start it again? I give you a chance to say whether you would consider that reworded, and then you will consider for all these councillors next year, going back to the election, say they have not actually voted down this SEND. I understand the Madam Mayor did not even give me the chance to come up with the measures, what need to be done. The measures is a lot more. Councillor Jacob Williamson had the courtesy, work on it hard each month, each year, and then he called me. He gave me a courtesy to say, I want to amend it because I think there needs to be enhancing, more points to be raised. I said, great, that's a good idea. You go for it, but I've covered some already. But you sat there, did not do nothing. I appreciate you are some mother, and I really, my heart goes out with you, all the work you have put in. But however, please don't misinterpret our intention and don't put a political a spin on it. Just tell me whether you're happy for me to say that this is not the right original intention of this share, and let's start it again to say that this motion has to be passed tonight. Thank you.
Could you respond? Yes.
Just to be very clear, I am one councillor in a whole chamber of councillors who actually spoke upon an issue I have, because that is what is written in your motion. You do not, nowhere do you say that all schools get fair funding of EHCPs. We all know EHCPs have funding that come with them. We're all very aware of that. What the wording in this motion said is, all schools get their fair share of EHCPs, which are the plans that have children, and which is what I massively will object on. Always. There is no fair share. What should we do? Send kids to other side of the district because they actually have an additional need? No. Again, I am one member in this chamber who has responded to a motion in which I don't think is acceptable. I think there are probably many other issues that certainly Margaret, as a cabinet member, has with some of the wording in that, and I suspect that that's not going to be resolved tonight. If that is something you want to do, it's perhaps something that you can agree on later, but again, it's nearly 8:45. I can't see any of that being resolved tonight. So either vote on it or you defer it to later, is my view. But again, I am one councillor in this chamber and it's not my portfolio area.
We will... What? Have you got something to say, Councillor Harvey? We will now proceed to the vote. Well, we need 5 of you. All in favour of recorded vote? Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hopefully we've got the list correct. I know there's been a few comings and goings this afternoon, this evening even.
I'm just, we're voting in favour or against the motion.
Councillor Ahmed. Ali. Ancliffe. Appleyard. Ayub. Bates. Byford. Collins. Craig. Cummings. Farmer. Ferguson. Fraser. Gert. Graham. Harvey. Haslam. Hemingway. Heppenstall. Hepworth. Isherwood. Mayhew. Medford. Morley. Page.
Gwen.
Pickersgill. Salim. Shaw. It's gone. Smith. Spate. Gone.
No, she's
Oh,
there. Jackie. Yeah.
Swift. Vickers. Walton. Williamson. Wilton. Madam Mayor. Deputy Madam Mayor. Against 7-4. So the motion is defeated.
The motion is defeated. Thank you. We will now take the last motion on the agenda, motion number 9. In accordance with the Council Procedure Rules, the mover of the motion on notice may alter the motion on notice with the consent of both the seconder and the Mayor at any time before the vote is taken. Councillor Gert, as seconder of the motion, and I are happy with the alteration, which has been circulated to members prior to the meeting. Councillor Williamson, would you please move your motion to Council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, all in all, this motion just asks us to confront a simple truth that as housing system is broken. Now, that's true nationally, generally, but I think it's compounded across our district because 20 years ago, I was 14 at the time, but this council handed over every single one of its houses to WDH, now Vico. And ever since then, all we've seen is, since the year before the transfer took place, we've gone from like over 6,000 people on the housing waiting list to a position now where it's over 27,000 households in this district are waiting for social housing, for what should be called council housing. It's more than quadrupled. And while this need's exploded, Vico, WDH, whatever you want to call it, was supposed to be the organisation that dealt with the housing needs of this district. And all they've done is, and this is a West Yorkshire figure, this is not even Wakefield, is built or acquired, a quote directly from their website, 4,000 new homes. That's it. Doesn't meet the scale of the needs of this district, and many of those houses are not even for social rent. They cover things like shared ownership, houses at 80% of market rate, which I think in earlier meetings I've already touched on why, you know, they're not affordable, and, you know, particularly shared ownership can keep people trapped in, you know, cycles of poverty and keep people trapped in these homes. And I think, and on top of that, we are also in a ludicrous position where we're now leasing back the homes we used to own. We're leasing houses off VICO to house people on a temporary basis, right? So it just boggles my mind how we're in a position where we're now wasting public money to lease houses we used to own. And to be honest, no organisation, right, could have developed a better system for ensuring, you know, good returns, you know, on leasing these houses. They couldn't have arranged a more profitable arrangement for themselves. Basically, we're wanting to bring back our housing in this district back into the hands of public accountability. And there are a few elements to this. One is amending us local plan, because when you get to Housing Viability Area 4, which covers places like Hemsworth, South Hemsall and Kirby, Nottingley, bearing in mind these are areas of the district with the highest needs, with high levels of deprivation, we have a 0% affordable housing requirement. 0%. And I've challenged this in the Regeneration Scrutiny Committee several times, and basically what was confirmed to me last time I raised it in an email after is there's a 10% price difference in houses in places from Wakefield city centre to places like Hemsworth, just a 10% difference. Now that does not justify to me, right, a difference in policy where developments in the city centre have a requirement of 30% affordable housing and 0% in places like Hemsworth, right? No justification for that at all. And within that, I want us to do what other councils do, is within that affordable housing requirement, set a quota for a percent of how much of that should also be for social rent. You know, the councils around the country do it where, you know, 50% of the affordable housing has to be for genuine social housing, social rents. We've got a big crisis across this district where we've got people waiting for, you know, with disabilities, waiting for adaptations, which are costing, you know, which are costly to do. I'm wanting from the start is to make all houses meet accessible requirements for the, I think it's the M42 optional building codes, which will future-proof these houses. It can be done very cheaply when you're at the building stage, because all you're doing is making a few slight differences. You're just making the doorways a little bit different and things like that. And for a small upfront cost, which is negligible for a developer, we're then future-proofing these houses, which makes it easier for us to adapt to those properties later if somebody becomes ill, if somebody gets a disability, has an accident and things like that. And I think we need to be pushing more to be forcing developers basically through the planning system to actually start building houses that are wheelchair accessible as well, because I'm sure each and every one of us has got a backlog of housing cases, right, where we've got people with disabilities and things like that who are struggling to get into social housing, people with wheelchairs who have been lumbered in whatever unsuitable accommodation they've got, struggling to get, you know, the house they need. And on top of that, you know, we've got families, you know, without those needs and stuff who are struggling, you know, to get affordable housing. And then on top of that, I want us to seriously look at basically directly owning and managing housing again. It can be done, right? I constantly hear in this council that generally capital funding is no issue. We can get it through through grant funding from government. You can get it for housing. You can get it through Homes England. You've got the Public Works Loan Board. We've got our own capital stuff.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Yeah. So we just need to find money to basically fund the department for this. I think it's indefensible what's happened to housing with 27,000 waiting for appropriate accommodation, and I think we need to start seriously meeting the needs of the people of this district, the people who vote us into our positions we're in now. We need to start thinking of them. So let's start building us own housing again.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Thank you, Councillor Girt. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short because I'm thinking of the time. For me, this is another no-brainer. We should all be supporting this. A lot's been said about Vicor tonight. We know it's a terrible company. No other way of putting it. But we don't have to look very far to see how it can be done properly. Only have to go over to Leeds. My youngest daughter lives in Leeds, in Middleton in Leeds, and Leeds City Council has just built a full estate, over 200 houses, all for social rent. My daughter's got one of them. And when I saw it, I said to her, don't ever move. You will never get an house better than this. It's all future built. It's all wheelchair accessible. Everything that Jake's talked about, it's all done. It is possible to do. I've seen it with my own eyes. We need to be giving... homelessness in our district is a big issue. People trying to get moved to more suitable housing in our district is a big issue. I've got one case on my books where the family, the property that they're in, has been deemed unsuitable for them. They've been waiting 7 years for Vicor to find them a suitable property, and they've bid and bid and bid and bid and bid all over the district. 7 years, and they can't adapt to the property that they're in. They claim that the property they're in isn't suitable for adaptation. And when I've said to them, right, well, you've got these new estates that you're going to be buying, can't you build them one then? Oh no, we can't do that. We can't build property for us. So you're leaving a disabled family in a property that isn't suitable for them for 7 years with no hope of getting moved. Come on, it's not right. It just isn't. We need to start looking at building our own houses. It's a no-brainer. And like I've said before, people are watching. People are watching. Come on, guys. Do you want to let reform in next year?
Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Morley.
At 10 to 9 at night, I'm not sure if people are watching, but I'm sure there will be at some point. Madam Mayor, thank you. I can't argue with your sentiments, Councillor Williams, that more affordable housing is required, but your suggestion for how this could be achieved is naive and misguided, I must say, in my own personal opinion. Local plans are subject to huge amounts of scrutiny by developers and landowners who want to sell their land to the developers. To begin renewing the local plan while it's just only 2 years old in its infancy, developers across the district will be rubbing their hands. Together, it would just be like an early Christmas present for them, basically. It would just be like an early Christmas present for them. This council, like many other councils, we have suffered well over a decade of austerity by the Conservative and the Lib Dems before them, let's not forget that, which obviously Councillor Ahmed has always supported. And it's well documented. But I stand behind the local plan that we currently have and the previous LDF, which has helped Wakefield to deliver over 25% affordable housing in West Yorkshire over the past decade. That's second to only Leeds. If we tried to review the local plan to seek more affordable housing, we would not have the evidence to support the more housing. In fact, even worse, what you would end up having is developers and landowners wanting to certainly push for a full review of the local plans. For more green belt to be released for development, nobody wants more green belt being let into. We've all had to fight this through our local communities, so it's the last thing we ever want to see. So for me, this motion will be lapped up by developers and completely disregard what we've done in the last couple of years, and the planning department that's based trying to adjudicate on plan applications, they'll be taken off to deal with this, and one of the things they won't be able to deliver is some of the affordable housing that developers are coming forward with. I agree with your sentiments. When it comes down to right to buy, it was a good scheme in one respect, but the money that generated should have gone directly back into social housing. We've said that for years. Councillor Gert, you mentioned that Leigh City Council have built this fabulous new estate. I don't deny it, and so it's brilliant. But we have had new outbuilds in this district as well. WDH back in the day, back in Lupsit, back in Airedale, back in loads of areas have had new streets and new development. But we know we need to get more affordable housing. But the way you're putting this forward, Jake, is completely the wrong element to do it. All it would be would just be a complete land grab by developers who want to do a full review, and the Greenbelt will suffer for this. So for me, I cannot support it.
Councillor Spate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do you know, I think some of this is trying to reduce it to something far more simple than it is. And I do need to say something about, there's been comments made on this motion and others today about the transfer of our housing stock by people, lots of people who weren't here at the time. Betty went through the rigorous process that we had to go through before that happened. I was one of, I think, 3 people who were councillors who worked for housing at the time. So we do have a little bit of knowledge of what it was like. And our housing stock at that time was in a terrible state. Dreadful, actually. If we'd have kept it, we wouldn't have got any money from the Housing Corporation. They were giving money to housing associations, but not to councils. There'd be hardly any housing standing today if we'd have kept it. It was a very difficult decision to transfer it, but it was the right decision at the time. And as a result of that, a huge amount of investment came in, and WDH then did do a great deal of modernisation. It improved that housing no end, and if the council hadn't have made that decision, that wouldn't have happened. And people who don't remember that time should just listen to the fact that it was a very, very difficult decision, but it was, in my opinion, it was the best one we could make then and there. If we could actually get to be able to provide social housing again, I would support that. But again, I think that is fairly simplistic. I don't think it will be that easy. Jake, you say that we're often told that capital's not a problem. Well, I think it is more of a problem these days because we've got a lot, public loan board, we've got a lot of money that we're owing, and capital is dwindling a little bit. But take that, you know, that's a decision. That's a choice that we could make. But it doesn't just require that. It requires revenue. And yes, we would get revenue from rents, but nothing like what we would need to run it. We haven't got a housing revenue account anymore. That is a major issue. I'm not saying that we couldn't, as I said, I don't know, we may be able to surmount that, and if we can, I would support it. But I would say that some of this, I think, is a little bit fantasy. As Matthew says, with the figures for affordable housing and social housing, I would support those absolutely wholeheartedly. But developers won't, it just won't happen. I'm sorry, we just have to bring this back to what we can do and do the best that we can, which is what we're all trying to do anyway.
Councillor Swift.
Yeah. The tragedy of the decisions taken at the beginning of this century was that we went for full stock transfer. Nearly everybody else went for what was called an ALMO, the Arm's Length Management Organisation. And 2 things. Firstly, ALMO did release the money to do the improvements to the existing stock. And secondly, people who went down the ALMO road have been able to take the stuff back in-house since, which we are not able to. But there is a kind of like a huge issue there of what should be the future. Surely the future shouldn't be Vico, but it is a bloody big issue and a really quite difficult one. I think some of the other things in there are going to come up against the fact that over 15 years of prioritising frontline services, that this council has hollowed out its ability to actually manage a lot of the things that Jake's talking about. And we see this every now and again, you know, kind of when various projects, quite clearly, the council itself hasn't got the actual people to run them. Now that will take time to get back onto that. I don't 100% agree with what Matthew said about not being able to do a selective local plan review. But yeah, I mean he's obviously right that as soon as we embarked on it, a lot of people out there have got their own agendas and will put a lot of money behind pursuing their own agendas. Again, whether we've got the people resources to actually fight that one, I'm not necessarily confident. So, a bit like some of the earlier stuff, I think what we've got is an extremely good exposition of the problem, but not necessarily having worked it through to a solution that we can pick up and run with. I mean, earlier on, Jake was complaining that we'd passed very, very specific motions about Dolly Parton earlier on, and that they don't seem to be happening. And obviously, when we do have motions in this chamber, which are kind of spelled out as we therefore agree to do A, B, C, D, we do then obviously have an expectation that kind of 6, 12 months later, 2 years later, that things will have moved on, A, B, C, D. So the detailed wording does matter. We're not just kind of voting on the sentiment, you know, we're not just voting on the general aspiration. So, yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Aslam.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think you know, most people here, which is left, well, what's left here, agree with the sentiment, you know, about that's what we're all aspiring to, and everyone's got a view on that, and there's reasons why we are where we are. But I have to agree with Matthew and what I would like to remind everyone that the government has already identified affordable housing delivery as a priority. Unlike previous governments, this isn't just talk, though. They've actually committed to unprecedented 39 million, or billion rather, funding. It's taken more than 18 months of government for this delivery to come through, but I applaud the government for this ambition. I mean, there's been reference to Leeds, and we can't compare Wakefield to Leeds because Leeds is a debt-based economy. It's sort of very similar to sort of your Manchesters and such. It's got a massive student economy where a lot of the investment in their city centre is based upon students and their accommodation and such, and they have big business, and they've got the headquarters of Channel 4 there. You know, the millions of pounds of debt. And I think that's the sentiment what we can't put ourselves in, and the liability with people of Wakefield. So I hope that the Chamber is united in wanting to see a more affordable housing delivery, but voting for the motion in its in the way it's written, I think it won't achieve it. So therefore I urge everyone to vote against it.
Councillor Pisk.
Yeah, on point of order, Madam Chair, it's 3 hours now, over 3 hours since we suspended the standing orders. I'd like to suggest the question before. I'm moving that the question be put. The factual background is we've been here for over 3 hours.
You can move that the question now be put.
You want to?
You can move that the question now be put.
For the motion.
Yeah, but it needs to be seconded.
Does anybody second that?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, Gillian
No. Well, just to clarify, I think Mr. Pickersall said, Councillor Pickersall said that we suspended the standing orders earlier to stop the guillotine. That was the suspension. And what's being moved now is that we move to the vote now. So. No. Yeah.
No. Would you... Yeah. You have a right of reply if you wish.
Quickly, Councillor Morley, you are right, we have suffered austerity, this council and stuff, which has impacted the services but from the Conservatives and Lib Dems, but we are now suffering under Labour austerity generally, now and have been, right? In terms of the land grab, you said you've got faith in the local plan. If we do a partial review, which were confirmed by the planning department we could actually do at any point, well, you want to tell that to the service director because he's told me we could. If you've got faith in the local plan, which when I was in the Labour group, when you were trying to sell the plan, you specifically said it's there to manage and contain development. So surely that would still apply after if we just made these slight changes. In terms of Councillor Spate, with your money were being offered to housing associations and we had to do it, well, that's categorically untrue because, as Councillor Swift mentioned, other councils went down the Almore route, places like Leeds and Kirklees and stuff, and a lot of them are actually bringing their housing stock back in-house, and, their houses basically benefited from investment and stuff. So you didn't have to do it at all. You didn't have to do it. It's a unique thing about this council where we don't seem to ever want to have responsibility for anything. We just like to outsource. And that then brings me to one of Councillor Haslam's points about, yeah, you're right, Leeds isn't a comparator, but Barnsley are bringing their housing back in under direct, council control, and they're a smaller authority than us. So if they can do it, we can. Do the housing generally. You said the government set affordable housing as a priority. Now this is a big problem as to why I brought the motion, because a lot of the housing being developed isn't actually affordable. 80% of market rate shared ownership, where people are paying rent and then a mortgage, is unaffordable for many. There's some houses just outside this council chamber on the old car park, up on Rightmove, £1,400 a month in terms of rent. Not affordable to many people in my ward. Probably not affordable to many people in Featherstone, Councillor Haslam. So we do need socially rentable housing. Councillor Swift mentioned, after austerity, council teams have been hollowed out and we've got no capacity. We do have some capacity for capital projects because we're able to build Wakefield 1 and put the library in, and then plan to move it to BHS and turn that into a new library. And we're able to mess about with the market hall multiple times and turn it into an event space that's not really doing anything. And then plans, to develop the outside of the cathedral and put an outdoor event space in there. We're able to demolish Kirkgate, the Wilcos and stuff like that, and have developers come in and put private houses in there. So we could actually direct some of that capacity into actually housing the people of this district and cutting down that waiting list. It's just about political priorities. Now, I think we should start housing vulnerable people. Obviously, the Labour group has a different opinion. And capital... Councillor Spate, you did mention, capital's income, and grant funding and stuff is dwindling and things like that, but there's Homes England there. They have, there's a lot of money, like local authorities, housing associations and stuff can apply. You can even apply to get money to buy land to build the houses as well. There's the Public Works Loan Board and stuff. This is achievable. The question is the scale. That's the question. I'm not coming here saying we should be building 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000 homes a year, right? I'm thinking maybe we could start on little infill bits, maybe do 50, 100 houses, there and a bit later on. And to be honest, just to clarify, we're not actually proposing the council builds these houses. What we're proposing is a change to the local plan, and we take a percentage of houses off new development, so we're buying them at discounted rates, which is what happens, you know, through Section 106 agreements and things like that, which we'd be able to fund from the Public Works Loan Board and from Homes England and things like that. So it is, you know, it is achievable. We just need the political will. We just need Labour councillors to do what the Labour Party is supposed to do and look after vulnerable people and working class communities. Just a little bit of imagination. So I will
5 minutes
leave it there, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And we'll put it to the vote.
We will now go to the vote. It's a 5. I only saw 4 hands there. Right.
Councillor Ahmed. Atcliffe. Appleyard. Ayoub. Bates. Collins. Craig. Cummings.
She said against.
Farmer. Ferguson. Fraser. Gert. Harvey. Haslam. Hemingway. Heppenstall. Hepworth. Isherwood. Mayhew. Medford. Morley. Page. Pickersgill. Salim. Smith. Spate.
Jackie.
Swift. Vickers. Walton. Williamson. Wilton. Madam Mayor. Deputy Madam Mayor.
Against.
Six for, 27 against.
We've got 6 votes for and 27 against, so that motion falls. Thank you. And that, colleagues, don't stand up yet. And I've sat down all afternoon, you can wait just 2 more minutes. And that, colleagues, was the last item on the agenda. Thank you all for your attendance, especially those of you who stayed till the bitter end. I now declare this council meeting closed, and if anybody's won the raffle,
Ladies and gentlemen, council members, please be upstanding whilst the mayoral party leaves the
don't look at me like
chamber.
that. Oh.